Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher.
Welcome to the live stream brought to you by Turn 7 Media. This is the West Australian Sporting Car Club, day number 1 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships. This is round number 5, as I said, day 1, and it's proudly sponsored this weekend by Gallagher Insurance. We've got our historic touring cars just finishing off their qualifying period at the moment, and it will be Brian Edhouse in the fastback Mustang, car number 79, on pole position from the black and silver 65 Mustang of Graham Woolhouse. Stuart Young is the first of the GTR XU1 Tiranas. He'll start on the second row, and alongside him, another one of the fastback Mustangs in Mark Cates. Third row will be Rob Poglitz and Simon Northey. A big weekend of motorsport coming your way with Formula Fords, Formula Vs running over 2 days for the Morton Family Cup and the BM Graphics Plate. We have the FSRs returning from over east last weekend. Historic touring cars, as we've just seen, and also running over the 2 days. We've got Saloon cars. They'll be next out onto the circuit. And, of course, we round out today's events with Time Challenge. We've got Jamie and Demelza doing our interviews out and about around the precinct here. And of course, we've got all the information on what is happening here at carco.com.au Raceway, including some information regarding our sponsors in Gallagher Insurance and of course the cool down lap. So lots to come your way this weekend. Hope you can stick around on the live stream for us. And we're going to have a quick look at our Saloon Car State Championship as it stands at the moment. And you can see Grant Johnson right back in 11th, but it's all Jackson Callow up the front from Gary Hills on 172. And then in third place was Robbie Maron, Vince Chiella, Tyson Sadler. And if we have a look at our Pro-Am situation, it's Adam Koberstein from Andrew Martin and Craig James. So there's a lot of work to be done. We've still got one more race meeting to come after this race meeting as well. So we have a check with our Formula V, our 1600s. It's all Paul Moltoni at the moment from Kathy Lisson and Rod Lisson. And in our 1200 cc's. Our 1200cc's, Danny Chero from Campbell Gow and Jonathan Scarey as well. Only 1 point separating between Campbell Gow and Jonathan Scarey. So a great battle happening there. Of course, these guys running for the Morton Family Plate and the BM Graphics Plate this weekend. They will be here today and also coming back tomorrow. So we'll get a winner for those two prestigious plates coming tomorrow afternoon. Formula Fords have been awesome all year. They were the first out on the circuit on this morning. A fairly greasy track. We've had a fairly decent rainfall overnight, and it's washed the racetrack very, very clean. So it was still a little bit damp when the Formula Fords went out. Didn't really improve much when the Formula Vs went out in the second session, but once we got to the FSRs, they were down into the 56 seconds. So that's about where they normally are here at Carco Raceway. So the track is perfectly dry now. We have blue skies, as you can see, and heading out onto the circuit for their qualifying session here is the Saloon cars, brought to you by Right Way Industrial. This is a 10-minute session and a good field of cars out there with Jackson Callow, car number 225, Robbie Marcon in 82, Rick Gill in 81, Dylan Barr in car number 70, 93 is Gary Hills, 36 is Tyson Sadler, And we have Parham, Reg Ralph in car number 41, coming back after what he would be fairly stoked with his results over east in the last couple of weeks. Daniel Karukin, Craig James, Anthony Martin and Vince Chiella from the southwest of Western Australia. So good, a small field, but for our right-way industrial saloon cars as they head over the top of the hill and getting some temperature into those tyres and bringing the tranny oil, the engine oil and air pressures up to where they like to play ball here at Carco. A 2.41 kilometre circuit. It's only 7 corners, 5 to the right and 2 to the left. One is a sweeping left-hander that change in elevation. And the other little left-hander, it's not really a left-hander, but we do categorise it as a corner, and that is up through the S's here. And they flip back to the right, across the top of the bus stop, and then into the long sweeper as we pick up with our cars now, and they're heading up through that bus stop section and into the sweeper as we speak. And you can check it all out on our live stream. That's Rick Gill being followed by another car as they disappear up and over the top of the hill. There's Robbie Maron in the bronze colour car. And Dylan Barr for Revo Fitness, car number 70, as he heads down into turn number 6. So we'll start getting some decent times coming in the next few minutes. Still got 7.5 minutes remaining here for our right-way industrial saloon cars. But you would expect that it's going to be Gary Hills, 93. He'll be up the front there with Robbie Maron. Vince Chiella's had a very good run in season 2025 as well, but it's all 225 of Jackson Callow. He is the young guy to beat, and he's just dropped in with a 67.6 for his first representative time from Dylan Barr with a 68.2 and Robbie Maron. I see Brett Sheriff is out there as well in car number 17, driving for BSM Austral Drilling. We haven't seen Brett much of this year, of course, coming from the Hyundai XL category, and they will be here at Carco Raceway tomorrow. Another one of our championship categories that is going to go right down to the wire is the Hyundai XLs. And as expected, Gary Hills now goes to the top by 5 1/1000ths of a second. So nothing between Hills in 93 and Jackson Callow in car number 225. New paint job on board for Jackson this weekend as well. And car looks very striking in the fluoro green, blue and white. Robbie Maron is next through. Car number 82. And his teammate, 81 of Rick Gill. There's Brett Sheriff in the Austral Drilling car, car number 17. So this will be, I think, his first hit out at Carco Raceway in the saloon car for Brett Sheriff, car number 17. He's always worth keeping an eye on as well, and he'll probably take this to like a duck to water as well. Guy that's done a lot of laps around here and now has to get used to a rear-wheel drive 6-cylinder coming from a front-wheel drive 4-cylinder little Hyundai XL. So a big difference. He's got twice as much car to muscle around. You see him using all of the racetrack and a little bit more on the way out of turn number 6 and up and over the top of the hill. Beautifully presented Austral Drilling car too for Brett Sheriff in car number 17. Currently sitting in P5 at the moment. Callow's gone back to the top. Rob Maron now sits in second place. And 4/10ths of a second now separating first and second. Then we got Hills. Brett Sheriff was into fourth. He's just been knocked out by Dylan Barr, who now goes into P4. Sheriff in 5. Tyson Sadler in car number 36 in P6. Then Rick Gill, Daniel Karukin, Reg Ralph, Vince Chiella, Parham, Martin and James. Four minutes and 30 remaining. And it's Jackson Callow by 4/10ths of a second from Robbie Maron in car number 82 Hills and Bar and Sheriff in 5. All starting to find their own little piece of real estate out there at the moment. Not tripping over each other as this car gets very, very wide. I think that might be Callow. Yeah, it was. He just straddles the ripple strip on the exit of turn number 7. Didn't seem to affect his lap time though. He's gone faster again with a 106.47. So now has 0.3 of a second over Robbie Maron in car number 82. Big Gary Hills coming past our start-finish line at the moment. He's going to stay in 3rd place at the moment. Tyson Sadler coming through in P6 and stays in P6 as well. And Reg Ralph, one of the older VN model cars, car number 41, he finds himself in 9th overall. Best of the older cars at the moment looks like it's Daniel Karukin in car number 43, the AU Falcon. Sorry, the EA Falcon. Oh, beautiful slide across the top of the hill there, this time for the Kmart liveried car of Tyson Sadler. Car number 36, a beautiful 4-wheel slide across the top of turn 5. Down, working his way through turn number 6 at the moment. A little bit wide and missed the apex. He's come nice and wide out to driver's left and then accelerates hard up through 3rd, 4th and 5th gear. He hit the rev limiter about 3/4 of the way down the hill if they've had a good exit out of turn number 6. At 2 minutes and 44 seconds remaining here for our right way industrial saloon cars. Tyson Sadler just going through and he's not going to improve. He'll stay in P6. So Jackson Callow again has gone fastest across the top of the hill. 28.819, and that is the fastest anybody has been across the top of the hill in this particular session. He can hold it all together. He already has 0.2 of a second over Gary Hills. Let's see what car number 225 has in store as he comes down hard on the brakes, cracks it down a couple of gears, back into 3rd gear now, lets the car drift right out wide, just touches the ripple strip on the exit of turn number 7. And the current P1 as far as the state championship is concerned in Jackson Callow goes across the line. No improvement that time, 66.47. Seemed to lose out in that last sector. 1st and 2nd sectors were very quick but lost out in the last part of that lap. Tyson Sadler and Reg Ralph, they'll be next out onto the main straight. Car number 41. The VN Commodore of Reg Ralph from Byford in Western Australia. Comes across the line. No improvement there, unfortunately, for car 41 of Reg Ralph. He finds himself in 10th at the moment. Anthony Martin in 65. Parham in 97 in 12th. And Craig James rounds out our 13 cars for our saloon cars, brought to you this weekend by Right Way Industrial. Long-time supporters of the saloon car category here at Carco Raceway. Under 1 minute remaining here, and it's looking good so far for Jackson Callow. The only car that can really do any damage here would be Hills and Maron. And Maron's just moved up into 2nd, putting Hills back down to 3rd. Gary Hills gets it all sideways and hits the ripple strip on the entry into turn number 7, so that'll put pay to any championship moves for him. Yep, he goes across the line and stays in 3rd. Sheriff up into 4th, car number 17. And we have Daniel Karukin just coming out onto the main straight now. Goes across the line in car number 43, and he's going to stay in 6th. And we have Vince Giella in 8th, and I think that was Parham in 97. Gets it all sideways with the rears locking up on the way into turn number 1. Drifts it very, very wide on the exit as well, was Parham in 97. So trying, we've got the checkered flag out now. So everybody will be finishing off their lap. Here comes our pole position leader at the moment. And car number 25 of Jackson Callow, a 106.4. He can't improve. It was a 106.5. Rob Maron slightly improves, but he'll stay into 2nd place at the moment. So there's only one more competitor out there that's got a shot of taking pole position, and that is car number 93 of Gary Hills. Half a second back from Gary Hills is Brett Sheriff in car number 17. And it looks like Hills has rolled out of it as well. So that's the way that they will start for race number 1. It'll be Jackson Callow and Robbie Marcon on the front row. Gary Hills and Brett Sheriff on row number 2. And Dylan Barr and Daniel Karukin will be in P5 and P6. Coming up very shortly here at Carco Raceway is our time challenge with one of our commentators in Rob Haggerty down there in the beautifully presented little white and black MX-5. He'll be one to worth keeping your eye on when we return for our practice session for time challenge here at carco.com.au Raceway. Don't forget, this weekend brought to us by Gallagher Insurance.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start.
Welcome back to Carco Raceway, including all of our live stream customers this weekend. Great to see that you've have joined us on your Saturday morning, wherever you may be around Australia or indeed around the world. This is carco.com.au Raceway, located in the northern suburbs of Perth, Western Australia. And thanks, as I said, for joining us on the live stream. Hope you enjoy some of the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia. And coming up next is our time challenge, or what used to be known as Regularity. And as I said, our fellow commentator in Rob Haggerty is sitting down there in car number 6, a white and black MX-5. Pretty much a road car. It has got some modifications done to it, and a lot more modifications to come over the off-season for this little MX-5. It's a very, very quick little car, but there's also some other very quick cars out there as well, with Corvettes, Subarus out there as well. And then we go back to some of the old school stuff from 1977 with Jamie Scott running an RS2000 Escort out there. As I said, from 1977. We've got the Chevrolet Corvette, I can see. AU Falcons, VN Commodores as well. Justin Chaffee. I can see a Porsche just leaving out as well. So we're going to have to wait for them to do a first lap before we can find out who is who. But it looks like one of our big field, Mick Moylan, going out in the big Ford Galaxy. 7 litre, 427 big block Ford on board Mick Moylan's Ford Galaxy. And this is the car that him and his co-driver Don Behetz have raced over in Targa, Tasmania. They've done several Targas in this particular Ford Galaxy. There's a 350Z Nissan out there as well. Maddie Galton out there in the Ford Focus RS. She was a winner at the previous race meeting. So all eyes will be on car number 24 to see whether she can do it again. Joe Douglas is out there in the Subaru BRZ. Car number 88, Peter Towie, he's also taken out a round earlier in the year. Ellis in car number 47, Ball in car number 332, McLaren in 26, and I think that's Peter Knox in car number 77 as well. So cars starting to come across the line. This is their practice session. They get 10 minutes to work out where they are comfortable, and where the car is comfortable, they need to complete 5 laps and get as close to their allocated pit time, their allocated lap time as possible, and they'll get penalised for going faster and also penalised for going slower. It is better to go slower in this particular category. The penalty is only 10 points per 10 hundredths of a second, and you double that penalty if you go faster. So you're better off going slower than your allocated pit time. There's this beautiful Porsche just coming past now. Car number 100. I haven't got that showing up on my screen at the moment. Got Peter Callow, car number 188. Mick Moylan's also just gone through in 303. McLaren, Ball, Ellis, Peter Towie, Joe Douglas, Jamie Scott, Matty Galton, Neville Zockerly in the Chevrolet Corvette, and Delphin, and it doesn't look like Knox in 77. It's actually gone past. Oh, yes, he has gone past, so there's another runner out there. So 188 on the scoreboard is actually 88, and that is Peter Callow, currently in 6th position at the moment. Fastest man out there, although it doesn't really matter, is the Chevrolet Corvette of Neville Zockerly. Justin Chaffee also out there in car number 15. He should be coming across the line now. Doesn't look like he's showing up on our board, so there may be an issue with his transponder. This is the car of Peter Callow coming through. And Mick Moylan and car number 100 also don't have a listing for car number 100. They're all starting to get fairly well spread out now, which is what you want. So this is all about regularity and being able to hit the braking markers, changing gear at exactly the same time and applying the same amount of brake pressure on each of the corners. It's a very tricky discipline to master, and all of this is done without the assistance of any stopwatches or anything like that on board. No timers, no stopwatches on your wrist, no nothing. It's drive by the seat of your pants. There's McLaren in car number 25, currently sitting 4th fastest on the road, as Knox just goes through and goes fastest with a 66.6 over Zockerly. Matty Galton is 3rd fastest out on the track, then McLaren in the Subaru, Rob Haggerty in the MX-5, Mazda in 5, and then Jamie Scott round out our top 6 at the moment. As we said, speed is not an essential component of regularity. It's all about being consistent. We're halfway through our 10-minute session as Rob Haggerty hits the exit curb out of turn number 7. This is the Subaru of McLaren coming down into turn number 7 at the moment. A 4-wheel drive, turbocharged 4-cylinder. We'll the big rear wing on it. Comes out, he could have gone a little bit wider on the exit of turn number 7. As Neville Zockerly in the Chevrolet Corvette. This car is starting to knock up the laps around Carco Raceway in the last couple of seasons. Back into third gear now for the long climb up and over the hill, and Neville gets it all sideways and just about loses it mid-corner through turn number 4 on the climb up and over the top of the hill here. A rather large elevation change here at carco.com.au Raceway, where the start-finish line is lower than the S's, and then we go up even higher as they go through turn number 5, and they drop down the hill into turn number 6, and then they start the long climb up and over the top of the hill, and then down into the second hardest braking area in Australian motorsport, and that is down into turn number 7 outside our members area at McCracken House. And then the big blast down the main straight over the start finish line to reel off another lap of the 2.41 kilometre circuit here at Wanneroo. And Neville Zockerly goes back to the top now with a 65.7. Knox in car number 77, and then Chaffee and Matty Galton still sitting in the top 4. But that is reliable on their speed only. It doesn't mean that they're being consistent at the moment. As I said, they're trying to work out where the car is comfortable. And of course, the big scenario today, although we've got blue skies out there at the moment, there is rain expected throughout the day. So once you've allocated your time to the timekeepers, you must keep that time. So it may be better to just back it down a couple of, maybe a half a second or a full second, so that when the rain does come, if your event is called up during the rain, you know that you don't have to go 10/10ths on a wet racetrack and possibly throw it off into the grass, and that will be your event done and dusted. The Rob Haggerty's had enough. He's coming in, and he won't be very happy with that. He's third fastest. He was actually told me he was going to back it down, so he's running around in a 72nd, which is not bad for a bit of a modified street car. I wouldn't say it's super sick, but it's got a few modifications on it, but there is a bit of a doubt over the gearbox in that car. So well, hopefully he'll be able to get that car home, because he drove it to the circuit this morning, as a lot of these cars do. They drive on the road to the circuit, they compete through the day, and then they drive home again in the afternoon. And as you'll see when this event comes out later on this morning, it's not door handle to door handle racing, so the chances of an incident are always there, of course, but they are mitigated by not racing door handle to door handle, and you're pretty much racing against yourself. As we're now down into the last 90 seconds of this qualifying period, our last of our qualifying periods this morning. We'll be commencing with our program proper. Race number 1 coming up after our official opening at the conclusion of this event, and that will be for our Formula Fords, as Mick Moylan puts the big Galaxy back up into the paddock area, and we are down to 60 seconds remaining for our time challenge competitors. 16 cars here this weekend, so a good sized field for our time challenge. Car number 47 of Alice, that looks like a BMW. It is a BMW as it exits turn number 1 and heads up through the S's. Another street car, as you can see the registration number on the back of that car. That'll be the first time that we've seen this car out on the circuit here at Carco Raceway. So good luck to Ellis driving car number 47. Jamie Scott just in front of him in the little Mark II Escort, sky blue Escort. Checkered flag just about ready to come out now. We are now down into negative time. There's the checkered flag now, so it's all over for car number 88. There's Peter Joe Douglas. Car 63 to Peter Dybel coming through, the Saloon car in the Pertec livery. And then we had Jamie Scott go through as well. So the fastest man out on the circuit during that time was the Chev Corvette of Neville Zockerly from Knox in car number 77. Peter Towie was up there third fastest, and Matty Galton round out our top 4 fastest cars. And as we keep saying, that means nothing. Come event number 1, it's all about racing yourself. So while our competitors head back up into the paddock area, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the official opening of round number 5, day number 1 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships, proudly sponsored this weekend by Gallagher Insurance. We'll be back very shortly with the official opening.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher. Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to day 1 of round 5 of the WA Racing Championships for 2025 here at Carco Raceway. Would you please be upstanding and remove your headwear for the Australian National Anthem? ...21 degrees and some showers expected throughout your Super Saturday. Winds will be from the northwest, but only very light. We've got a big weekend of racing coming your way today with the Formula Fords, the Formula Vs running over today and tomorrow for the Morton Family Plate and the BM Graphics Plate. We have FSR, historic touring cars, which will also be running today and tomorrow as part of their 2-circuit challenge for 2025. 5. We have saloon cars and, of course, the time challenge. We've got Jamie and Demelza out and about around the precinct, and they'll be bringing us some driver interviews. We've got our grid walk for the saloon cars, weather dependent at this stage. So at lunchtime, you'll be able to come out and have a look at the beautifully presented saloon cars. And of course, we've got all the information coming your way about the cool down lap for all of our families and crew members that would like to come to our trophy presentations at the end of the year. As per usual, joined up here in the Rob Janney Broadcasting Studio by me good mate, Rob Haggerty. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Vaughan. Good morning, everybody. Just getting my breath back from having been out in the time challenge, and I can tell you that there seems to be a fair bit of grip out there now, so I think the circuit's well and truly rubbered in, and I think we can see some pretty special times coming today from some of the categories. Yeah,
our Formula Fords will be first out on the circuit very shortly, and they unfortunately were the first of our qualifying periods this morning on a fairly greasy and green racetrack out there. It was a little bit wet in places, but now it's certainly dry all the way around the place. We've got beautiful sunshine at the moment, although as I said, 21 degrees and some showers expected throughout the day, so let's hope the Weather Bureau have got it wrong.
Well, there's some very high white clouds and they're moving reasonably quickly across the sky, but there's nothing that looks dark or horrible out the back of the circuit, which is where the weather comes from, so I think we might be okay until at least the lunch break.
Well, that'll be good because we do have our saloon cars on display this weekend as we have a look through our Formula Fords, and it was a good battle in qualifying between Maron in car number 31 and Xavier Henderson in car number 8. On the second row will be Brock Brewer and Begley. Then we have Andy Van Leeuwen in car number 66 from Garrett Piper. Watkins in car number 50, Glenn Swarbrick, and the man to watch in this one will be car number 55 of William Hall, who unfortunately had a mechanical in qualifying, so we'll have to wait and see if he can get up towards the top. But I reckon your winner's going to come from those first two rows, Marold, Henderson, Brewer or Begley.
Yeah, and I think Brewer and Begley are going to be more on the pace now the circuit has dried out. They seem to have some setup issues, I think, in the qualifying session. So I think they're going to be up with Marold and Henderson, particularly Brewer. He always is. So leading the WA Sporting Car Club Championship at the moment. But yeah, you're dead right. William Hall back there in car 55 off the back of the grid. I can see him up to possibly 5th place in this event. Don't know that he's going to get too much higher than that, but that means that he'll be a third row starter in the next one, and that'll put him back into competition.
Of course, we run progressive grids up here at Carco Raceway as well, so wherever you finish in race 1 is where you'll start in race 2 and so on. So we can see all of our drivers heading out onto the circuit now. As I said, it's perfectly dry out there at the moment, and there's a fair bit of UV beating down on the track at the moment, but as far as weather conditions, mate, perfect right now.
Absolutely perfect. There's no wind out there whatsoever, and as you said, nice UV on the track, and these guys are going to enjoy some perfect conditions for the first of their Formula Ford races. And this one will be a timed race, and it will be over 12 minutes for this event.
Yeah, Jensen Marold in his first year, he has certainly opened a few people's eyes in car number 31, and he's done extremely well coming into Formula Ford in 2025.
Has he come from karts?
Pretty sure he would have.
Yep. So the natural progression from karts into the Formula Fords, and we've seen a lot of people who have done that progression through the years and made their way into professional motorsport. And
Garth Tander,
Daniel Ricciardo, most of the 1970s and 80s Formula One drivers, a lot of the Formula One drivers even now, although these days they tend to get pretty fast tracked into Formula 3 these days, and Formula 4 of course.
Yeah, and of course Mark Webber was probably Australia's, well, him and Daniel Ricciardo, I suppose, they've gone to the pinnacle of motorsport, and all starting their careers in Formula Ford.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Webber was very, very much involved in Formula Ford in his early years, winning a Yellow Pages car from memory.
Yep, he won the Driver to Europe series.
Yeah, he did indeed. And yeah, it's good to see that this is still running as a category, because Formula Ford is a brilliant category. And I had the privilege of watching some Formula Ford racing from Sandown a couple of weeks ago, and they had very good fields over there of Formula Fords, which was absolutely magnificent to see.
And the big difference between over East and Western Australia is that, of course, we are still running the 1600cc Kent engine, and all of our eastern state counterparts have moved up to the Duratec, which is a slightly bigger cc capacity car. And I think it's actually an aluminium block as well. So a few differences in the cars, but we can see everybody lined up in their pit area, or their grid positions at the moment. This is race number 1 of day number 1, the 2025 West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025.
Oh, rolling just then. I don't think the lights come on yet, so it shouldn't be a penalty, but he wants to be careful with that, and that was Henderson having a bit of a roll there on the grid, but he's certainly not going to get a penalty for that. And he makes a great start, actually. He gets his nose just in front of Maron as they take off down there, but Maron, being on the inside, is able to use that position to get himself back into the front of the field. So as it is at the moment, line astern, it's Maron just in front of Xavier Henderson, and then it's Brock Brewer right on their tail, and then it's as they are in the grid, back to Begley, and then Andrew Van Leeuwen, who's hanging on to these guys at the moment. Bit of a gap starting to come back then to Piper, I think that might be, but look at William Hall already, back up right at the tail of Piper, and already about having passed 2 people in 2 corners.
So William Hall is the white car that's just got temporarily held up as they went across the hill for the first time, as we pick up and we see them heading down into turn number 6, and the last of our runners is car number 29 of Glenn Swarbrick. But out in front, it is Xavier Henderson, really right out wide, just about in the next postcode as he leaves turn number 6. That he's got a break. They're trying to do something about Marold at the moment. Brewer's got himself up into second, so that was Brewer that actually ran very, very wide, and trying to hunt down car number 31 of Jensen Marold at the moment. Xavier Henderson all over the back of 57 of Brewer, looks for a run down the inside and will get it down into turn number 1.
Gee, left the gate open then, didn't he? That wasn't particularly defensive, but look, it's the first lap of a 12-minute race, so he's probably thinking long-term, where he can probably do exactly the same thing and slipstream behind him and get a bit of a push behind and get past him at a later date. But yeah, they've got it all to do on Marold at the moment, who's already got himself around about a 1 second gap between the leader, between himself and second.
And it's coming up to that time of the year too, Rob, where you start thinking about championships and where you are on that ladder. Is it worth doing something stupid and throwing away the championship, or you just defend and do your best?
I think most racing drivers, particularly young ones, probably don't care about that. I think they get out there and get their helmet on, and they are in a race, and they're just concentrating on what they're doing at the moment. As we watch them over the top of the hill, Brewer back into second place once more, and Henderson relegated back to third. A big move on here for fourth place, though. Have a look at the super cheap car out there of Van Leeuwen getting past Begley on that last lap as well, as they cross the line once again. Fastest lap at the moment, a 1:02.4, but to Marold, who's got himself a 1 second gap at the moment from Brewer and Henderson. Then back to Van Leeuwen and Begley. William Hall up into 6th position. I don't know if he's going to get all that much higher than that with the front 5 cars going so well.
And they're starting to get spread out. As you said, over a second now is Jensen Marold out in front of Brewer. So unless something goes wrong, it's going to be very hard to try and claw that 1 second back. As I can see it, it's Brewer with a 62.891 last time through. Xavier Henderson not too far back, about 2 car lengths now as they head down in towards turn number 6 for the second time. And it's Jensen Marold, and look, that's a heaps better run out of turn number 6 for all of our top 3. So this is going to be a bit of race of stagnation, I think, from here on.
Well, Marold managed to get the fastest sector time for sector 1 and sector 2 on this lap, so he's just pulling out his lead just little by little in increments, and doing the fastest lap after fastest lap. This time he goes across the line and he's done a 62.0, so that is by 2/10 the fastest lap of the race. So he just seems to be pulling this gap out by around about 2 cents a lap at the moment. But Brewer has managed to shake Henderson off his tail, and now he's on eyes down and out after Marold, but he's got some work to do. We'll have a look at the sector times as they come through for the first time and see whether or not Brewer is actually managing to pull any time on Marold. But at the moment he's around he's losing that 2/10 more or less on that first sector. So once again, he's lost the 2/10. Marold once again also fastest through that first sector.
Now 4/10 of a second difference in sector 1 there from Marold back to Henderson as well. So there's another half a second that Henderson's falling off the back of Jensen Marold at the moment as they come out of turn number 6 and up and over the top of the hill and down towards turn number 7. Hard on the brakes, back down into third gear. And it's Jensen Marold in car number 31, doing a great job at the moment. Out in front of car number 57 of Brock Brewer. Then we go back to car number 8 of Xavier Henderson, who goes fast time this time. And again, that 0.2 of a second difference between Marold and Brewer.
Yeah, and he's making it all up between the start-finish stripe and flag point 5, which is at the top of the hill before they start to descend down past the old pits area into turn 6. That's where he seems to be making it. But on this occasion, I've got to be honest, I saw a fair bit of oversteer of that car when he first turned into turn 4. I wonder if he's starting to suffer a little bit and maybe started with better tyre pressures and they're starting to go off.
Yeah, okay, we're down to 4.5 minutes remaining, so probably a +1 lap. So we should be up for at least another 5 laps here. A 61.87 fast time for Jensen Marold on the point from Brock Brewer on car in 57. Then we go back to Xavier Henderson. Andy Van Leeuwen's moved up into P4 now in car number 66 from Begley. William Hall moved up into 6th and doesn't seem to be able to do anything about moving forward from there. Garrett Piper, Watkins and Glenn Swarbrick.
Yeah, that time out to a 61.8 for Marold, so out to a 62 for both Brewer and Henderson. So I think that their tyres are probably just starting to go off a little bit at the midpoint of the race, and those fast lap times I think are probably going to need to have a couple of cool-down laps before we're going to see anything special again.
So we would have seen a fairly soft, conservative setup for qualifying, being on that greasy, slippery circuit for qualifying. But now that the sun's out, the track is dry, the guys will start winding in some of the suspension and start to stiffen these cars up and probably change some of the front-end geometry as well.
I'd say with a 61.8 that they've probably done most of that already, because that seems to be a reasonably good time for the local Kent-engined Formula Fords. So I'd say they've probably set these cars up fairly much as a dry setup.
Here comes some lap traffic now, and it's Glenn Swarbrick, and he'll be first to be passed by Jensen Marold in car number 31. So hopefully everybody can get past him before they get down into turn number 1. Marold goes through on driver's right of Glenn Swarbrick. Now Brewer will be the next one. If he gets held up here, that's going to allow Xavier Henderson to get all over the back of him. So there's a big 57 coming straight past driver's right of car number 29 of Glenn Swarbrick. He's done the right thing, stayed over to driver's left and allowed those two drivers through.
Very experienced driver is Glenn Swarbrick, but just out of interest, a 10th quicker for Henderson on that last lap. And if Brewer even took up an extra blink to get past Glenn Swarbrick that time, it's going to be around about the same sort of lap times again. So he's closed that gap down now to about 0.4 of a second. So Henderson starting to make a bit of a move, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Henderson is the mover out of our top 3. And we're down to 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Although if you have a look at the gap between Henderson and Brewer, it does seem to be closing up in certain places as they get out onto the Carco main straight. Across the line, it's Marold from Brewer and Henderson. Fast time this time. Oh, they're so close. There's 1/10 of a second difference now between Brewer and Henderson.
Yeah, so he's closing down about a 10th a lap at the moment, Henderson, on Brewer. He probably is going to run out of time. He's got about this lap and the next one. Actually, they should still have about 2.5 laps to go, I would suggest. So he may be able to just get onto the tail, but of course getting onto the tail and passing are two completely different things.
The 25 points for a win, and then we go back to 20 points for second place. And then I think it goes back to 18 after that. So there's not going to be a great deal. 5 points I don't think was going to upset the Brewer camp too much at the moment. And it's all about being consistent and try to get to the finish of this championship and take home WA1.
Fairly shallow line coming on the exit of turn 6, and he's in fact trying to break the toe as they come over the top of the hill and moving from side to side, because I tell you what, Henderson's even closer again on this lap. So at the moment it looks like that gap has come down a little bit more. Let's look at the lap times and see. Well, only by 0.02 of a second, so you'd have to have pretty good eyesight to judge that.
So we'll probably get last lap next time through. But that gap, again, it closes up down there in turn number 7, and then it looks like Brewer gets the better drive out of turn number 1, and that car has always come off turn number 1 quite quick.
Quite a good little battle also back here for 4th, and we haven't been talking very much about that, but Begley and Van Leeuwen are dealing it out back there through turn 4 at the moment, and Begley was all over the back of him in turn 1, and there's about 1.5 car lengths between them, so that hasn't been settled yet. Long gap back then to Will Hall, who started from the back of the grid, suggested he wouldn't get much further up than 6th or 5th, so He's about where he's going to start on third row for the next one. Then we're back to David Watkins and Piper and Glenn Swarbrick.
This time Brewer's gone faster, or second fastest, over the top of the hill by not very much at all. And Xavier Henderson now late on the brakes, really tries to close up now with Brewer getting all defensive, comes over to driver's right. He's got to try and get down into turn number one and make Xavier Henderson run around the outside, and that's exactly what Xavier Henderson's trying to do. Now he tucks it back under and gets the slipstream through the S's. The battle is on for second place between Brewer in 57 and 8 of Xavier Henderson.
Yeah, and they're out on their last lap. There is about 12 seconds past their timed 12 minutes as they cross the line that time, and it's 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So this will be their plus 1 lap, I'd imagine. So they'll be out on their last lap as we watch them over the top of the hill and heading down into turn 6. And we're watching the battle at the moment for fourth place there between Van Leeuwen and Begley as they come up over the top of turn 5. And that's not settled, but here's the battle for second place at the moment as they both come out fairly evenly as Brewer takes to a really defensive line over the top of the hill, and that's not always working in Formula Ford as they come down into turn 7 side by side, and Brewer's later under the brakes. He's going to stop the over and under from happening, and I think he's managed to pull that out, but winning is Maron in car 31, crosses the line. Brewer managing to just hold on from Henderson, and what a great battle that was on that last lap.
Yeah, it certainly was, and the win there was by not very much at all. I'm trying to work that out. 7.39, 4/100ths of a second in that last sector between Brewer and Henderson. So very close racing, and that's what we've come to expect from our Formula Fords. This year, the last 2 or 3 years have been standout years, I believe. Like, the closeness of the racing has just been exceptional.
Yeah, we're missing a couple of our standouts in the field at the moment as well, so it's a little bit of a shame that we don't have them here this weekend. But Will Hall has taken that 6th place. Van Leeuwen managed to win over the top of Begley, so he took 4th, Begley 5th, Will Hall 6th, and we've just had Piper, Dave Watkins and Glenn Swarbrick cross the line as well. So that rounds out our field for this first event of the day.
All right, coming up very shortly for Home Chef, it'll be race number 1 for the Morton family plate and the BM graphics plate for our Formula Vs. We're going to be back very shortly here at carco.com.au Raceway.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training and Sets. Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, BM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway, and for Home Chef, it will be on pole position Dave Casely in car number 7 from Rod Lisson, and Callum Lamont and Isaac Scary. We have Ken Wyatt and Lloyd in car number 5, then Jonathan Scary, Campbell Gow, Wilkins, April Welsh, Kathy Lisson, Brett Scarey and Mackenzie Gow. And we welcome to the commentary booth for the first time today, Miles Lockett.
Yeah, g'day Vaughan. G'day everybody. Yeah, a little bit of a small field, unfortunately, for Formula V's today, but still a very quality field. With Casely obviously in the AJ on pole position with Rod Lisson. Recently back from Queensland, they went over to Queensland Raceway as part of the High Tech Oil Series, and Rod and Kathy went over there and did a great job for the WA community, and now back here for the second last round. It will be for us. With the final round towards the end of next month. But good to see Brett Scarey back out there again. There's been a bit of shuffling in terms of cars at the Scarey Racing team. So Brett's gone back into his usual CDV, and Isaac's now moved up into the AJ, which has got a very fresh motor and a spectacular qualifying performance. P4 outright in a 1200.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Insane.
Yeah, I was thinking he must be in a 1600, but I checked all the details, and no, there it was, a 1200 on the second row.
Yeah, definitely not. No. So he's done a spectacular job to get that up into P4. So he's got a brand new motor in that car. And then going further back, Brett's got a brand new motor that it's been put together by Jonathan, which is really great to see somebody young in our club starting to get their hands dirty and actually learning how to build a race motor. So that's really good for the future of the club. We're getting these new young people through who are really invested and learning about how these things tick. So really, really good. Jonathan's still got his normal motor, which they call the colleague put-together motor. So he's probably the odd one out. He's probably got the worst of the engines, I suppose. But,
Yep. Definitely our onboard camera for our Turn 7 media.
Well, this will be good.
Live stream, it's Callum Lamont, and Callum will be starting on the inside second row. Miles, what's going on with Kathy Lisson? That car has just not been playing ball the last couple of race meetings.
Not sure, to be honest. Anthony Lees has pulled that car apart. He's changed everything he possibly can in the car. There was constant issues in terms of a misfire, a backfire, all that sort of stuff. And it seemed to actually go really well at Queensland Raceway. So not sure exactly why Kathy hasn't got any pace in the car, but knowing Kathy, she'll do her usual rocket start off the line. Pick up a few places and hopefully get up onto the back of maybe Michael Lloyd and in the GAC and go with him. So we'll see how Kathy goes off the line. And obviously just in front of Kathy is obviously April Welsh, having her first run for the year. She only got her licence on Wednesday, speaking with Father Bruce, and so she immediately grabbed an entry, got in there, and Bruce has spent the last couple of days getting the car race ready. So really great to see April Welsh back out there again.
And the third of the females out there is Mackenzie Gow. She'll be starting down the back in car number 18 as well.
Yep, brand new motor in that car.
Yes, that's right. She missed the last race meeting because of that.
Yep.
And a couple of prestigious plates up for offer with the Morton family, synonymous with Formula V racing in Western Australia. And, of course, the BM Graphics, long-time supporter, and the Scarey family business putting up the BM Graphics plate as we wait for the green flag at the rear of the field. Everything looking pretty good down here towards the front of the field.
Yep,
it'll be
all set.
Red lights, and away we go very, very shortly here with Dave Casely sitting alongside Rod Lisson in car number 71. Second row was Lamont and Isaac Scarey for BM Graphics, driving a 1200, and the better of the start actually goes to Rod Lisson. He's pulled half a car length, he's actually got a full car length over Dave Casely. So a rocket of a start for car number 71 of Rod Lisson.
Yeah, great start. Casely and then followed by Lamont. Then it's Kenny White got a great jump as well. He got ahead of Michael Lloyd. And then back to the first of the 1200s being Isaac Scarey, followed by Jonathan Scarey. Campbell Gow right on the tail of Jonathan at the moment. Then it's back to Kathy. Didn't get the best of starts of what I thought she was going to get. And then it's back to Ben Wilkins in the polar. We've got April Welsh followed by Brett Scarey. And then we've got Mackenzie Gow rounding out the field as we jump on board with Callum Lamont through turn 5 and down into turn number 6, trying to close up onto the two front pair of Lisson and Casely as they swing through turn number 6.
Well, he's just clipped the curve there on the inside, lets the car run right out the driver's left, and now tries to find a partner to run with.
Yep, so you can see he's immediately tried to get in the toe of Dave Casely over the top of the hill. Dave's now taken the lead as they head into turn number 7. He's starting to make up ground here. He's made up about 2 or 3 car lengths just on the straight. So the slipstream today is very, 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 very good.
Well, the wind's coming from the northwest, so as they come up and over the top of the hill, that car in front will be breaking a nice
Absolutely.
big hole in the atmosphere for the car behind. And it's all Dave Casely at the moment from Rod Lisson, Callum Lamont in third, Kenny Wyatt in fourth. Then we have Lloyd. Isaac Scary's moved from fourth down to sixth, which we've probably got to expect that.
Yep.
But Kathy Lisson, she's made some
Look at her,
moves.
yeah,
So
yep.
it looks like car number 11 of Kathy Lisson is coming on strong.
Yeah, she is. She's already made a couple of positions on Ben Wilkins and also just in front of Campbell Gannett, but she's very, very slow up through the left-hander as we're looking from our vantage point. The two Scary boys are at it for first and seconds in the 1200 class, but yeah, let's see how far Kathy can get through in the Sabre.
So Campbell Gow's in 8th position at the moment. Then we had Wilkins, April Welsh in 10th at the moment, Brett Scary in 11th, and Mackenzie Gow. And it looks like Jonathan Scary not out there in car number 23.
No, he is. I think his transponder has got an issue, but he definitely did take the start, and he's right behind his brother.
Okay, so we'll have to wait and see whether that adjusts itself as our leaders are coming over the start-finish line at the moment. A great battle here between car number 5 and 44, I think that was.
It's 5 and 55.
55,
That's
yeah,
Lloyd
Lloyd.
and Kenny White having a good battle. Now the battle for the 1200s has just swapped. Jonathan Scary has actually now taken P1 from his brother Isaac. Ben Wilkins is following behind. He's in a 1600, and then we've got Campbell Gow. Campbell's actually doing a really great job to keep up with the Scary boys as well. I'm not sure what he's done to that car, but I know he threw a new set of boots on it 2 race meetings ago. So maybe the tyres are now just starting to phase in quite nicely and giving him a lot more speed.
So when you purchase these tyres, do you actually scrub them down to about 3 mil?
We don't do any of that. No. Pretty much all we do is we go out on the track, we put them through one heat cycle. So you do about 5-6 laps at about 3/4 pace, and then you do 2 very quick laps, and then you come in, you put the car up off the deck so therefore you're not developing any flat spots, and then you can go back out again, go another hard for about another half a dozen laps, and then again that's pretty much your running in phase for these new tyres.
Okay, so of course everybody's running on the same tyres out there at the moment, but look at this gap that Dave Casely has created, and now Callum Lamont goes trying to drive around the outside of Rod Lisson. Rod Lisson will be late on the brakes, but look at the drive that Callum's got just right around the outside in turn number 1.
Yeah, that's the ideal line to sort of take a very wide sweeping line into turn 1. It just gives you the better exit up through turn 2 and 3 and up into 4, which is where they're approaching right now.
But here's this battle as we pick them up on our live stream, and Campbell Gow's put a move on here on car number 44.
Isaac. Yeah, so Isaac's lost a little bit of pace. Not sure exactly what's going on there. So Jonathan Scary's now in the lead. Ben Wilkins is sort of splitting the 1200s, and Campbell and Isaac now developing a very good battle for second and third position.
Yeah, Jonathan Scary has triggered the timing beacon this time, and he's in 7th place, just behind Kathy Lisson, who's moved up into P6, and hunting Ken Wyatt in 55.
Yeah, unfortunately we lost Brett Scary. I've just seen him come up into the pit lane, so there's an issue with car number 4 in the CDV.
Working our way through turn number 6 at the moment are our leaders, and this is a great battle also, and it's the green car alongside one of the BM Graphics cars.
So that's a 1600. That's Ben Wilkins just overtaking Jonathan Scary, who's in the lead of the 1200s. So he's now getting clear, and now he'll set sail after Kathy, who's obviously in 1600 as well. Jonathan Scary still leading the 1200 battle from Isaac Scary. He's retaken the position from Campbell Gow, and then it's back to April Welsh. April's actually doing a great job, considering she hasn't been in this car for at least well over 12 months anyway, and rattling off 14-second lap times as 1:14s is not a bad effort on a return to racing.
So it's Campbell Gow hung out wide this time from Isaac Scary in car number 44. They're side by side as they go through the bus stop area. Very, very close open wheel racing. And it's Campbell Gow who's going to hang on there, driving for Lux Performance as he drives through turn number 4, up and over the top of the hill, trying to hold off a very fast runner in Isaac Scary, who's all over the back of him, just about touched the exhaust pipe as they crested turn 5.
Isaac's not a very tall person, and when you sort of see him looking in the car, he's very, very low, so I'm surprised you can actually see the nose cone of that car, but he's certainly got it buried under the back of Campbell Gow's car, that's for sure.
Occasionally doing a great job out in front from Callum Lamont and Rod Lisson. Then we have Lloyd, Kenny Wyatt in 5, Kathy Lisson up to 6, Wilkins in 7, Jonathan Scary from Isaac Scary and Campbell Gow round out our top 10.
Certainly do. We're down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds in this one, so maybe about another 3 more laps to run in this one. But Dave Casely well and truly out in front. Still the battle is on for second between Lamont and Rod Lisson. The battle that was happening between Lloyd and White has now gone in the favour of Lloyd. He's managed to open up probably about a 200-metre gap. And then a same distance back to Kathy Lisson. Ben Wilkins doing a great job trying to close down Kathy for their battle. And then still the 1200 is still on in earnest between Isaac Scarey and Campbell Gow, with Jonathan Scarey getting a nice lead.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of contact then with Campbell Gow's front right and Isaac Scarey's left rear.
Okay.
Just as they went through the bus stop there.
You saw that on the footage,
on our footage. But as we pick up with these two cars coming down the main straight,
that's
Casely starting to go past car number 18 of Mackenzie Gow.
Yep, so that's putting a lap down on Mackenzie. This battle is now really on. Rod Lisson's starting to really put the blowtorch on Callum Lamont through turn number 1. He was zigging and zagging and filling his mirrors, trying to put him off. But Callum's a smart racer. He won't fall for those tricks.
No, he certainly won't. There's only one car length difference now between Lisson and Callum Lamont as they head up through turn number 4.
I'll tell you what is closing up, the battle for the 1200s. Isaac Scarey and Campbell Gow are working together, and that gap went from about 100 metres and now it's only about 20 metres. So the battle for the 1200 battle, as we're looking from our vantage point, it's very much closed off. As we go to our TV screens and Rod Lisson and Callum Lamont just slide down the inside of Mackenzie Gow into turn number 6 as they exit, and Rod Lisson's going to have a very, very good run here. Both cars obviously identical. As he immediately pulls out of the slipstream, he's gone very, very early. Let's see what he does over the top of the hill. That's the problem. As soon as you pull out, you hit that same brick wall of wind.
Yeah.
You know, so unfortunately it wasn't enough for him, and as they head into turn number 7, he's had to fall back in behind, and they'll keep resuming their battle.
So it looks like Rod had no choice then. He had to pull out at the crest of the hill there, and that's when you said you run into this big air wall, and you lose that advantage that you got coming out of turn number 6. But this
Callum's
time,
made a mistake.
Yeah, he has. He's run wide, and that's allowed Rod Lisson to drive straight up driver's right of Callum Lamont as they head up through the S's, and it couldn't be too much longer. There's 15 seconds remaining in this one, plus 1 lap.
Yep, so I reckon next time by we'll get the last lap board. Yes, the start-finish line are getting the last lap board ready. So as soon as Dave Casely crosses the line, we'll be on 1 lap to go as we still watch this battle on the screens of Lisson and Lamont. I think probably Callum actually saw Rod coming down into turn one and actually gave him plenty of space, which is really good racing from Callum, especially being it's race 1 of the day. As we see our race leader coming down the hill into turn number 7, and he'll take the last lap board.
Rod Lisson got all sideways, came right out onto the concrete apron on the exit of 6, and then went straight back over to driver's right, and now that's allowed Callum Lamont to drive side by side as they go down into turn 7, and Callum Lamont takes that position back.
Yeah.
So Lamont back up into second.
But that's
last
okay.
lap.
Yeah, last lap though. I'm sure if you were the 2 drivers, you want to be in Rod Lisson's position because you want to try and get the benefit of that tow, possibly, as they head out of turn number 6 for the final time. As we look further downfield, we've still got Lloyd. He's in position number 4, followed by Kenny White, just coming across the start-finish line. Then it's back to Lisson and Kathy Lisson, that is, and back to Ben Wilkins. This battle for the 1200s, though, is still on. We've got 2 cars side by side into turn 7 with Gow and Isaac Scarey, and them actually doing this is allowing Jonathan to get away. So that's probably not a great thing for those guys, as Isaac tucks back in behind Campbell. Yep, now slides down the inside. Yep, good pass there, Isaac. Now he needs to try and get his head down and get after his brother.
Dave Casely's having a very lonely race out in front. He is miles away from the 2nd and 3rd runners as he comes out onto the main straight for the last time. The winner for race number 1 for the Morton plate and the BM graphics plate goes to Dave Casely, but 2nd place, side by side, Lamont and Lisson, and Lisson's going to take it in car number 71.
Great move around the outside.
Finish.
Yeah.
Lamont, he would have had a good dive down into turn number 1 if there'd been another lap, but Rod Lisson takes 2nd, Callum Lamont for 3rd, Lloyd should be over in P4, then Ken Wyatt should be the next car across car 55. And how are we going with our 1200s?
Yeah, here they come over the top of the hill now. Now something's happened between Isaac and Campbell over the back because the margin to Jonathan out in front has extended. So it's going to be a win for Jonathan Scarey coming into turn number 7 right now.
Oh, Campbell.
Wow, talk about throw a Hail Mary. That was a great pass down the inside of Isaac, and he'll take P number 2 for the 1200s. as Isaac tries to get him over the line, but not quite. So a really, really great battle there from the 1200s. Back to April Welsh in P number 11. And then rounding out the field will be Mackenzie Gow. And Brett Scarry, unfortunately, was a non-finisher.
Well, that was a pretty good way to open up Formula V.
Absolutely.
Course, not only running today, they'll be back again tomorrow for the continuation of the BN Graphics and the Morton Family Plate. Miles, thanks very much for joining us again this morning. We'll catch you again later on for race number 2.
Absolutely.
Our Formula V's turning it on again here at carco.com.au Raceway. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine out there, and starting to see some of our spectators starting to arrive down there in turn number 7, and of course in turn number 1, and one single car sitting up there in turn number 4. So we are going to go to a quick ad break before we see the Formula Classic runners, and really looking forward to this. It's going to be a Rolt festival. We'll be back very shortly with the Formula Classics here at carco.com.au Raceway.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start.
Formula Classic on the circuit for race number 1 here on the Saturday. And unfortunately, these guys won't be coming back tomorrow. They'll have to wait till next month for the final round of the 2025 West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. Of course, this weekend brought to us by our good friends at Gallagher's Insurance. So thank you very much for coming on board again this year, and I hope you enjoy your weekend of racing here at carco.com.au Raceway. Will Norman will start on pole position in a Rolt alongside another Rolt of Alan Jones, the car number 85. Then we have what we believe is a Duratec Formula Ford with Mark Redmond behind the wheel, and alongside him another Rolt of Martin Bullock. And third row will be Ricky Virago in another Rolt, and then Colin Yude driving something a little bit different, the Tiga SC80.
Absolutely, and then we go back to car number 33, which is Dave Dearden. Worth mentioning as well, as they just crossed the start-finishing line, that these cars run 2 warm-up laps because they have a rolling start. However, Dave Dearden is next on the grid, as I mentioned. He's out there in a Reynard SF84, and then we're back to the car of Phil Grove, and that's a Van Diemen Formula Ford 2000 as well. Brian Searles is next in the Ralt RT1, car 83, and then we've got Glenn Swarbrick in the Macon Formula Ford from the early 1970s, and he's at the back of the field. So that's how they're going to line up for the first of the Formula Classic events here at Carco Raceway.
Yeah, Brian Searles a little bit back. He had a good run last time he was here at Carco Raceway. He was in the top 5 or 6.
Yeah, Brian tends to be a little bit like that. He has a couple of good weekends and then he has a bad weekend. So I don't know whether or not it's car preparation or whether he's a busy man and he hasn't been able to put the work into the car between the race meetings. I don't know what the story is, but nonetheless, it is a beautiful car, that Ralt RT1. Reminds us very much of the John Smith car, the car that he used to run in the Australian Formula 1 in the late 1970s. Ran here actually in the Australian Grand Prix in 1979. It was a Ralt RT1 driven by John Smith, who went on to work for run for the Toyota factory team in Corollas at Bathurst and all sorts of things. So. And also John, of course, also raced a Ralt RT4 for many years as well. So they're just lining up 2 abreast as they come down into turn 7, ready for a rolling start.
Where's Alan Jones?
He's not there, is he?
Missing off the front row because that was a white car that should be there. So it's all Will Norman out there by himself, and then Mark Redman and Martin Bullock in the yellow 14. As green light comes on and away we go, and it's a good start too from Marty Bullock in car number 14, although Redman will slide the little Formula Ford up the inside and Marty Bullock just fights back and drives right around the outside. So two litre cars there, but one's got wings and slicks and the other one has very limited aero on a groove tyre.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he'd be doing very, very well to stay with an Ralt RT4. These ran ground effect in the day, but being a historic category, they do no longer allowed to have the sliding skirts on the side of the cars. So they've still got, obviously, the Venturi underneath the car, but they don't have the sliding skirts to trap the air down the side pods of the car. But they still do some pretty good lap times around here. John Bow owned the lap time around here in a Ralt RT4 for many, many years as the outright lap time. And I think that was a low 53-second lap time, I think it might have been.
Yeah.
But these guys actually get around this circuit without the ground effect. Yeah, on a good day.
Oh, Marty Bullock's pulled off into the pit area on lap number 1, so that now promotes Mark Redman up into 2nd place in the Formula Ford. And then we go back to 3rd place, which will be Ricky Virago now in car number 43, Colin Yude in the Tiger SC80 in 4th place, then David Dearden, Brian Searles and Grove round out our 7.
Yep, and just finishing what I was going to say is that these guys actually get into the 55s and 56s, which is a couple of seconds off the pace of John Bower in the day when he was a professional driver for the Chris Leach Racing. But that's still pretty good given they've got no ground effect anymore.
Yeah, and of course then we saw at our 50th anniversary here, we had the Ricciardello Alfetta Chev come and blew that outright lap record, and it had a roof on it as well, and that went 53.41 from memory.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course the fastest lap that's ever been done around here I think is a high 49, and that was done by a hill climb car many years ago. But that wasn't during a race, so no. it's not an official lap record, but that's the fastest lap that's been done. Yeah, not Charlie West, it was
his son.
Yeah.
Yep.
So watching the guys just making their way around turn 1 at the moment, and he's out all on his own is Bill Norman. He's had a good run since he brought this car into Western Australia about 5 years ago, and he's had a good run with that Formula Classic, and he's won a lot of events. And moving now up into 2nd place, of course, is car number 5, and that's Redman in that Formula Ford 2000. And whether that is a Duratec or a different engine in that car, I'm not 100% sure. We'll find out that at lunch break. I'll definitely make a point of finding out that.
Because unfortunately John Hurney has decided to retire this year, and I know that there was a Formula Ford Duratec up the back there at Fastlane, and Mark being associated with the guys from Fastlane for many years, I'm wondering whether he has purchased that car from John Hurney and given it a bit of a paint job, because it was yellow. And now it's a beautifully presented little Formula Ford, and it's really not giving away that much to Will Norman, who's got another 2-litre engine on board the Ralt RT4, and he's doing a great job out in front by probably near on a second and a half now as he stretches his legs up through the bus stop area.
I tell you what though, Redmond has taken the first and second sector fastest laps and just set the fastest lap of the race in car number 5. So he's not letting that Ralt RT4 get away.
No, certainly not. We pick up with Brian Searles in the Ralt RT1, and you can see the evolution between the Ralt RT1. It looks a fairly basic car compared to all of the little nuances with the Ralt RT4.
Yeah, and of course it's got that big shovel-like front wing on it as well, because they were non-ground effect cars, and so they were relying a lot more on trying to get the front grip and the grip in general down, so they had a lot more wing on them than what the RT4s had as well.
So here's our leader, Will Norman, crossing the line at the moment, and Mark Redmond not that far behind him, probably within 2 seconds of Will Norman.
Yeah, I'd say about 1.2, 1.3 seconds between them. Third place at the moment coming around is Ricky Virago in that absolutely gorgeous dark blue car, Ralt RT4, and it really is a beautiful car, beautifully presented car, as we're watching on screen actually car number 44. 33, not quite sure actually which car we're watching on screen at the moment. It's,
I'm wondering if that's Ricky Virago, not Ricky, Martin Bullock that's come back out.
No, that's not Marty Bullock, that's car number 4. So that will be Phil Grove.
Yep.
And he's out there in that Van Diemen Formula Ford 2000 with the wings and slicks.
So that's another 2-litre, that's the American style of Formula Ford with that wing and the slicks on.
Yeah, absolutely. And watching our race leader now, just coming up to lap Glenn Swarbrick, so that'll be the first person that he'll come up and lap. He's not going to be held up at all by Swarbrick, and of course it's going to be Redmond who's going to catch Swarbrick, I think, in a more difficult place, and may actually lose out a little bit of time. Glenn's very, very experienced, as we've already mentioned today, and he will be looking in his mirrors and seeing the car coming up to him. But it's going to be going into turn 4, or maybe even he'll be going into turn 4 that he'll catch him.
Move to the outside. No, he's going to stay on his line and let Mark run around the outside.
That wouldn't have lost him very much time, I wouldn't imagine. Maybe a couple of tenths at the very most.
When you're that far back from Will Norman, I don't think there's any way that Redmond's going to get in front of Will Norman anyway. So you take a little bit of a hit, it doesn't matter. The car comes home in one piece, and Mark will come home with a smile on his face.
He's actually lost more than that. He's lost around about a second doing that.
Virago into third, Colin Yude in the Tiga in 4th place, then David Dearden in 5, Brian Searles up into 6, Grove in 7, and Glenn Swarbrick round out our 8 runners remaining, with unfortunately Alan Jones not taking the start, and Marty Bullock having a failure there on lap number 2.
It's a real shame, isn't it, because we've been robbed of a great race, because Alan Jones was right on the pace of Norman in qualifying, and that would have been a really good race for us, but we've been robbed of that, unfortunately. So hopefully Jones can get that car up and running again for the second event. He's got plenty of time, because we've got the lunch break in between this one and the next event.
Certainly a bit of a time to have a bit of a fettle with that car and try and get it back on track for this afternoon. Lots more racing coming your way as we pick up with Norman heading down into turn number 7 at the moment, and already up and over the top of the hill.
Yep, here he is Will Norman in car number 3, a very pretty red Ralt RT4. And of course these were the cars to have in the early 1980s in Australian Formula 1 motorsport. And 2 Australian Grand Prix were run almost exclusively, actually not exclusively, but almost exclusively with these cars. And some of the top Formula 1 drivers at the time, Nelson Piquet and several other drivers, came over and actually raced in the Australian Grand Prix in these Ralt RT4s and competed with our locals. And our locals definitely stood up to them and did a very good job against them. Roberto Moreno being the standout in those days, having won, I think he won a couple of Australian Grand Prix in a Ralt RT4.
They were a very dominating car there, weren't they, in the mid to late 70s?
In Western Australia, we had more Ralt RT4s locally than any other state in our local motorsport. I think we had 6 or 7 of them at one stage that were running here in our local competition. And it was great motorsport in those days, but unfortunately, by the time the mid-80s come around, the whole thing had fallen on its face. And that's when the Formula Fords really started to take off in Western Australia, and they took over our Gold Star and Silver Star as well for our Western Australian Motorsport Championships after that.
So we shouldn't have too much time remaining. We've got 10 seconds remaining on this one, and plus 1 lap, and it's still Will Norman doing a great job in the Rolt RT4 as Mark Redman just coming through over the start-finish line now. Then we go back to Ricky Virago, and he's going to be putting a lap on car number 4 of Grove.
Not super on fire lap times though. They've done the fastest lap of the race was a 59.9, and these cars usually in this formula, and I think that's probably just Will Norman backing right off because he doesn't need to stretch it. But you're usually seeing 56s and 57s in this category quite regularly.
I've just recognised that car, number 4. That's the ex-Craig Bradke car that was driven by Ayrton Senna.
Oh, of course, yes. Yep, that's the one. I wonder if Craig still owns it and whether or not he's
No, Craig has had a massive sale. He's sold all of his race cars, including the improved or the production car that he had that was once driven by Leanne Tanner.
Right.
That's gone as well, the Hancock sponsored car.
Yep.
So yeah, I just remembered. I thought I've seen that car before, and
I have definitely seen it before as well, but I couldn't. You're better than me in remembering that. That's for sure.
So that is some real history as it comes down into turn number 7. That Ayrton Senna, the multiple world champion Formula 1 driver, used to have his backside in that car as it comes across the start-finish line. Unfortunately that Craig sold the car, but at least now, as we say, we'd like to see them out on the circuit rather than sitting in somebody's garage.
Absolutely, and this really is a mobile museum that we're watching out there as we're waiting for our race leader to come over the top of the hill. Our race leader has got the last lap board and will be coming over the top of the hill fairly shortly and being seen. Here he is now, and he can come over the top of the hill and see the checkered flag. At the moment, just catching up on him on the screen now. So here he is down into turn 7, and it's going to be a fairly convincing win to car number 3, Will Norman, as he comes onto the pit straight and takes the checkered flag.
And in second place will be Mark Redman coming across the line in what we believe is a Duratec Formula Ford. And in third place should be Ricky Virago, I believe, in car number 43.
Yep, and then it will be Yude and Dearden most likely. Dearden's already taken the flag, as has Brian Sells back in 6th place. So we're just waiting for Virago and Yude. And here's Virago now down into turn 7. And he's about to lap that car number 4, but he's not going to get that done before the checkered flag comes down on his race.
That will be how they finish. So it's Norman from Redmond and Ricky Virago for our Formula Classics. And we're going to catch up with Jamie and Demelza for the first time this weekend, out and about around in the precinct. Good morning, Jamie and Demelza.
And welcome down to pit lane. It is Demelza and Jamie coming to you for round 5, and we are here with April Welsh for the Formula Vs. She has returned to the track after a little bit of a break. April, how do you feel being back out there today?
It's amazing to think that it's been 12 months. Time does fly, but it's also amazing to get back out there and to realise I haven't lost it, which is always nice.
April, first race back today. You must be feeling a bit strange, obviously, after a 12-month break, but on top of that, you've got to deal with all the weather, the wind and the rain. So how was it on the track?
Yeah, I came up yesterday just to blow out some cobwebs and work out which direction we've got to go around the track again. But, it was tricky coming out yesterday, getting the car set up, getting a feel for it in what was good conditions. And then rocking up this morning, of course, overcast, rain, and there was a bit of a dry track developing, but, it was still very slippery out there. So, of course, we made those adjustments to only then go out for race 1 to find beautiful sunshine again. So I think this is very much just going to be the pattern over the weekend, and we will adapt as we go.
Like most members of the clubs here at Carco Raceway, you've also got a strong family lineage when it comes to racing. Your dad, your uncle, your brother, and also your husband that you've actually just roped into buying a Formula V just recently.
Yeah, unfortunately he's FIFO, so he doesn't compete as often as the rest of us, but yes, as you can imagine, 4 cars and all of us competing in the same race makes for some great competition and also some friendly, fiery dinner conversations.
April, wishing you a great success today. Hope you really start improving through the back and get more comfortable back to where you were before you took the break. And it's back to Vaughan in the central commentary position.
Thanks very much down there, Jamie and Demelza. And we look forward to speaking to you guys over the weekend. We're going to take a short break before our FSR competitors hit the track here at
Confidence.
Carco Raceway.
It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
FSR Racing, proudly presented by Radical Australia West, Arise Racing and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Now live stream the cool down lap. It's going to be coming up on the 8th of November. 5:30 to 9 p.m. Rob, here at McCracken House. $30 for adults and $15 for kids. Officials and the winners of each category will get in for free. So it's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. And it's the end of the year presentations, a winner's car display, and our hilarious jokes award, which I reckon Rob's going to win that, hands down. Kids will love the bouncy house. We got bike, track and simulators here, while the grown-ups kick back with some live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets are just $30 for adults, as I said, $15 for kids, and the officials and the winners get in for free. So don't miss the cool down lap, one night only here at McCracken House at Carco Raceway. Get your tickets now at wascc.com.au/cool down lap.
And we've got the FSRs on the track, and they're doing their second warm-up lap at the moment, and then they'll group up for a rolling start. We've got Bryce Moore on pole position in car number 8, but he wasn't very much in front of car 28 of Chris Reindler, so they're their front row. And then we're going to be back to car number 18, which is Russell, and then we've got Eldridge in car 60 completing the second row of the grid. On the third row is going to be Mercer and Wong, and then finally on the back of the row will be Jackson. So that's the way they're going to line up. And so at the moment they're just starting to come together behind the safety car over the back of the circuit. And by the time they reach the top of the hill, coming down into turn 7, they'll be in double Indian file and ready for the rolling start.
And as we said in qualifying earlier this morning, a big congratulations to the Cuts racing team. Cooper Cuts taking out the Australian Championship for 2025 last weekend. It was a great race weekend for the Cuts family racing team, and of course the Arise engineers and owners and management up there as well. So congratulations everybody at Arise and Cooper Cuts coming home with Australia 1 last weekend. Side by side as they come down into turn number 7 for the last time. They'll be heads up looking for a green light now, and it is Bryce Moore with Chris Reindler on the front row. Very even start from everybody, and Jay Wong looks to come out wide and go 3 wide down into turn number 1. That's not going to work, and it's all Bryce Moore in the green car from the red car of Chris Reindler, and look at them, they're already getting away, Rob.
Yeah, they certainly are. We've got car number 18, I think, there of Russell in third place. But that was an absolutely magnificent start. I mean, those guys really know how to grid up for a rolling start. No gaps almost between each of them, and all very evenly spaced. So very, very fair start for all of them.
As they head up and over the hill for the first time, down towards the eastern section of carco.com.au Raceway. And I think we might be on board car number 78, I think that is. It looks like it may be Jay Wong and Andrew Eldridge just in front. And look how close they are as they come up and over the top of the hill. It's Troy Mercer we are on board with car number 78, down into turn number 7, hard on the brakes and just about right into the gearbox of Andrew Eldridge. Eldridge runs wide, Mercer stays mid-track, and he's thrown the arms up, so he's not happy about something. And as we saw the blue and red car, and that would be the newcomer of Cohen Jackson. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but Mercer clearly unhappy in the cockpit.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'd have to see a replay of that to see what he was unhappy about. We were concentrating on the in-car, and then I looked at what was happening in the exit of the corner. They were actually 3 wide for a moment when they exited the corner, but very, very fun battle back there in the field. But we've got Bryce Moore out the front of the field, and Chris Reindler now just about on his tail as we're waiting for them to come back over the top of the hill any moment. Looking at that battle still that's raging back there for the minors.
Wong, Eldridge, and that is Cohen in 78. Cohen Jackson.
Yep, it certainly is. Race leaders down to turn 7 once more, though, and the gap is about 3 or 4 car lengths at the moment between Moore and Reindler as they cross the line for the first time. Car 33 is Jay Wong, and he's battling at the moment with Eldridge, probably 1 or 2 car lengths behind him, and then a little bit of a gap then back to I think that might be Jackson, and then Mercer at the back of that group. Mercer's really fallen off this battle, actually.
You can see he's obviously unhappy about something, but it's not only maybe close contact with somebody else, but it's also cost him a lot of time.
Yeah, I think it's taken some of his concentration, to be honest, and he's probably dropped out on that last lap in the first half of the last lap while he sorted that all out and managed to calm himself down, because he was certainly upset.
Jay Wong in car number 33 from Andrew Eldridge, and look at Jackson. He's going to have a run down the inside here into turn number 6 on Andrew Eldridge, but he backs out of that one, and now we see our leaders up and over the top of the hill, and it's still the blue and black car of Bryce Moore.
It's closing up though, Paul.
Yeah, Chris Reindler's getting very racy.
Yeah, it's absolutely closed up on that last lap, and the fastest lap will be Reindler on that occasion, and he's faster by around about 1/10 of a second, so it's closed up. That's a 56.9, so that's the fastest lap we've seen of the day. Still that battle raging back there between Wong, Eldridge, Jackson as they head round turn number 1. But yeah, watching these guys in the front of the field, it seems to me a little bit like Bryce Moore has just got the best over Reindler in the first sector of the lap, but then Reindler tends to get back on his tail a little bit more in the second sector. So fastest sector of the track as I talk to Bryce Moore, 24.5 for the first sector, so that's the fastest of the race.
So he's exiting turn number 6 at the moment with Chris Reindler in a big pursuit now as they come up and over the top of the hill. But that battle further back is Cohen Jackson starting to get very, very close to the back of Andrew Eldridge now, as Andrew Eldridge tries to get onto the back of Jay Wong. But Rob, there's something very familiar with these cars, is that they're a bit like Formula 1 cars. We're going to go up close to the car in front and you start being buffeted by all of the wind. We're going to take a replay on our Turn 7 media, and there is the replay coming up right now, and we'll see what has happened here. But a very, very unhappy person was Cohen Jackson. Our leaders are still up and over the top of the hill as we pick up with this battle with Jay Wong, Eldridge and Cohen Jackson. So Cohen Jackson, as I said, he's going to move up and get right under the tail of Andrew Eldridge, and then, we've seen Eldridge, he's run very wide now, so that's allowed Cohen Jackson to drive straight underneath him, and that was exactly what I was just trying to get to, was that when you get close to the car in front, you start getting buffeted around. As we go for our replay again on Turn 7 media, as pick up what has happened here with Cohen. As he comes out of turn number 7, we just saw the hands flying up in the cockpit. And he was clearly unhappy. I can't actually see what was going on. If we had an in-car camera that was facing backwards, Rob, then maybe that might give us a bit more of an answer.
It might give us a bit more of an answer, you're absolutely right. But looking at this battle that's back there, we've been following for the entire event. Jay Wong's now managed to get well and truly away from the battle between Jackson and Eldridge. I think when Eldridge ran wide and Jackson got down the inside of him, it slowed both of them down and allowed Wong to just have that breathing space now. So he's got a fairly comfortable 4th position at the moment. It's still more from Reindler and Russell. And here they are back onto the pit straight once more to complete their next lap. And just looking at the monitor, they've got around about 2.5 minutes left of this event, plus one lap. So it's not going to be very long before we're going to be seeing the last few laps.
As Bryce Moore doing a good job. Car number 8 looking very dominant out there in front of Chris Reindler at the moment. And then we go back a long way to car number 18 of Brad Russell. And then this great battle that was developing with Jay Wong, Cohen Jackson, Andrew Eldridge, and then right down at the back is Troy Mercer. As for our live stream, we have a look at our onboard cameras, this time from Troy Mercer. Now, he's gone right up the back of Andrew Eldridge. Eldridge has run wide, and that's allowed somebody to come up the inside, and that would have been Cohen Jackson to driver's right of Troy Mercer. So really it's not an understanding of what he was actually unhappy about. There was definitely no contact there between Jackson, Mercer and Andrew Eldridge. So yeah, a bit of a mystery, that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a bit, but it definitely distracted him and made him fall even further back as we watch the guys who were in that battle across the start-finishing line once more now with Jay Wong, and then it's back to Jackson and Eldridge, and here comes Mercer across the line now, and he's lost probably about 4 seconds in the last few laps once again. So
good to see Brad Russell's given that car a paint job. It used to be red, and the 18 in 3rd place at the moment. And he's given that car a beautiful little wrap job. Out in front, it is still Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler. From Brad Russell, Jay Wong, Cohen Jackson, Andrew Eldridge, and Troy Mercer in car number 78. As it's still on down there in turn 6.
It is indeed, and it's got to be said when mentioning that about the car preparation, as these cars, along with the XLs that we see up here as well, are probably the best looking paint jobs that we have here at the circuit. Some of the really, really nice graphics that they get on this car, and it's great to see them putting so much effort into as we watch this battle once again. And coming across the line, they've actually caught up onto the back of Russell. So Jay Wong's just about to start putting a bit of pressure on him. There's 36 seconds left of the event, so he's got a little bit of time to do it, maybe a lap and a half. So let's see whether Jay Wong can make any more of it, inroads into car number 18 of Russell, and see if he can get himself up onto a podium position. Still that battle happening behind as well, as we watch Eldridge close right up onto the back of Jackson into turn 4. And then a bit of a gap back to Mercer, who's really out there on his own and has been probably since about lap 2.
And you'd say that Jay Wong's been the big mover, although hasn't jumped over too many position-wise, but as far as distance on the track, Jay Wong's actually moved a long way forward compared to anybody else out there as they come across and get the last lap board for the last time, and it is Bryce Moore from Chris Reindler, and there's only about under a second difference now between those two. Then we go back to Brad Russell in car number 18 from Jay Wong. Jackson, Eldridge and Troy Mercer will round out our field.
Yeah, it's this battle between Russell and Wong, I think, is the one to keep your eye on. Wong's getting very close to him around turn 1. It's going to be interesting to see what the first sector times are going to be between these two. That gap, though, is still staying reasonably even as they go up through the S's and into turn 4. So I think we're probably going to end up finishing the event as it stands at the moment. But Wong's definitely throwing out everything that he can to try to get right onto the tail of Russell and get that toe over the top of the hill and maybe a slingshot into turn 7.
Yeah, pretty impressed with car number 35 of Cohen Jackson. I think this may be his first race meeting out there, and he's doing a really great job. He's overtaken a couple of people and stayed out of trouble. But our leader's coming across the line now, and it will be car number 8 for arise, and that will be Bryce Moore from Chris Reindler, and Brad Russell should be next to look at this battle
Aldridge
down here.
Yeah, Aldridge down the inside of Jackson into turn 7, but Jackson's going to get beside him again on the over and under as we watch Russell just finish in front of Wong, and in fact he's got him back again as they go across the line. So well done, great little battle for the last 400 metres there, or 300 metres down to the start finishing line.
He must have heard me giving him a bit of a good rap there, because he's certainly done the right thing, moved out over to driver's right on the exit of turn number 7, was able to take that position back.
Racecraft can be learnt from watching. That's one thing that I learnt many years ago, is that if you watch enough motorsport, you learn your racecraft through that. So well done to him. He's obviously been paying attention. For a first effort, that was a brilliant job.
Moore, Reindler and Russell are your podium for FSR. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with historic touring cars and a very special event coming up. Martin Dennis will join Rob Haggerty. We'll be back very shortly here at Carco Raceway.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. Historic Touring Car Racing proudly presented by Axis Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts and iWrite Sign.
So, Historic Touring Cars about to head out onto the circuit for the first of their events here at carco.com.au Raceway for this Super Saturday. And what wonderful weather we've been greeted with so far since that little bit of rain that we had, or a fair bit of rain actually, earlier on in the morning at around 5 o'clock. And since then it's been very nice weather up here. We do have a severe weather warning in Perth which has been issued. However, just looking at the radar recently, I noticed that most of the cloud looks like it's going to swing underneath where we are here at Wanneroo or Neerabup. And therefore I think we're going to be able to see ourselves having a bit of a fine weather for the next few hours. I'd like to welcome to the microphone Martin Dennis, who's one of our experts in our historic racing, a long-term racer of a Datsun 1600. So welcome to the microphone and welcome back to the commentary area.
Yeah, thanks Rob. It's, I don't know about an expert, drip under pressure, but we do our best.
Yep, absolutely. So, and one of the best things that I've heard today so far is that you're rebuilding your beautiful yellow Datsun 1600 that was damaged earlier on in the season, and that was wonderful to hear.
Yep, absolutely. It's a fair task, but yeah, we'll get it there. It'll not happen. Doesn't happen quick enough, unfortunately.
No, it never does it? It makes you cringe when anybody has an incident in their cars. Not only does it reduce the number of cars that are in the events going forwards, but you just know how much it costs to prepare a car up here, even if you don't get it damaged, and then the extra on top of that, as well as the time it has to take. Yeah, I do feel for you. I do understand exactly where you're at.
One of the bigger problems with our cars, age and availability of equipment, stuff, panels to repair panels with, like sometimes you can't even get new stuff. There is little bits available for the Datsun, but not great amounts.
No.
You want to build a Mustang or a Camaro, you can get everything brand new. But unfortunately, Datto, she's not on that list.
And unfortunately for the Datsuns too, as having owned 3 of them in my lifetime, as they do tend to get a bit of tin worm in them as well, and that sort of like destroys the panels to a certain degree as well.
Oh.
But yeah, we've got the cars out on the track.
Yep.
Yep, and we've got a really good field of historic touring cars, and they're going to be led out onto the circuit by the Mustang gang, as I mentioned earlier on, and that's Ed House in car number at 79, Brian Ed House, who used to many years ago run an ex-Glen Seaton touring car up here, ex-EL Falcon, and used to race against my little Mazda MX-5 that I used to race up here at the time in the same category. I'd never raced against him because he was always half a lap in front, but he did a very good job in that car. He's doing a certain super job in car 79, that beautiful 69 Mustang that he's got out there in pole position, and behind him is the earlier model 66, I think that 64. One might be 64, is it's a very early one then. So 86 is Graham Woolhouse in the lovely silver first model Mustang, and then we're back to Stewie Young in the locally built XU1 Tirana, and then we've got the third of the big Mustangs, and that's car number 69 of Mark Cates.
So Mark Cates, and we'll give him a plug, Access Hire. He's our major club sponsor, along with Mike Moreland, guys at Perth Brake Parts and Alright Signs out there.
Yep, excellent. So good to see that he's up here with that very nicely presented car that he has, car number 69. Then we're back to Poglitz in car number 28, XU1 Tirana once again, and yeah, it's going to be Mark Cates who's got the onboard as well for us in this event, so that'll be excellent to see from the big Mustang. And then we're back to car number 44, which is Simon Northey in the BMW, and then Bowden in car number 23, and I think that he's the first of the Cooper S's this weekend, and he's done a great job to get so far up the field as well. Car number 13, on debut, is Kenny Waller in the Tirana XU1. He's moved from his Volvos over to his newly brought into Western Australia Tirana XU1. Then after that, we've got Mitch Evans in another Mini Cooper S, and then Will Colton, who's come back to Western Australia for Queensland, and is going to run the car that we all used to see up here on lots of occasions, car number 5, the beautiful yellow Cortina. Then Gary Edwards returning into his BMW in car 94. We haven't seen that one for a while. So good to see him back out. He's been racing in improved production in another BMW for the last couple of seasons. So good to see he's jumped back into his historic touring car. Laurie Lapsley in the big Jaguar, the wedding car as they call it. Then we've got the Van der Rit brothers, and they're both in TC Cortinas. And they're out there starting alongside each other back further back in the pack. Bill Shipper in the Datsun 1600, car number 30 is the next on the grid. And then we've got 65, which is Nathan Hadlow. And Nathan's out there in another Lotus Cortina Mark 1. And then we've got, I don't know, has O'Neill managed to make his way out there? Is Bob out there?
Bob's there.
Bob's there.
HQ's there.
Yeah, the HQ's there, and it's good to see that his old car that's got Wendy Cover in it as well is out there, having pulled out of qualifying, and in between those two is going to be another Cortina, car number 92, and that is Ian Brown. So that's the way the field lines up.
Yep, so we've got a couple of things. The Van der Rights are father and son.
Father and son, are they? Okay, not brothers. Okay.
Yeah, and Will Colton's actually New South Wales, he's out of Newcastle.
Oh, okay. All right then.
He does a bit of travelling.
Well, we've got a stall on the grid.
Car.
Let's hope that they all see that. That's car 69, our camera car, and I think that they've all seen that. Thank goodness for that. So, so that's unfortunate. So we may see a safety car here, because I don't think they're going to be able to get that to a point of safety.
He's got it going. He's got it going.
Oh, good on him.
Wow, that'll give him something to do. Catch up now.
It will, and that spoiled a little bit of our race at the front of the field, unfortunately, because he's started out a 4th on the grid, and he was pretty competitive in qualifying.
He's certainly going to be amongst it. Did give him a big talking to about being calm and collected, and he blew that.
Yep, well, you learn from your mistakes, so so he'll be right. He'll have that in the back of his mind from now on, and he'll learn something from that. But I imagine he'll probably get back up to the midfield during this event, because the event is over 12 minutes, so he's got plenty of time to do it.
Yep. No, he'll work his way through now, and he's actually a very accomplished driver. Done a lot of Targa and other things, so he's been with us for a couple of years. And he's getting there. Now the race at the front's the one that's going to be interesting, the 64 Mustang against the 69.
It is indeed, and he actually pulled him in quite a bit there under brakes, and very sideways on the exit of the corner then was Ed House as well, so he's going to lose a little bit of his terminal speed at the end of the straight as a result of that. And have a look at Woolhouse, he's just dived up the inside of him, and he's going to just about nail his door because he locked up, and but he's managing to get that move made, and he's around the inside. But look at Ed House with that grunt that he's got in that 69 Mustang. He just pulls away again and takes off up through the S's.
Another 50, 60 cubic inches makes a big difference.
It certainly does. And hanging on to these two, by the way, while they've been battling, and they probably slowed each other up just a little bit, is the little XU1 of Stewie Young. Exactly.
That's a quick little car, that one of Stewie's. It's well prepared, and absolutely he'll be chewing on the bumpers
Yeah, and Poglet's actually is not very far behind. He's managed to get over the top of Northey in the BMW, and so he's moved up into 4th position. He's not very far behind Stewie Young, so that's going to be a battle that's going to unravel as the race continues as well. Race leader back over the top of the hill.
Yeah, horsepower wins.
Yep, definitely does.
Down there. Graham's a very calculated driver at the 2nd place there. He'll work his way at it.
He's been around a long time in this category now in this car.
He's pedaling a little while.
Yep. And so he knows it inside out, I'm sure.
Yep. Well prepared car. Not saying that Brian's not, but that's a beautiful car. But it'll be the laps that show how you manage the tyres.
Good battle back here between the two Cooper S's of Bowden and Evans as well. Evans right on the tail of him. He takes a dive under brakes down into turn 1, and he's managing to get that move made. We're on board at the moment. With Mark, and he's making his way into turn 1 and starting to gather up. I think that's one of the Vanderrips, is it? No, it's...
Where are you? He's got one of them's gone. He's got one of them back here. He's actually up now behind the wedding car.
The wedding car,
you can see the wedding car in the vision there. So he'll be on Laurie's. He'll be alongside Laurie real shortly.
I'd say we'll be getting him into turn 6, down the Alpine straight or into turn 6. So as we stay on board with the Mustang, he just clips the curb on the inside of turn 5 and puts his boot into it, and as suspected, he's going to take that Jaguar down into turn 6.
Just see the old E8's pulling off. Wendy had vibration and driveline issues, so obviously they haven't fixed it, unfortunately.
Yeah, they've had a lot of problems with that car over the years, haven't they? One way or another, when Bob was driving it wasn't all that reliable either, which is a real shame because it's a beautifully presented car.
Absolutely.
So still on board with car number 69, Mark Cates. And we're getting a great view of the battle between these two minis at the moment as he blasts past them.
Inside of the two minis.
Wouldn't be surprised if the minis are back down the outside of him again as they go through the corner. Have a look at Evans around the outside. Yeah, brilliant move.
Yeah, horsepower wins.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the unfortunate thing of running a 12.75 against a big V8 like that, is that you don't have much of a look in once you get into a bit that needs a fair bit of power. So having a look at the lovely white XU1 Tirana as well back there, and that's the new car that's been brought into the state by Kenny Waller.
Yep, and that's a well-prepared car out of, I think it was Victoria.
Yep.
He actually spent a few years sitting in Darwin where the guy was going to actually make a road car out of it.
Yep.
Which is happening a fair bit more these days with these cars.
Yeah, they're worth a lot of money as road cars.
And Kenny spotted it and brought it home.
Yep, and it's very reminiscent of, and I'm going to date myself here, but very reminiscent of the XU1 Tirana that Wayne Negus took to Bathurst in 1972 from Western Australia.
Yep.
A car that my father helped to develop.
Yeah, right.
So down the outside of the Cooper S Mini he comes. And having said that, it looks like Bowden has managed, it goes very wide, but he's managed to get in front of Mitch Evans, who's pulling into the pits, and that's the reason why. So that's a shame for Mitch. Across the line they go once more. Will Colton back there, also in car number 5, just in front of the Jaguar of Lapsley. And then we're back to Evans, who's just pulled into pits. So we've got the Vanden Wright, father and son. And then we've got Ian Brown, Bill Schipper in the Little Datsun 1600, and then back to Hadlow in the Mini, the Cortina.
Lotus Cortina. Yeah, Nathan in the Lotus number 65 there, he's reasonably new to the racing game, so he's having to learn the craft.
Yeah, he's been involved in doing quite a few time challenge events over the last couple of years, and I met him down at Collie at one stage when we were doing an event together, and I think he may have been doing it in that car. But nonetheless, it's good to see that he's come up to full-on motorsport.
Yep.
We need as many people as we can get out there because there's diminishing numbers in some of the categories. It'd be great to see some of the other guys in time challenge and those events step up just a little bit as well. But
we certainly would. It's. I mean, unfortunately, like all motorsports, none of it's cheap.
No.
And it all comes down to the passion.
It does indeed.
There's a lot of cars in WA that comply, or a logbook for historics, but economics usually dictates how often they come to the track.
There's a lot of racing cars that sit in sheds, unfortunately. Car 69 of Cates has made his way up into 6th position, so that's a 3rd row start for the second event as it stands at the moment. So that means that he'll be back wanting to stir it up with the people at the front of the field in the next event, and he's done a fastest lap time in this event of a 66.4. The fastest lap has been a 65.7, so he's only around about 7/10 of a second behind Ed House at the moment, but he's been working in traffic for the whole time, so he may not have got a clear lap. Here's Ed House once more out onto the pit straight. We're around about 1 minute and 47 away from the 12 minutes being up, and then we'll see one more lap after that.
So we've got another lap, another 2 laps basically.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. So Cates has now managed to get in front of Northey as well. So that's 5th position, I think.
In 5th now, yep. And I suspect that he might be able to roll Poglitz before the end of the lap. We'll be very close to it certainly by the time the flag comes out.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have time though to get onto the back of Stewie Young, who's just going up through turn 4. So, but that's still going to be a 4th position start, which is where he started this one. So he's managed to gather it back up again.
If you just keep the engine running, it'll be a damn good thing.
Here's the 2 Cortinas over the top of the hill, beautifully presented cars.
Oh dear.
We've had a big blow up down there, have we? Yeah, looks like we've had a big blow up. Who's that?
It wasn't Gallagher. It's white. It's white with blue stripes. I can't see if there's mirrors.
Maybe the Tirana, maybe the new Tirana into the state. It may actually be
Waller's. I can't quite tell.
The car of Kenny Waller.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Kenny Waller's car, definitely.
Yes, there it is. Oh dear.
So what a shame for Ken. That's
expensive.
Baptism of fire, literally.
That's expensive.
Yeah, yep, that's a real shame. And also Stewie Young off the track as well at the exit of turn 6.
Oil.
Yep.
There's oil down here.
Yep, but this is the exit of turn 6 over here, so we've got Stewie Young off the track. So that's going to, we've got a safety car as well, but that's going to bring car 69 of Cates, Mark Cates, up into 3rd position in this event, although it won't, because he's not going to have the opportunity to get past Poglitz, because we're going to see this safety car end the event, I think.
Yes.
In fact, I think we've just had checkered flag come out.
Okay, that's done.
No, I'm lying. It's a yellow flag at the start finishing line. I'll get my act together in a moment, but yeah, it's definitely safety car.
Glasses.
Yeah, definitely safety car out there, but I think this is how they're going to finish, because we've just gone time certain with the 12 minutes.
Issue here, the safety car hasn't picked up the leader, because Edhouse is the leader and Woolhouse.
Yeah, so they've thrown that out because they've got so much oil.
Well, mind you, Ken was right over on this side, so on the outside of the track.
Yep.
Well, there comes
our timekeepers will all sort it all out. So we're about to see a replay coming up of the engine of the number 13 Tirana XU1 blowing up, unfortunately, down the pit straight, and that's a really sad situation there for Ken Waller. So here it comes now on the screen. Yeah, so there it is.
There it goes, bang. Yep.
Yep. So he's done the right thing.
He was right off when he got as soon as he noticed something was wrong. That's for sure.
Yeah, he did the right thing as well and got off the racing line as quickly as he possibly could. But yeah, that's expensive, isn't it? What a terrible shame for a debut for a new car to the state.
Well, he actually ran it at college at the last meeting, and went absolutely brilliantly down there, especially for his debut in that type of car too, because he run a little bit different to a Volvo.
Yeah, just a little bit different. Although he always did very, very well in both the 4-cylinder and the 6-cylinder Volvos. He's quite a good little driver.
Yeah, very temperamental cars those. Unfortunately, they didn't have the reliability one would have expected.
No.
But so yeah, and he's been looking at a Tirana for some time and missed out on a couple others. And this come, like I say, this come available out of Darwin, and when he was doing it tough up there sailing one of his yachts.
Oh, terrible life, isn't it? Mel Bowden has been given a bad sportsmanship flag for running wide at turn 7 at one stage, but that's not going to affect him. That was just a bit of a warning for him. But we're going to see now the checkered flag come out. It's going to be Brian Edhouse who takes the win from Graham Woolhouse, and then it's going to be Rob Poglitz back there in 28.
Northey, Bowden, Colton, Lapsley, Edwards, the 2 Vandenrights, Ian Brown, Bill Skipper, Nathan Adlow, the star against Bob O'Neill there. Don't know what that means.
That means that he's already passed the start finishing line already.
Oh,
so
there we go.
He's going to definitely be in that position.
Yep, he's lap 3 down. Young, Waller and Evans.
Yeah, and Young, Waller and Evans didn't finish the event, neither did Wendy Cover. So that's a big shame for those guys. Hopefully, I don't think we're going to see the Waller car back out again, but hopefully they can sort out the Young and the Evans and the Cover car and get them out for the next one. They've got a fair bit of time coming up to be able to do that. Okay, so that's the way that they were. So thank you very much for your very wise comments during that. And
Thanks, Rob.
We're going to take another short break because we've got one more event before we have our lunch break, and that's going to be Saloon cars. But before we do that, we're going to be throwing over to an interview. So thank you very much to the Historic Touring Car Club for putting on such a great race, and we'll throw over to that interview.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025, proudly sponsored by Gallagher Insurance. We're at Arise Racing's garage, and we just saw the running of the FSR category, and Brad Russell's joined us now. You came in third, Brad. You're not happy with that result. Can you tell me why?
I've just found it a bit tricky. The car was a bit nervous, and that probably tended to make me oversteer and, not so smooth.
We're expecting a pretty bad day with weather today. But did you prepare the vehicle for wet weather, or did you just go out there with the sort of stock standard, fine weather sort of track? But you felt that sometimes the track was actually a bit slippery.
Yeah, it must be heat on the surface today. I mean, we arrived with wet weather tyres on the car, all prepped up mentally, thinking it's going to be a wet day. And look at it, it's beautiful, blue skies, warm day on the track.
Now, you did come up and get into this racing thanks to a friend. Can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
Yeah, an old mate, Eugene, he got to drive up here. He got invited to drive, and he was told that he could bring a friend along, and I was lucky enough to be the friend. So got up here, did 20 laps with a coach in the car, a Rise coach, Rise Racing, fantastic. And then I kept sneaking up by myself without the mate. And then they had this red car, not this one, this an earlier car for sale, and I thought, I'd love that. So I ended up buying that and have raced ever since.
Now, you, the Rise Racing crew and yourself do travel around Australia with racing. I believe we've done pretty well.
We did. We had a clean sweep in the Nationals this year. Cooper Cutts won the overall. We won the rookie, the amateur, the masters, and of course the grandmasters. And I'm the grandmaster, obviously, and the master. So it was a very successful year. Yeah, really
fantastic.
Good.
So you've always been fascinated in motorsport?
I have. I've loved it, but never had the chance to race until I got into this car. It's a wonderful car. Great downforce, low to the ground, goes super quick. I mean, at most national tracks, we're matching lap times with the GT3 Cup cars, Porsche cars, so they're pretty quick through the corners.
So really, stylistically, I mean, they seem to be the best merge of like technology, design, and so forth, especially for racing. I mean, do you agree with that? Is that the sort of feel that you have when you're sitting in the seat?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's they are quite basic. That you can make a lot of changes to them to customise, track conditions, how the driver's driving as well. So, but there's no driver's aids, there's no OBS or anything like that. It's quite raw in that sense.
And at Rise Racing, I mean, they've scored so much success in recent time, but, for every good reason, though, because the way they look after the vehicles for the drivers is exceptional.
Oh, exceptional. We're one of the most professional radical teams on the national calendar. Rise Racing do a super job. Really happy to be with them.
Brad, you've got 2 more races to go, so what are you hoping to achieve in the next 2 races, albeit the fact that the weather stays pretty much the same as it is right now?
I just hope to drive better than I did in the last race, a little bit smoother, definitely faster. Track conditions were a bit slippery, but they weren't that bad.
Mate, wish you luck, mate. Hope you get to your aspirations for today, and best of luck for the entire racing day.
Thanks very much.
Pleasure.
Well done, Brad. Now, Spit Roast Buffet, live music and racing awards. It's the cool down lap. Get your tickets now at wascc.com.au. There's more action from the track all on the way after this short break.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance Group. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool-down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
We're still looking at around about another 3 or 4 minutes, and we'll get racing again for the Right Way Industrial Saloon cars. A good size field, and car 225, Jackson Callow, is going to start on pole position. He's well out in front in the current championship point scores, and Robbie Maron will start alongside him on the first row. Alongside him will be Gary Hills in car number 93 with Brett Sheriff, newcomer to saloon car racing. He's jumped out of a Hyundai XL and is doing really well so far in qualifying this morning to put his car for Austral Drilling on the second row. Dylan Barr, son of Greg Barr, in car number 70, and he'll start alongside Daniel Karukin. Then, so we will come back very shortly here at carco.com.au Raceway with the commencement of our Right Way Industrial Saloon cars.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Saloon Cars Racing proudly presented by Right Way Industrial, Bailey Brewing Company, Fox Roofing WA, Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication, Word of Mouth Signs, and Auto One Morley.
Welcome back to Carco Raceway here in the northern suburbs of Perth, Western Australia. Thanks very much for tuning in on our Turn 7 live stream. Hope you're enjoying all of the racing. Some of the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia right here at carco.com.au Raceway. Don't forget our cool down lap, our recognition for all of our hard-working officials, and of course our trophy presentation night as well on November the 8th, starting at 5:30. And if you're a bit worried about how you're going to get here, we've got a bus that will be leaving the Clarkson train station, and that will bring you all the way out to Carco Raceway for the cool down lap. You can book that now at wascc.com.au/cool down lap. And as I said, it's a way that we honour the people who make it all possible, our officials. Without them, we don't go racing. So we can celebrate them, plus enjoy the fun, food and racing stories from the 2025 season. Saturday, November the 8th. Get your tickets online at wascc.com.au cool down lap. And Rob Haggerty joins me again in commentary for this one. Saloon cars, mate, for Right Way Industrial. Jackson Callow's got a commanding lead in the championship, but I think Rob Maron and Gary Hills will be trying to tear some points off him.
I think they will. Rob Maron's doing very well this weekend once again. He was a standout for most of last season and has had an up and down season this season. The last couple of race meetings he's been buried mid-pack, so it's good to see that he's starting from the front row once more. I missed the qualifying of this because I was sitting in my car down there waiting for my time challenge qualifying, and I won't be able to commentate on any of the rest of these races today, but I'm so pleased that I get to see at least one saloon car race, because this is one of the categories, along with many, but this is one of the categories which is really, really good here in Western Australia and always puts puts on excellent racing.
Certainly is, and at the conclusion of this one, our drivers and vehicles will line up on the start-finish line, and we're going to throw the gates open and allow everybody to come down and have a talk and have a wander through, and I'm pretty sure Jamie and Demelza and myself will be down there, and we'll do some interviews and have a chat to some of the drivers and see what's been going on out there on the circuit. As you said, Rob, I had another look at the Weather Bureau. Doesn't look like there's any rain here for the Wanneroo area, but down the southern suburbs, they look like they're going to cop a bit of a battering this afternoon. And as you said, that severe warning, that is for tomorrow. So if you're coming back again tomorrow, don't forget to bring the wet weather gear. Looks like she might be a little moist.
Yeah, and of course we do broadcast across to FM radio, so if you do happen to come across here tomorrow and it is raining, you can always sit in your car up there on the hill and turn us on to the FM radio, and that'll be magnificent. Look, we've got Jackson Callow on pole position in car 225, and then next to him will be Rob Maron. Then on the second row on the inside will be Gary Hills. Next to him will be Brett Sheriff, and great to see Brett back on the circuit, one of our standouts for the XLs over many years. And then we're going to go back to car number 70, which is going to be Dylan Barr running a Commodore VT. And then we've got Daniel Karukin next to him. We've got Tyson Sadler back in car 36.
They're away.
We're away.
Rolling
start. Yeah, so these guys have done a rolling start. So down into turn one, they go for the first time. Bit of a lock up there for Callow, but he manages to get that position sorted. Looks like Hills has gone down the inside of car 82 of Maron, though, and he's taken that second place off him. And then it's back to that 17 of Sheriff in that lime green, fluoro green and black paint scheme.
And then it goes back to Rick Gill, Tyson Sadler, Daniel Karukin, and
Chishala?
Yeah, Vince Chiala, and the rest of the field. Parham's in there as well, and that's a nice looking car too. That I think it was a Falcon, car number 97. But have a look, they're nearly three wide as they come across the top of the hill for the first time and down into turn number 6. The very long right-hander. And out in front, it is still Jackson Callow. He's actually moved away a little bit now from 93 of Gary Hills, and Rob Maron not letting Gary get away from him.
Yeah, big battle for Barr and Karukin and Sadler back there a little bit further in the field, and right on the tail of Sadler is Chishala as well there. So they're having a great battle a little bit further back. Oh, big move down there. I think that might have been
Craig James.
Craig James, yeah, who made a big move in car number 10 down the inside of Martin.
And Rick Gill now takes the opportunity and looks up the inside of Martin. Should be able to grab this position as he hangs Martin out to dry through turn number 1. And Rick Gill really squeezing him wide and ends up taking that position. So now he'll be looking eyes forward at the back of the Automasters car of Craig James.
So around about 7-8 tenths of a second between first and second, Callow and Hills as they crossed the line last time, but very, very close then to Maron, about another 2 tenths of a second back. So a big battle on for the lead of this event as we wait for them to come out of turn 6 on the screen, and it looks like Maron's starting to lose out a little bit on this battle for the lead, and Hills is still quite on the tail of Callow, but starting to fall back a little bit as Rob Maron.
And just having a look further back was Rick Gill's now put a move on Craig James as well and starting to drive forward. So next on his hit list will be Reg Ralph in the Fox Roofing VN Commodore.
Yeah, good to see Reg out there. He had a good run a couple of weeks ago at Sandown, where he went over to Victoria and ran over there with those guys in the National Championship, and he had a great time over there and finishing in the top 10 in all of the events that he had.
Gary Hills is now coming under pressure from Rob Maron. So Rob's car's now starting to come on and move forward, and he'll be all over the back of Gary Hills when they get down to turn number 6 this time. We've got 13 minutes, so this is their extended race by the look of it. It is, it's actually an 18 minutes plus 1 lap. So a long way to go, and the race start is under investigation from Motorsport Australia.
Yeah, they were very strict on their at the driver's briefing about the start of this particular event. They asked the Saloon guys to stay back for a bit of a chat after the driver's briefing. So somebody has obviously breached the regulations that they were wanting to put out for the weekend. So watching the cars come through turn 6 and back with the leaders, and hasn't it closed up at the front.
It certainly has. 0.3 of a second last time across the stripe. I think it might have gone out a little bit more, but look, Rob Maron is getting all over the back of Gary Hills now in the 93. Gary goes defensive on driver's right, and that allows Maron to take his normal line. So you would think that Maron should be able to get right onto the back of Gary Hills as they go into the braking area for turn 4.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not quite going to be able to do it at turn 4, but it's an opportunity at turn 6 if he can get through turn 4 quickly. And that seems to be where he does make up a bit of ground, is across turn 5 and down the old pit straight. So it may be on down in turn 6, but if not there, then we will definitely see them at the bottom at turn 7 having a go. So we're about to go to a replay and having a look at something that's happened earlier in the event.
Yeah, this was when they came out of the pit area. So we'll see what... Oh, there's sideways. Tyson Sadler stood on the gas and just on cold tyres. He's gone straight across onto the grass, onto the infield. So, yeah, we missed that one.
I'm certainly not going to get into him too much. I've done that at the start on the warm-up lap of a race. I've had a spin before, and it's very embarrassing. But we're back to the front of the field here as they make their way back onto the pit straight, and starting to really stretch out that gap now is Jackson Callow. But the battle is still on well and truly between the Commodore of Gary Hills and Rob Maron in the Gold Falcons for Reg Ralph Motorsport as they make their way up through the S's. And we're already only 11 minutes left in this event, so we're almost 7 minutes down already. So almost a bit more than a third of the way through the event as they all make their way up through turn 4. Starting to spread out quite a lot in the midfield, but there's still a good battle back there between Ralph and I think that's Parnham in car 97. Is it the orange car?
Yep,
it certainly is. And so they're having a great nose-to-tail battle as they head over the top of the hill.
So we just picked up temporarily there on Tyson Sadler as he went across the top of the hill there, not too far behind Brett Sheriff and Dylan Barr as well. So looking very, very racy down there is Tyson Sadler at the moment, and here comes this other battle. I think that was that's Reg Ralph in 41, Parham and Rick Gill, I think that would be car number 81.
Yeah, making its way through the field. He'll no doubt get past Parham as they come down into turn 7. And he'll have Reg Ralph on his radar as the next car that he wants to get past. Reg just clips the curb and gets a little sideways on the exit then. That's probably going to make it a bit easier for Rick Gill in car 81, 81, sorry, to get onto his tail as they cross the start-finishing line. A bit of a battle still looming for second place as once again Maron gets onto the back of Hills into turn 4. He really is quite good coming out of turn 1 and all the way up through the S's into turn 4.
There we go. The stewards have had a look at the start, and it's a 5-second penalty for Reg Ralph, car number 41, a false start. So he's gone too early.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Reg, but no doubt he'll learn something from that.
And we've also got a bad sportsmanship flag for car number 12.
Yeah, that's Vince Chichella.
Yeah. So track limits on turn 7 for Vince Chiella out of Bunbury. And look at this battle now.
Yeah, I was going to say it's been joined now by Brett Sheriff.
Yep.
In car
won't be long.
17.
Dylan Barr will be on the back of this, and hopefully he can take Tyson Sadler up there with him.
Yep. So probably coming up towards halfway through this event. And we're going to have a real battle for second place first. I think unless some misfortune befalls him, I think we can probably say that Jackson Callow's got this one in the bag. But this battle for second stage to really liven up.
I'm not sure whether our fire guys realise that they've got their flashing lights going on the inside of the track there. That'll be fairly off-putting for all of our drivers at the moment. So if somebody can get on the radio and tell the fire guys to turn their lights out, that'll be much appreciated.
So cars now heading down into turn number 6, and who are we on board with at the moment? I think that might be just behind Jackson Cow. So that will be Dylan Barr that we're on board in car number 70.
And another track limits warning for bad sportsmanship flag for car 65 of Anthony Martin.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame for him too, and he's the other guy that I think that went over to the east to race in the last few weeks as well. So that's both of them that's been penalised in this event. But yeah, Dylan Barr we're on board with in car number 70, and he's looking at that battle for second place at the moment as they cross the line to complete another lap. 8 minutes left in this event, and down into turn 1 they go, nose to tail, a lot of them, and we're getting an absolute bird's eye view here from Dylan Barr.
Dylan, yeah, it is car number 70 for Revo Fitness. He's you can see that Brett Sheriff is just probably 25 metres in front of him, but it's good to see Sheriff's joined that battle now with Rob Maron, who seems to have fallen off the back of Gary Hills in 93. But Jackson Callow, he is gone. He's got nothing to worry about in front. There's no lap traffic in front, and the guys behind don't have to worry about them either.
I tell you what, you can probably see on the screen, I think every now and then you're seeing Dylan Barr looking very seriously into his rear view mirror, because he's got Tyson Sadler right on his tail as well. So whilst we're watching this battle out the front of his windscreen, he's watching his rear vision mirror as Sadler is he's actually taken a bit of room off him on that last lap, but Sadler was right up his backside going into turn 4 as they disappeared on the last lap.
So out onto the main straight again to reel off another lap. We still have 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this one, and it's Jackson Callow by a good 100 metres now, and now Robbie Maron starting to get closer to the back of Gary Hills. He looked for a run around the outside into turn number 1, and that didn't work. So already car number 82 of Rob Maron starting to get very, very aggressive on the back of Gary Hills.
Great to see Dylan Barr doing so well. Our camera car is on the screen at the moment, and of course the son of Greg Barr, who's been racing up here in various categories for many, many years. He had a lovely XU1 Tirana, and he's also raced in the saloon cars in the past, and Dylan's his son's coming up through the ranks and doing a very, very good job. He really adapts himself to the front-running saloon cars here at carco.com.au Raceway.
Vince Chiella slowing right down in the Commodore over there in the pits, in the bus stop area at the moment towards turn number 4. But this battle is still raging here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Sheriff's dropped off that battle once again, so he got quite close there for a couple of laps, but he seems to have dropped off a bit, and there's now 100 or so metres between those two Falcons. And then it's Dylan Barr and Tyson Sadler in car number 36, the Kmart Racing liveried car. And then it's a big gap back to Daniel Karukin in car 43. And then we've got Rick Gill coming across the line. I'd say that that's probably as far up as he's going to get in this event. Yep. He might get Karukin, but it's not going to do him much good because he'll still be starting from the 4th row of the grid for the next one. Then we're back to Reg Ralph with the 5-second penalty. Parnham in car number 97 is next, and waiting for Andrew Martin to cross the line now, which he does in car number 65. And then we've got Craig James in car number 10, and Vincent Schaller, who you said was going slowly on the last lap. He's back there in the last position, which is very unusual for Vince, normally right towards the pointy end.
He certainly is. So unfortunately that car, I don't know whether it may be overheating or something, but it's definitely slowing lap by lap, and that will put him at the back of the field for this one. As this battle's still going. There's Jackson Callow. He's miles out in front. You can forget about them. He'll take the win barring any mechanical failure. But look at Robbie Maron now. Closes up to within 1 car length of the car in front, 93 of Gary Hills, the all-black car. And then, as you said, Brett Sheriff just slipping off the back of these guys at the moment. However, that could change very quickly. It only needs a little mistake from Robbie Maron and Gary Hills, and Brett Sheriff will be right up there.
Tell you what, he's a gun on the brakes into turn 1 as Brett Sheriff. He closed that gap right down going into turn 1. He's doing the same going into turn 4 as well. Have a look at how he really draws onto the back of the guys in front and evens that gap between the 3 of them as they go up through there. But by the time they get down to turn 7, he seems to have just dropped off the pace. So perhaps it's a horsepower issue for his car.
And Tyson Sadler's been able to get in front of Dylan Barr now, so that drops Dylan, our camera car number 70, back into P6. Daniel Karukin in 7. Rick Gill up to 8th. Reg Ralph in 9, and Parham in car number 97 round out our top 10.
As the leaders, the second place group make their way back up over the top of the hill, and they're in the middle of the screen at the moment, and you can have a look once again how Sheriff has just dropped off the battle again as they come down into turn 7. So I think he's probably a little bit down on horsepower to the cars that are in front of him. And here's this battle back there for the positions of 5 and 6 between Sadler and Barr, and Sadler's just taken that move off him, and he seems to be driving away to us from him now. Yeah,
Dylan was able to get a little bit closer under brakes to the back end of the Kmart car of Tyson Sadler, but then down the main straight, I think Tyson had a better exit out of turn number 7. He was able to drive away. There's a good 50 metres now between the Kmart car and Dylan Barr.
Have a look.
Brett Sheriff right on the back of Robbie Maron.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Have a look at Sheriff, and out of turn 1 and all the way up through the S's and turn 4 and turn 5, he absolutely gathers them up, but then he loses them in the horsepower section of the track, down the old pit straight and down the back straight. So he'll be having a look at that motor, I suspect, at the end of the race meeting, and maybe seeing if he can't get a bit more horsepower out of it, because I think that's where he's lacking.
course, they're all running the same ECUs on these cars. It's a very fair competition. And it comes down to driver ability and the way you set up simple things like air pressures and front-end geometry. As Gary Hills floats the Commodore out of turn number 7.
Have a look sorry to jump in, but have a look at Sheriff under brakes down here, because he's the closest he's been for a while, and let's see how much he actually gathers up under brakes. He really closes onto the back of the Gold Falcon for Rick Gill Motorsport of Maron.
And then they drive away a little bit. Maron puts 1 car length on him at under brakes here again. There's Brett Sheriff moving right up, right into the boot lid of Rob Maron as they turn into turn number 4 and head up and over the top of the hill. And Brett Sheriff's looking a bit racy now as they crest the top of the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. But now he seems to be getting to the part of the track where he has a disadvantage. We're down to 2 minutes left in this event, so that's probably 3 laps, I'd suggest.
Plus 1 lap.
Yep, 3 laps, I'd suggest. So you got the 2 minutes will be the 2 laps, and then a 3rd lap will be the one after the time certain. So cars out of turn 6 once more, and once more you see car 17 just starting to drop off the back of that group.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to have the torque out of the corners. Under brakes, it's a demon, but as we say that, he pulls out and gets a big whiff of cold air. And I did notice when I went outside a while ago, that wind is really starting to pick up now. You can see the trees down there in turn number 7 really starting to get rocking and rolling.
Yeah, and it looks like it's heading in the direction up the back straight. So that means that they'll be able to brake a bit later down to turn 7 and a bit earlier into turn 6. So the battle's still raging for 2nd place. Back behind them, the battle for 5th and 6th place is starting to close up once again. Dylan Barr, our camera car, starting to get to grips with the back of car 36, Tyson Sadler, and they've got strengths and weaknesses in different parts of the track as well that I've noticed. But on the screens, car 93 of Gary Hills, and just behind him, once again, we see Brett Sheriff pulling onto the back of the Maron car.
You probably see Gary Hill start to get away a little bit now from Robbie Maron, because Robbie will be not only looking forwards, but he's got a rear vision mirror now full of Brett Sheriff as they head up out of turn number 6 to reel off another lap. We're down to 30 seconds remaining. Here comes our leader out onto the start-finish line, so we should get 2 more laps of this one to go. For Right Way Industrial, these are the Saloon cars.
Yeah, absolutely. So this battle back onto the pit straight once more, and they come across the line. It's around about 0.3 of a second, as you can see on screen, between Hills and Maron, and then probably a further, I don't know if that's cumulative or whether that's a gap between Maron and Sheriff, but he's 0.8 further back.
We go back on board with Dylan Barr as he tries to do his best to hang on to the back of 36 of Tyson Sadler. And again, under brakes, the Falcon seems to be a little bit better under brakes into turn 4.
Yeah, it's. I think they're both in Commodores, Vaughan, in these two. I know
yes, yeah, Dylan is. Yep,
Dylan's in a Commodore as well. So, but there's a VY Commodore against a VT Commodore, but I don't think they'll make a great deal of difference as we go back to the outside view at the beautifully liveried Kmart car, and you almost expect to see Greg Murphy sitting in that car every time you look at it.
Ready for the lap of the gods.
Another lap of the gods, and to hand over to Rick Kelly.
Dylan's come out a little bit shallow out of turn number 6, although it doesn't seem to have cost him much now, because he's now right into the boot lid of Tyson Sadler on the exit of turn number 7. But here's our leader at the moment, car 225 of Jackson Callow, and looks like he may take out the state championship this year. Yep. Is young Jackson doing a great job all year.
Absolutely, and he's come out of Hyundai Racing as well as Brett Sheriff, who's in 4th place, and he's out on his last lap now, so around turn 4 for the last time, up the top of the hill and around turn 5 and past flag point 5, or what used to be flag point 5. They've all got new numbers now, but down the old pit straight towards turn 6. And a beautifully presented car, and really, really well driven for the entire season this year is car 225 of Jackson Callow.
So yes, as you said, Rob, we are on the last lap now. So Jackson coming out of turn number 6 and up and over the top of the hill for the final time as he comes down over the hill now into that very stiff sea breeze. You can see the trees over there in turn number 7. Those big ones are really starting to wash around up there. And as he comes out of turn number 7, up on over the ripple strip, Checkered flag goes to car 225 of Jackson Callow.
He's a happy man as he weaved his way past the start finishing line. It looks like second place is going to be to Grant Hill, so Maron wasn't able to do anything about that. As Brett Sheriff finishes fourth, Tyson Sadler finishing in front of Dylan Barr, so that's the way they settled. Daniel Karukin having a fairly lonely run throughout the entire event, and as suspected in 8th place is going to be Rick Gill, who'll start from fourth row, outside fourth row for the second event later in the day. And then we've got Reg Ralph with a 5-second penalty. I don't think that's going to penalise him a great deal. He's going to be fine. And then after that, we've got Parnham coming across the line next, and then it'll be Martin, James and Shishella. And of course, Vaughan, you're going to be heading down fairly shortly for the grid walk.
Yeah, I'll be going down there, joining Jamie and Demelza. And of course, we're going to have a drift demonstration as well. So if you're into your drifting, you like smoking the bags out of your tyres, stick around and come and join us down on the grid walk. We're going to take a short break, and Jamie, Demelza and myself will pick it up from downstairs very shortly. This is carco.com.au Raceway. Hope you've enjoyed the morning's action. Plenty more to come this afternoon. Stick around. This is carcoraceway.com.au.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
Waiting for her permission. God has to say yes.
Round 5 of a championship here at Carco Raceway. Jackson Callow just finished the Saloon race, and first race of the day, Jackson, you stayed out in front from the moment you started the race.
Yeah, no, it was good. Good start, especially with the rolling start. It's a bit different. Yeah, just made sure.
And it was a longer race too, 18 minutes.
Yeah, towards the end, I thought surely the flag's coming out soon, but yeah, I just tried to nurse a little bit towards the end. Seeing these boys were dropping back, so I just let it off and yeah, nursed the car. We're off to Adelaide on Monday for the Nationals next weekend. So,
well, good luck with that. But I've got to tell you that obviously most people today prepared for a wet weather day. It hasn't worked out that way. So did it change your strategy towards today's race?
Yeah, well, I went out with like a taller tyre in qualifying, and I actually didn't mind it. I went back to like a dry sort of setup, and I actually didn't like it that round. So I'll probably switch back and just deal with it.
So even though you're so far out front, I mean, what do you do? What do you concentrate on? Just maintaining the, your ascendancy? Is that the whole idea? Is just to maintain it?
Yeah, I was just making sure that I hit all my targets, made sure I didn't put any paint on the car, and just seeing a consistent time on the dash and look back, and hopefully they're going further back. But yeah, I got to that spot where I thought I was in a safe spot, so I just knocked it back and just made sure I had a consistent time every lap.
Well, good luck in Adelaide, mate, and congratulations on today's race. Outstanding first race. Over to you, Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Jamie. I'm with Gary Hills. Gary, how did you feel about that lap today?
Look, it's not too bad. The car, we're struggling a little bit with the car at the moment. We've been down on power for a while now and trying to figure out why. But, yeah, it's still a lot of fun, and these young kids are quick. So, yeah, just enjoying it and trying to get it quicker, which we're struggling to do. So.
And does that affect your strategy, particularly on a day like today where we've got weather that we know is pending to be not the greatest, but we're seeing some fantastic weather right at this point in time?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, I would love it to rain because I wouldn't be at such a disadvantage with being down some horsepower, but we've also we've got Tail and Bend next weekend for the Australian title, so I've sort of got to look after the car as much as possible as well, because it goes on the truck tonight to head to Adelaide. So hopefully we can get through the final one without any issues and tune it up a bit for the Nationals.
And what is your thoughts leading into the remainder of today with a couple more races to go?
Well, we've only got one more race to go. I want to try and stick with young Jackson as much as possible, which has proven to be a little difficult. But at the end of the day, you can only give it your best shot, and hopefully we can come home with a win.
And finally, do you have any support and sponsors you'd like to thank?
I've just got young Emma. She comes and does my data and helps out with the car. So, yeah, and basically we run it ourselves. So, but no, it's just us.
Wonderful, Gary. Thank you so much, and good luck for the remainder of today.
Cheers. Thank you.
It is over to you, Jamie.
Thanks to Melzy. Yeah, I'm here with Rob Maron. Came in third, Rob. You've got to be happy with that. It was a very tight field after Jackson.
It was, and I know these two are battling it out in the championship, and they're also going to the Nationals, which I'm not, so I was very cautious not to take either of them out because I'll be off their Christmas card list.
Well, on the same token, you kept with them as well, which is, it's an attribute that you've got to be proud of.
Yeah, look, I think if I had a rebar, I would have pushed Hillsy along, say, come on, keep going.
It was a pretty hot race, though, for a lot of them. There's a few issues with the race itself when we got underway. But, I mean, what did you feel out there? Did you feel the heat of the competition around you, I should say?
Well, at one stage, then we had Brett Sheriff catch me off, and then I had to be conscious that he's going to pass me. So there's three of us all together there. So you're watching the mirror, watching the front, and trying to manage it.
Great day for racing, Rob, so you've got to be happy with the conditions. I mean, how did you feel about the car? How did it respond to the track?
Yeah, look, it wasn't too bad. Yesterday, playing with the car, thinking there's going to be raining all day today, and then sort of halfway during yesterday, I'm start changing things. I think maybe it won't be raining, and today, no rain at all.
So you've got a couple more races to go today. So what's the plan? Try and improve on this race, obviously, but do you feel that you're going to be able to sustain yourself with these guys that are pretty hot going towards the national championships?
Yeah, look, I mean, if I could get ahead of them, that's fine, but yes, I don't want to get mixed up with these two. As I say, there's more at stake for them. So hopefully their pace is picked up, and and I don't have to hurry them up.
Yeah, but you obviously got something else, in reserve type of thing for the next 2 races to plan. See if you can sort of improve your placing so far.
A few little tweaks with the car, and not much. I won't give away any secrets, but
I've just been reliably told you only got 1 race left. You got 1 race to get prepared for, really?
Yep, just 1, and we don't usually do this many laps, so it's a bit different. Tyre temps to get hotter, and we don't usually do rolling starts as well, and that's how I got caught out because we were so tight in the first corner. I was stuck on the outside, starting at second.
Well, mate, good luck with the next race. I really hope you go well, Rob, and enjoy today's championship racing. And it's a really great day down here at Carco. The weather is superb, so hopefully your times and your placing will be improved on this last race.
No worries, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rob. Where are we going to now? Are we over to you, Demelza? Or where's Demelza gone?
I am
there she
all
is,
the
right
way
on the back
over
of the
here
grid.
with Reg Ralph. Reggie, how did you feel you went today?
Well, apparently I've got a 5-second penalty for jumping the start. Well, we'll protest that, definitely.
And what does that do in terms of your strategy leading into the final race?
Well, we just come from the back and win the race again. Simple. Not very hard, is it? Yeah, so don't be too drunk.
How have you been finding the car going today?
Well, the car's actually beautiful. It's like a limousine to drive. So she's set up good. We've got some new tyres. They're probably a little bit slower on the track. They need a bit of wear in them. But, yeah, no, the car's really good. She's on point.
We are expecting not the greatest of weather coming in a little bit later on. If that does impact the race, is that going to impact your strategy and the drive as well?
Nah, we'll just put a wet setup in it and go for it. So we go all right in the rain. So, yeah, no, that won't affect us. I don't think it'll rain anyway by the look of the weather. It's bloody beautiful, eh?
Now, I've also just been told that you have a podcast episode that's coming out this week. Can you give us a little bit of a sneak peek insight into that?
Yeah, we sort of did one with the boys up at the workshop. So, it was pretty good. Just talking about starting the race career, what I've been doing a bit of racing over East as well, and just what about people in the sport and how you got into it and who helps you and that. So, yeah, it should be pretty good. Hopefully I don't embarrass myself.
We'll find out soon, won't we?
Yes, we will.
Now, you just did mention driving over East as well as driving over here. How are you finding this year overall?
Well, I've had a couple of disappointments. I've had, I've had 3 races where I've lost 60 points. So, but you got to take it. So disappointing, but you just got to look forward and move on and don't worry about it. But the year's been pretty good. It's probably driving the best I've ever done in my life. So, yeah, we'll just keep going and move forward, yeah.
Fantastic. And in terms of support and sponsors, do you have anyone you'd like to thank today?
Yeah, just Fox Roofing, GHR Racing, Gary. We've got our mate Cole does the wheel alignments and that. Maron just jumped on board and brought us a set of tyres and that. So, yeah, there's people behind the scenes that help us out too. Alan Letcher helps us out a fair bit as well with the gearboxes and that. So, yeah, so it's good.
Fantastic. Reggie, thank you so much. Good luck for the final race.
Thank you.
Now, make sure you catch that episode of the podcast with Reggie. That's it for us here on the Grid Walk for now. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back real soon.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher.
Round 5 of championship racing here at Carco Raceway this weekend, proudly sponsored by Gallagher Insurance. Now, Vaughan, you've commentated through every race this morning. We just saw the Saloons run. I mean, Jackson Callow was just like exceptional with that race. I mean, he was so far out in front, it was incredible.
Yeah, it certainly was. He got off to a really good start off the line and just got that nice buffer zone. And as he said, he was just watching the dashboard. He was happy with those times. And with the two guys fighting behind him, he didn't have to worry about looking behind. Those guys were actually slowing each other up, which was allowing Jackson to increase. And he went on for a fantastic win. One more race coming up later on.
Well, let's talk about the other guys that are racing in the same race. I mean, that was so far in front, it was ridiculous. But the next three races, the next three drivers, I should say, placed really well, and they were sort of like fighting it out. I could sort of see that myself when the race was on. But can I ask you a question? Have you seen any improvement in some of the races today that are here competing on Championship Day?
Well, we got off to a wet and greasy start earlier on this morning, and unfortunately the Formula Fords and the Formula Vs, the open wheel categories, they got the worst of the track conditions. But as the mornings progressed, you can see now the guys are pretty happy with track conditions. There's a fair bit of grip out there. The FSR guys a little bit sceptical about that because they've just got so much speed that it takes a little bit more to grip hold of the track. But your normal road cars like the Saloon cars and the other categories, we're starting to see an improvement in the lap times, which is great.
Any drivers today that are sort of like surprising you how they've improved in today's championship round?
Not yet. Our winners have all won this morning, but let's see what happens this afternoon. I mean, there's a lot of guys, as you said, talking to Jackson and Rob Maron, they put a wet setup in and got caught out. It doesn't look like it's going to rain for the rest of today, but tomorrow for the historic touring cars, the Twin Circuit Masters, and also our Formula Vs, it'll be a different kettle of fish tomorrow.
Be spectacular racing, though.
Oh, certainly would be. The two most prestigious trophies for the Formula Vs, and of course round number 1 of the Twin Circuit Masters for the historic touring cars. 2 weeks from now, they're down in Collie to finish off that particular series.
Now, you were talking about that weather. We are looking at seeing that wet weather be pushed back. If we do see anything that might be unpredictable, how do you think that's going to affect the rest of the day?
Well, you need to go into a race knowing what's going to happen. Like we said, we've seen guys get caught out this morning. They've come out on the track with a dry setup, and it's been a bit greasy. And then we've seen it the other way as well. Guys have gone out on a dry track. They're waiting for the rain, but it just simply didn't happen. So, yeah, it's like throwing a coin to Melzer. Where's it going to be, heads or tails?
So the strategy obviously has changed today from what people were prepared for, and most of these guys are used to, fair weather sort of racing. So when it comes to wet weather tomorrow, do you think it's going to really change the face of who might come in placements?
It certainly will. The guys with slightly higher horsepower, say the historic touring cars, those 3 Mustangs, they're going to struggle on a wet track. So that's where it allows the GTR XU1 Tiranas, the Minis, and maybe even Will Colton in that Lotus-powered Cortina. It'll be an open book tomorrow.
Now, apparently we're going to be talking about drifting. I mean, have you ever drifted in a car?
I've been a passenger in one, and like Demelza, I got out saying a few nice words. It's a different kettle of fish to car racing.
It certainly is, but it seems to be gaining popularity.
Oh, it's really big over here in the West Coast, and to think, 20-odd years ago it all started out of Japan with a couple of guys just hooning up the side of Mount Fuji, and now it's become a worldwide sport, and it's really professional.
Yeah, incredible. So as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to drifting, I mean, I find it amazing that someone can throw a car like that around the track. I mean, really, it's an incredible level of coordination by the driver, isn't it, to get the sort of effect that he wants when it comes to drifting?
Oh, they're doing over 100 mile an hour down here into turn 1, and they go from one side of the racetrack to the other and then pull the handbrake on.
I mean, the torque pull would be unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. And the car control that these guys have got up through the S's there and the bus stop area, it's from one side of the circuit to the other. So pretty spectacular motorsport.
So what can we look forward to this afternoon, Vaughan?
Well, we've got another 18-minute plus one-lap race for our saloon cars, which will be good with another rolling start. We've also got race 2 and 3 for the Morton plate and the BM Graphics plate for the Formula Vs. We've got Formula Fords. We've got our Formula Classics, the Motor Museum on wheels. There's a lot more to come on, so hopefully all of our live stream viewers can stick with us because there's a lot more to come.
And of course, it's only $10 a car to come to Carco with as many people as you can fit in the car as possible. And I've got an eye load. Can you imagine the amount of people I can get in my island to come through the front gate? But listen, before we have a great afternoon of commentating, let's enjoy our short lunch break, and it's time to throw over to Demelza.
Hello. I have to admit I'm pretty thankful that I'm outside the car with the microphone this time round, but I am joined by Kyle Carroll, who is going to be showing us a bit of a Drift West demonstration. Kyle, tell us a little bit about drifting and how you got into it.
Drifting is probably one of the only motorsports where it's not the first to cross the finish line, and I feel like that's what separates drifting from the other motorsports. I got into drifting from actually my dad. Hello Mum, hello Dad. They're in Poland at the moment, and he used to do it back in Ireland when he was probably my age, and then we came over here. He bought a drift car. I started doing a bit of volunteering, marshalling, running around picking up cones. Eventually we bought this car, the BMW. Just started doing the give it a go days, and then started competing, and here we are now. We're just trying to represent drifting in WA.
Tell us a little bit about what you're going to show us in the demonstration today.
I'm going to try and show how drifting is actually a fast, controlled motorsport and not just burnouts and slow and steady, not in a car park. Just put on a show for the crowd, make everyone happy.
It is something that when you're controlling it, you can actually manoeuvre that car quite spectacularly.
Yeah, you really have to kind of see into the future to do drifting. You have to know what's ahead of you. You have to know what the car's going to do. You have to turn the wheels before the car comes around. There's a lot to it, but the only way to get good at it is practice, and thanks to old boy and thanks to my mum, I've been able to practice a lot.
And I guess you don't have to always be an adrenaline junkie to get involved.
Not at all. There is drift school that runs on the infield at the car park, so if you did want to have a taste of it, you could do it that way, or if you have your own car, Drift West run prac nights on end of each month, once a month, and you can bring your car down. I usually do training on the infield as well, so you can see me there, come say hello. I'll jump in the car, maybe give you a bit of training, or just take me for a fun passenger lap.
And I was just about to say, if there are people who are interested or want to get involved with drifting, how do they go about that? What do you recommend they start looking into?
I'd say start coming to the drift events. You can find that on Drift West page, D1WA, they're your major WA drifting clubs. Just come down to events, start chatting to people, figure out what car you should do, like use. Just come down, and the only way to get better is just talk people, figure out if you have your own car, the Drift West prac nights are perfect. Just come out and practice. Practice.
Fantastic. So it is Drift West now. I believe you are getting the green light. So good luck and off you go.
our live screen viewers, we go on board with Kyle in the BMW as he heads down into turn number 6 now. We'll wait for him to come up and over the top of the hill. He's backed the car right down now just to give everything a bit of a break. It's absolute torturing those tyres on the way down into turn number 1 and all the way up and over the top of the hill. So this is a chance for the engine and those tyres to sort themselves out and come back down to a normal operating window as he should make his way over the hill. Here he comes now, so we should be able to see a great graphical effort here from Kyle in the BMW. You see all of the wheel work that is about to go on. From the outside of the car on the bottom right hand side, you'll see how they flip the car sideways as he does now. Sometimes they'll hit the handbrake down here at the end of the main straight to really get the car into a slide. So he's backed it down now, probably doing around about 80 kilometres an hour, and now he puts the sliver into it, and he's actually lost it down here, and a great effort. That's a 360 and continued on. So a great bit of driving from Kyle as he lights up the bags again in the BMW, and you can see on the wheel work left and right, and the left hand coming down and operating the handbrake as well to break the traction in the rear of that BMW. Goes up through turn number 4, throws the car to the left hand side and just mashes that throttle all the way around, and they get points for not only the amount of smoke but the amount of angle that they get on the car through the corners. And then they also have in a competition scenario, they'll have some witches hats out there, and the idea is to get as close as you can to those witches hats, which they call clipping points. So again, he's down into turn number 6 at the moment, just backing the car down. That car had a brand new set of rear tyres on it, still had the stickers on them as he left pit lane. So it'll be interesting to see how much of tyre life he has left when he concludes this drifting demonstration here at carco.com.au Raceway. Don't forget our cool down lap on the 8th of November from 5:30 to 9 p.m. It's at McCracken House here at Carco Raceway. $30 for adults and $15 for children. Officials and first place winners are free. As we pick up with Kyle again, he's gone it all sideways, and that will be it as he moves back into the pit area. So thanks very much to Kyle and the guys from Drift One. So word from Race Control is that we will be commencing racing at shortly after 1 p.m. So you've got around about 30 minutes to go for a walk around the paddock area. Go and check out your favourite car, have a chat to the drivers, enjoy your lunch. We'll be back with the second half of the program. This is day number 1, round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships this weekend, proudly supported by Gallagher Insurance. Stick around, lots more to come.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance Group. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool-down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End-of-year presentations, winners' car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool-down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway for day number 1 of round 5. Brought to you by Gallagher Insurance. This is round 5 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. And a fairly interesting morning with those differing track conditions. But now everybody is on the same playing field now. So we have a perfectly dry track under beautiful sunshine. As we said, there is a front passing to the south of Perth, but we don't expect any impact here at Wanneroo or Neerabup. So we should be in for a very fast afternoon of motor racing. We've got our time challenge down in the pit area at the moment. They will be our next category. And then we're going back into a Formula Ford and Formula V for the Morton family plate and the BM graphics plate. Then we have Formula Classic. FSR, the historic touring cars, will continue their twin circuit challenge this weekend. And of course, they will be back with the Formula Vs tomorrow to continue that competition. And of course, our saloon cars. So a big afternoon coming your way. We've got 2 more rounds of racing and 3 more rounds of time challenge. This will be the first time that we've seen the time challenge on the circuit competitively. So they have gone out this morning. They have already done their 5-minute practice and everybody has been allocated a lap time. So now it is up to those drivers to go ahead over 5 laps to consistently get as close as possible to that lap time. They'll get fined for going faster and they'll also get demerit points for going slower. We saw over on our lunch break for our live stream viewers all of those unbelievable replays and a recap of this morning's action here at Carco Raceway. I hope you've enjoyed that and enjoyed the grid walk that we put on for everybody at lunchtime with our saloon cars. Of course, they have one more race coming up a little bit later on this afternoon for Right Way Industrial, over 18 minutes and 1 lap. And just to clarify that Reg Ralph received a 5-second penalty during that race, which we called as jumping the start. It actually wasn't for jumping the start. He was out of position. So same penalty, but different offence. So unfortunately for Ralph, he got the 5-second penalty, but touch ball play on, and he'll be fired up, ready to go for the next race coming up later on this afternoon. So fastest car out on the circuit this morning for time attack was the Chevrolet Corvette of Neville Zocoli. And we're just having a look at Neville's car down here on the live stream at the moment. And car number 77, a Holden Commodore there. I can see the McLaren's Subaru. And also Peter Callow's number 188 down there, the 350 or 370Z Nissan. And we've got a Porsche GT3 in the field as well. And Rob Haggerty, my fellow commentator, out there in car number 6, a white and black MX-5 with a dodgy gearbox. So let's hope that Rob can make it through this afternoon. Won't be too much longer, and we out on track very, very shortly here at Carco Raceway. We'll take a very short break and we'll be back with the commencement of play for day number 1 of round 5. Brought to you by Gallagher Insurance. Stick around.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. end of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start.
And just having a look out the back side of our commentary position up here on the top floor, and I can see that Peter Callow's car is actually still sitting in the pits, car number 188. So that other blue BRZ out there looked very similar to the 370Z Nissan of Peter Callow's, but that's Joe Douglas. And Joe's been a former round winner of the time challenge here at Carco, so he'll be looking for a good run. He's about 5 or 6 cars back from the head of the field. But as we said, this is not door handle to door handle racing. This is trying to find a little bit of real estate where you don't have to worry about a car going faster than you or somebody coming up behind you. You just want to get yourself into a rhythm and keep that rhythm for 5 laps, which sounds pretty easy, but it's not. It's a very hard discipline to master, is time challenge, or as we used to know it, regularity. Don't forget, as we keep telling you about it today, the cool down lap on Saturday the 8th of November from 5:30 to 9 p.m. No worries about transport. We can have a free bus ride from Clarkson Station to carco.com.au Raceway. It's departing the station at 5:10, and then it'll also be departing McCracken House back to Clarkson at 9:05. The bus ride is free, however, there are only 40 bus seats available to purchase. So get online to the WA Sporting Car Club website.com.au/cooldown lap and reserve your place. Lots of fun and games for the kids here on Saturday, November the 8th, commencing at 5:30 until 9 o'clock. As our time challenge, get the green flag and away they go. So this, unlike any other categories here, this first lap actually counts, and it's got to be consistent with what you have dialed in to the timekeepers earlier on today. You can't wait for your car to come up to temperature. You've got to get into it from the word go, and the first 1 or 2 laps in this particular discipline is very important. It can either win you an event or it can lose you an event. So as we wait for everybody to come over the hill and over the finish line, it's Zockerly in the Corvette, and I think that's Knox in 77, the Holden Commodore. So they'll be first out, and we'll see how the demerit point situation is going to pan out. So Zockerly and Knox go across the line, and it's 129 points for Cox and 290. And Matty Galton's dropped into third, and then straight away knocked out. McLaren has done the best of the laps in the WRX Subaru, only scoring 10 points. Now Joe Douglas goes through and racks up 62 points. So McLaren on 10, Douglas on 62, And as I say that, Ellis crosses the line and goes into second place. Joe Douglas now into third. Oh, Willis has just come across the line in car number 100 and scored 4 demerit points. That's a sensational effort. That sets him up now. As long as he can do the next 4 laps consistently, he should be in with a shot of taking this one out. Dialed in with a 1:15.00 and has done a 1:15.04. So we go down to the 100th of a second, and you get 1 point for every 100th of a second that you are faster or slower. Starting to make their way around again. Car number 16 coming across the line now, and that was Peter Towie, another former winner of a round here at Carco. But Willis in car number 100 has a 46-point lead after 1 lap from Ellis in 47. Mick Moylan's just come across in the big Ford Galaxy and scored 83 points. That puts him up into 4th position. Ellis goes across again and only scores 6 demerit points this time, so he now sits after 2 laps on 56 points, and Willis goes across again, scores a very small amount. He's only 1 point now between himself, Willis in P1, Ellis in P2, and there's 55 and 56 points. Delphin in car number 30 sits in 3rd at 104, and then only 2 points difference now between Joe Douglas on 117 and Mick Moylan on 119. So very competitive time challenge racing at the moment. And having a look at Rob Haggerty, currently sitting down in position 13 at the moment. He had a bad lap, 180 points on that previous lap. Sees him out on 368, where our leader is on 55. Justin Chaffee coming through, and that looked like Maddie Galton coming through as well. She is currently down in 10th position at the moment. So everybody now starting their 3rd lap. And at the conclusion of this event, there'll be a couple of seconds delay while our computer does its final calculations. But Delphin now goes to the top on 104 over Mick Moylan on 119. And as I say that, it updates again. The scoreboard updates very, very quickly when the cars start coming across the line. Joe Douglas now up into 2nd, McLaren and the Subaru in 3rd. Ellis, who was leading, now finds himself in 4th. Peter Towie in 5, and Mick Moylan in the Ford Galaxy in P6. The live stream viewers seeing a mixture of 4 different marks of cars coming down, with Joe Douglas flashing the headlights to the cars in front, letting them know he's coming through. Justin Chaffee in the Saloon car, and behind them was car 332 of Ball. And Maddie Galton's had a shocker, 1,576 points scored on that last lap. So she has dialed in with a 109 and was held up. She came through with a 125. So some 15 seconds there, and that's cost her 1,500 points in 1 lap. And there's a perfect score for Neville Zocoli in the Chevrolet Corvette. 0 points on that last lap. Dialed in with a 105.0 and went through with a 105.0. So Douglas from Towie and Moylan. Delphin in 4th, and Ellis is the top 5. We are currently on lap number 4. You see Peter Dybel's car number 63, the AU Falcon Saloon car, making its way through turn number 6. Nice distance between the car in front and the car behind, so he only has to concentrate on what he is actually doing. And there's a car coming into the pit area as well. So unfortunately for somebody not being able to complete this one, there's no number on the side of that car. So unfortunately he has retired from this event. And now Peter Towie scoring 2 points only on that last lap. He now takes the lead on 222, 229 to Joe Douglas. And Mick Moylan hanging in there on 259 points, although he is 1 lap down. We'll have to see where Mick Moylan is and see whether he's still actually circulating. But it's all Peter Towie, car number 16. 7 points in front of Joe Douglas. And Mick Moylan, Ellis, Delphin round out our top 5, and that is the checkered flag. So now our computer will do its final calculations, and we'll have a winner for you very shortly. It'll either be Towie or Douglas, and I think it might go to Peter Towie. Everybody, there's only Mick Moylan to cross the line and Ball on car number 332 to cross the line. 25 championship points will go to the winner. In second place will score 20 points, and then we have 18, 17, 16 and so on. Maddie Galton, winner at the last round, she's finished 15th in this event. And Jamie Scott, another long-time racer in Time Challenge, didn't have a very good run there at all, scored 109 points on that last lap and blew him out of the water. And he's going to finish down in 12th position. Justin Chaffee in the Winfield racing car, the Gibson Motorsport Holden Commodore. He's going to finish down there in 10th place at the moment. Won't be much longer and we'll have confirmation of our winner, but it is looking good for Peter Towie on 222 from Joe Douglas. Now Mick Moylan, we've only got 3 scored laps, and Ellis in 4th has done the complete distance of 5 laps. So something must have happened there to Mick Moylan. We've missed out on seeing that, whether he's retired back up into the pits or he's actually stopped somewhere out on the circuit. And there it is, your final winners are Peter Towie takes the win from Joe Douglas, and Ellis moves up into 3rd place on 378. So only 7 points separating first and second for the first event number 1 for our time challenge here at carco.com.au Raceway. The first of our open wheel categories, they are next out on the circuit here. Formula Fords, they are coming up next here at Carco Raceway.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training and Sets. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start
First of our open wheel categories making its way around the circuit now on their warm-up lap. This is Formula Ford, and on pole position after a great win earlier on this morning, car number 31 of Jensen Maron will be on pole. Alongside him, car number 57 of Brock Brewer, who is engaged with a great battle between himself and Xavier Henderson, who will start on the second row. Alongside him will be Andy Van Leeuwen in car number 66. Then we have Begley and Will Hall that made up 3 positions starting from the rear of the grid in race number 1 due to not starting qualifying. And we have Garrett Piper, Watkins in car number 50 and Glenn Swarbrick. As we welcome back to the commentary box, Rob Haggerty, and ready for a big afternoon, Rob.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be brilliant. I really enjoy these Formula Fords, and they put on such a great show for their first run earlier this morning. So we've got a couple of yellow flags waving down there. What's that all about?
I don't know.
I think that they're doing the
here.
same just to hear this one as well. I think they're just
I'm
they're
just
all
having
the way
a look.
down.
Look how far Marold is back from the start line. He's a good metre back from where he should be starting.
I reckon he'd be considered out of his box.
Well, you would think so.
Yeah, they're telling him to move forward. So the official down there, I think, oh no, he's waving at the, I think he's got an issue.
Yep, he's got an issue. So our pole sitter in Jensen Marold looks like he's going to be towed off the circuit. And of course that will probably give us another warm-up lap here. So drama already, and we haven't even dropped the green flag yet. Of course, this, as we were saying, there was a 43 points difference between Brock Brewer and the rest of the field as far as the championship was concerned, and this is certainly going to help his cause if Jensen Marold is not going to take part in this one. He'll have to worry about Xavier Henderson now in car number 8, starting from the second row. And of course, you got Andy Van Leeuwen back there as well, but you can't discount Will Hall. We've seen him come through the field before, and he's been up the front at that last race meeting in the rain. He really dominated in the rain.
He's 100 metres behind pole, so as he started the last time about 300 or 400 metres behind and had to get past traffic. So I think Will Hall's going to end up being quite a way towards the front of this field by the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether somebody's out of position down there as well, because there seems to be a gap alongside the orange and black car as well. And then we go back to Swarbrick sitting on the last line, and maybe that's Watkins in 50 on the last line as well.
Piper's missing.
Could be. We'll pick them up as they come past, but yeah, unfortunately for Jensen Marold, he is OUT of this one.
Yeah, that's a real shame for us as well as for him, because he put on such a great show in that last one. But I'm sure that Brock Brewer will be sort of like having a wry smile in his cockpit of car. And car number 8 is just, they're going to give them another warm-up lap, I see. Yep. So that's fine. I was going to say car number 8's just taken off out of his position, but
obviously these cars not having a proper radiator system as you would get in a normal street car, they'd be getting extremely warm sitting down there, so we give them the opportunity to cool down everything. The radiator's located on those 2 side pods, and they rely on air moving past those side pods to keep the cars cool. So having them sit there for a minute or so, not ideal. So our extra formation lap underway right now, so that promotes everybody. So although their starting positions on the grid won't change, it's just that Brock Brewer will be the first of the Formula Fords away on the front row by himself now on the cleaner, more preferred line on driver's left. And then we'll have Xavier Henderson and Andy Van Leeuwen alongside each other on the second row. And we go back to Begley and Hall, Piper, Watkins and Glenn Swarbrick in the 1982 model Macon. And he will, our only silver car, I believe, in the field. And he'd be running away with that championship all by himself in the Macon. And we're just waiting for our field. They're just coming out of turn number 6 at the moment, trying to work those tyres, get those air pressures up to temperature and get some heat in the brakes. There is Glenn Swarbrick in the West Australian Racing Museum car, the Macon from 1982.
I thought that car 50 was also one of the older ones as well. Car 50 of
could have been. Is
David
that Watkins?
Yeah, I think that might be in his category for the Silver Series as well. But yeah, Glenn's had a win this year. I don't think that,
certainly
I
has.
don't think that anyone else in the silver car's had one of those this year. So I would suspect that he's doing quite well in the silver championship.
Everybody coming around to their starting positions very, very gingerly. Normally they'd be doing burnouts and going sideways and trying to get as much heat and preparation into those Formula Fords.
I think there's a fair bit of grip out there too, so I'm looking forward to seeing what sort of lap times these guys are going to do in this event.
Well, this is going to be a shortened race now because it was due for 15 minutes plus 1 lap. And according to our timing screen, we only have 8 minutes left. So we've burnt through half of this race already.
Yeah, and that's the downside of the new timed races. But I think there's a far more upside to it than there is downside to it.
Yeah, if everybody, unfortunately, we had that problem there with Jensen, but normally they're running at 1 or 2 extra laps. Red lights off and away we go, and it's a good start on the second row for Xavier Henderson, who moves across in front of Van Leeuwen. Brewers skipped out by 3 or 4 car lengths already down into turn number 1 for the first time.
Well, look at Will Hall. He's already up onto the tail of Van Leeuwen, so he's already up into 4th place.
So he's moved 1, possibly 2 positions already, and you can see the racetrack now. It's really starting to get some rubber put into that surface, so we're expecting some pretty good lap times in this one.
Yeah, I did pretty poorly in that regularity, which I don't care about because I had a great time, but I think that's because it's got far more grip, and I'm probably going far faster than I actually nominated in practice, because the grip out there is actually really quite good now.
I didn't have a look at the oil down from Kenny Waller's GTR XU1 earlier on this morning.
Not a problem.
It's not there?
Not a problem.
So these guys won't have any problems coming down into turn number 1 for the first time?
Yep, here comes Hall down the inside of my tongue's tied, sorry, out down the inside of Van Leeuwen, down there in turn 7. So William Hall now up into 3rd position in the Authentic sponsored car, and he's going to be pretty quickly on the back of these guys at the front of the field because they're fighting with each other, and I think he's going to drive away from Van Leeuwen, and he'll be on their tail pretty soon. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to have a 3-way battle for the lead of this event within the next lap or so.
Just notice Brewer, when he came up and over the top of the hill there, he's going from one side of the racetrack to the other, trying to get some heat into those front tyres, and that's allowed Xavier Henderson now to be 2 car lengths off the back of the 57 as they crest the hill and head down towards turn number 6. Van Leeuwen, doesn't look like there's any fight left in Andrew to have a crack at Will as they head down into turn number 6. So pretty much line astern at the moment, but the battle is up the front, and it's Brewer by 3 car lengths now as they come over the top of the hill. But here's the aero effect of Xavier Henderson. He's been able to close right up and looks down the inside of Brewer and gets it done into turn number 1. The over and under, very smart from Xavier. He stayed to driver's right, and now Brewer's going to have to try and run around the outside of him if he wants to improve his position.
Have a look at this. Van Leeuwen's also managed to get past the white car of Hall again, back into 3rd position, but Hall trying on the outside. He's going to lose this to Begley as well if he doesn't watch out. Begley's down the inside of him as they exit turn 1. They're side by side as they go across the first S, but Begley's on the outside. I think Hall will maintain that position, but look at the front of the field with Xavier Henderson. That was a brilliant move, and as you said, he just slowed down enough to get the car across to drivers right on the exit of turn 7 and to block that over and under happening. Very good racecraft.
63.2 for Xavier Henderson and a 63.6, so 0.4 of a second difference, but this time Brewer is faster over the hill and by 0.03 of a second, so there's nothing in it between these first 2 cars as they come down over the top of the hill. They're side by side, Henderson to the inside, Brewer to the outside, now moves across and regains P1.
He does absolutely do that, and still at this stage Van Leeuwen is maintaining 3rd position, and Will Hall is still behind him, trying all that he can to get past him. They're starting to leave Begley behind a little bit, so there goes Hall down the inside to take that 3rd position back, but that battle's going to be going for the whole event, I think.
Great Formula Ford racing here at Carco Raceway with Will Hall now moved up into 3rd position. Andrew Van Leeuwen, who I just said didn't have any fight left in him, he certainly did as he got a really good run out of turn number 6 there and was able to put the move on Will Hall, but then Hall got the better run out of 7 and was able to go down the inside into turn number 1. As we pick up with our leaders down into turn number 6, it's still Brewer. He's moved out by about 3 car lengths now, runs right out wide all over that concrete exit apron on turn number 6, and he should come over the hill with a good advantage over Xavier Henderson.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's got about two car lengths between himself and Henderson. Closes up a little as they go into the corner as the time looks like an elastic band the way the time difference works, but that time's staying about the same between the two cars as they cross the line. Fast man on the circuit, not surprisingly, is Brock Brewer at the moment. He's done a 62.7, and that was on that last lap. He got both of the sectors 1 and 2 the fastest, and also managed to tie together the fastest lap of the race so far. We don't have long left in this race. We've got 3 minutes and 25 seconds, which I think equates to probably around about maybe 3 laps, maybe 4 at a stretch. But Will Hall's starting to move now away from Van Leeuwen, and once again Begley looks like he's starting to get onto the back of Van Leeuwen. So that's an interesting battle back there for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, Andrew's had a good fight with Will Hall so far this morning, and now he's going to have to deal with Begley as we pick up with our leaders already down into 6 and coming out of 6 now, and Will Hall's got a good distance between himself and Andrew Van Leeuwen as just trying to pick up, there's Will Hall and then Andy Van Leeuwen and Begley behind them. But up the front of the field as they come out of turn number 7 to reel off another lap here at Carco, and it looks like the car of Brewer starting to move away now. He's into 6th or 7th now. He's just gone faster again. He's gone 2/10 of a second quicker than Xavier Henderson, 62.4 to a 62.6.
Yeah, so fastest lap again, and fastest in every sector again that time to Brock Brewer, and he's now pulled that gap out to probably around about 7 or 8 car lengths through turn 4 nice and cleanly, and now that he's got that gap, he can put his head down, stop worrying too much about his mirrors, and just make sure that he clips every single apex and he gets every single bit of the power to the ground at the exit of the corners, and he should be okay to maintain that position. But I wouldn't put it past Xavier Henderson to do something desperate and to catch that up. He's just done the fastest sector of the race in sector 1, so as I said that, I wouldn't put it past Henderson to be having something left in his pocket to be able to throw out at Brewer and get back on a even level with him.
And they're going to come up on Glenn Swarbrick in the Macon very, very shortly as well, so hopefully they can get this done before they get to a tight and twisty part of the circuit. Brewer in car number 57 out onto the main straight again. Now that lead has dropped down to only 4 car lengths this time, and Xavier Henderson faster this time by 2/10 of a second. So this is that elastic band that you're talking about.
Begley passed Van Leeuwen down there into turn 7 in a fairly late braking manoeuvre, and did a great job at then covering the over and under on the exit as well, very similar to what Henderson did earlier in the race. So Van Leeuwen's now down to 5th place, so he's got a little bit of work to do to try to get some of those positions back again. He's right on the tail of Begley as they head over the top past the Safety and Emergency Training Services sign into turn number 4. And this is a great battle happening there for 4th and 5th position.
Isn't it unreal how some cars will go for it at the start, and then as the race progresses they slide backwards, but then on the same race you've got other cars starting further back that are coming forward,
and they drop back a couple of tenths of a lap and just give their tyres that little bit of a breather for a lap or two, and then they're back on the tail of the leader, as we can see at the moment with Henderson, who's really closed that gap up, and under brakes he sees that right onto the heel and gearbox on the back of the car number 57 of Brewer. Back onto the pit straight again. This time we've got 32 seconds left as they cross the line. So they've got this lap and the next. 2 laps to go in this event. And look at this battle with Van Leeuwen and Begley further back in the pack. But Van Leeuwen's gotten back in front of him again with an outside move. Brilliant move there by Andy Van Leeuwen. It's absolutely wonderful, and shows all of his heritage and family's heritage in Formula Ford racing.
Xavier Henderson nearly outbraked himself down into turn number 1, and that's allowed Brewer to move out now by 6 car lengths as they head up and over the top of the hill, and doing it quite well. I don't know, I can't see any improvement in the Brewer car, whether it's fairly neutral as far as coming on strong towards the back or the beginning of the race. It's just very, very consistent at the moment.
Yep.
And he's trying to pull out some more ground as they come over the hill, and still 6 or 7 car lengths.
Yeah, look, he's 2/10 quicker in the first sector. He's 3/10 quicker in the second sector. So there's half a second already on this lap that he's pulled out. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that this is close to the fastest lap that he's done so far in the race as he crosses the line. A 60, look at that, a brand new lap fastest lap of the race at 62.2. So that third sector was brilliant because the first 2 sectors weren't quite the quickest that he's seen so far.
No, definitely. The car seems to be good out of turn number 6 and down through 7. But it's a decent lead that 57 has over the 8. And then we go back to Will Hall now having a lonely race once he got all of that work done early. And then we go back to this great battle with Andy Van Leeuwen and Begley. And Van Leeuwen back in front of Begley again as they turn into the left-hand sweeper here at Carco Raceway.
I've got to say, Vaughan, I am extremely impressed with Tom Begley. He's done a brilliant job. He's not somebody who I've seen a great deal up here. Having said that, I haven't been around this circuit very much in the last 12 months, but he's one of the newer comers to this series, and he's doing a brilliant job back there and really putting pressure on Van Leeuwen. But our race leaders are once again back into sight. They'll get the last lap board this time as they come past, and in fact, maybe? I think they're going to get the checkered flag.
Checkered flag. Yeah, so it's a win to Brock Brewer in car number 57 over number 8 of Xavier Henderson. And how's the battle?
Begley on the outside and Van Leeuwen on the inside, but it's going to be Van Leeuwen.
Smart driving from Andy, got straight back over to driver's right. And I'm pretty sure Begley will take a bit of a learn out of that.
I think that he's learning a hell of a lot from Andrew Van Leeuwen, who's been around the series for a long time and has also learned. Oh, and he actually spins on the warm-down lap, does Van Leeuwen. But he's learned a lot from his dad, John, as well, who was a very strong campaigner with Formula Ford here for many, many years. A great family for the Formula Ford group in Australia-wide. But Begley will be learning a lot from following him and looking at what he does, that's for sure.
And certainly wasn't afraid to mix it up too with Andrew Van Leeuwen. But the winner is Brock Brewer in car number 57, another 25 points to add to the 20 that he scored in race number 1 earlier this morning. Xavier Henderson comes through into second place in car number 8, and Will Hall in car number 55 will take out third place. So we're going to take a very short break here at Carco Raceway. Formula V's for the Morton plate and the BM Graphics plate. They are next out on the circuit here at carco.com.au Raceway.
We are down here at pit lane with Neville. Neville, how did you find that race?
Yeah, really interesting, and we've had a nice bright day when we thought we were going to get rain, and car seems to be performing as it should, and yeah, it felt good. It was a good race, yeah.
Now, we do have a few more races to go for the remainder of the day. I am looking at this cloud cover that is very quickly approaching. Is that going to change your strategy and your way of thinking heading into the final 2 races?
Yes, it will. We're hoping to get the next race without any change in weather, and then we'll make a decision after that whether we put the wet weather tyres on or give the last race a bye, because we are racing here tomorrow in Sportz St Anne's, and yeah, so we don't want to have any incidents before that happens.
So with the change of strategy now, I mean, are you really happy with the result? I mean, did you call a time that you were pretty comfortable with and were able to maintain it?
Yeah, when we did qualifying this morning, I went out there and tried to do a pace that I knew was going to be easy without pushing the car too much, and managed to do that. And so I went out there and just basically repeated the same thing, and you know, like luckily started out from the front and just managed to have a clear track the whole time, and the car was great.
I'm happy to hear it. So you're really happy with the way the car's feeling at the moment?
The car's been a bit of a progression over the last couple of years. We've been doing odd bits and pieces to try and make it more reliable and handle better, and we're getting to the point now where we'll be hopefully serious next year.
And who's involved in your team that actually helps you maintain the vehicle?
We use PSA in Wangara. They also build drift cars there as well, so they do some of my work and engine building and things like that, and I've been involved with them over a number of years, and so with previous cars, and yeah, so we're all happy with how all that works, and so we're putting a program together the next year, and hopefully we can be up here a lot more often.
It's all about the team though, isn't it, Nev? Helping you out.
The team, I've got a couple of good helpers with me that have come on late this year. Most of the time before that I was doing it on my own, and yeah, it all helps, all comes together a bit more easily, and you sleep better when it all goes through.
Well, I wish you great success for the rest of the weekend, mate, and congratulations on how you've travelled so far, but looking forward to see what the results are like for the rest of the weekend. Good on you.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks, Neville. That's it from us for now, but we'll be back with more action on the racetrack after this quick break.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point, and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the electrical group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, EM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes, and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Formula V's out on the circuit for race number 2 as they chase the Morton Family Plate and the BM Graphics Plate this weekend, and joined in commentary again this morning or this afternoon by Miles Lockett. And Miles, just before we get you to have a chat, we're just going to quickly run through the grid. On pole position will be car 7 of Dave Casely from Rod Lisson. On the second row will be Callum Lamont and Lloyd in car number 5. Then we have Ken Wyatt alongside Kathy Lisson, Wilkins alongside Jonathan Scarey, Campbell Gow with Isaac Scarey, April Welsh, Mackenzie Gow, and Brett Scarey in car number 4. Give us all the goss, mate.
Mate, breaking news, unfortunately, Dave Casely is out.
Oh, you're joking?
No, he had an engine rattle after race 1 this morning. He's gone home to put a spare engine in the car ready for tomorrow. So pole position will be vacant, and we've also unfortunately lost Brett Scarey too. Again, same thing, a few motor gremlins in the head, so from what I understand, they'll be heading down to Simon Bates' workshop tonight. They'll put a new set of heads on that motor and get it back out ready for tomorrow. So that paves the way for Rod Lisson, obviously, to be on the front row by himself. So we saw obviously what a fantastic double was between Callum and Rod in the race run. So I'm sure we're going to expect much of the same. Michael Lloyd doing a great job. Now Kathy Lisson as well. The misfire has got the reason why she was a little bit slow in qualifying was because of the wet circuit. But she's also complaining the car doesn't have a lot of turn, so they've gone up a couple of clicks on the rear to put a little bit more weight over the nose, try and get a little bit more nose and point into the corner. So we'll see how she goes, but she now doesn't have to worry about getting past any 1200s. So red lights are on, and we'll see as they get underway. Everybody's clean away. Oh, Michael Lloyd actually got the worst start. He's going backwards. He's lost about 3 positions so far, but Rod Lisson shows him a clean pair of heels into turn 1 from Lamont. And it's back to Ken White, Kathy Lisson back in 4th. Michael Lloyd recovering into 5th from Ben Wilkins in the polar. And it's back to the 1200 battle between Jonathan Scarey, Isaac Scarey, followed by Campbell Gow. April Welsh now on their heels as well, and then followed by Mackenzie Gow.
So they all make their way cleanly up and over the top of the hill for the first time. I'm just trying to figure out who we're on board with. I think we might be on board with Campbell Gow, but we're just looking at the white helmet that he's running this weekend. Looks like that's Isaac Scarey just in front of him that we're seeing on our TV monitors. So this will be some absolutely fantastic footage. Yes, I can see the P1 race gloves there, so we're definitely on board with Campbell Gow. This would be a great demonstration of the aero as well. You watch him gather hand over fist of that car in front, particularly now when they get that full grunt of that air wall as they come over the top of the hill.
Yeah, the wind, I think, has actually slightly turned direction since this morning. It's probably coming a little bit more out of the northeast, so probably not getting as big a benefit. We could sort of see that quite roughly on the TV, that he didn't really close up on the straight. He was sort of saying that certainly Isaac's car's got a lot of straight line speed, but he was tending to make this time up through the corners and under braking.
Callum Lamont's made probably 2 car lengths up on the back of Rod Lisson in car number 71 out the front. Then we go back a long way. In third place is Ken Wyatt from Matt Lloyd in car number 5, and then Kathy Lisson still hanging on to P5.
Yeah, the car seems to be handling itself a little bit better, so hopefully what the changes they've made between race 1 and 2 is now working, and certainly judging by the way she's hanging on to Michael, I'd say they've probably gone in the right direction.
So a couple of clicks down on the, up on the rear. So now, is she going to be prone to rear brake locking?
No, it's more, as I say, more putting weight over the front of the car to try and get more turn, turn into the corner. The only thing is there sometimes if you go a little bit too far, then it can possibly turn into a little bit of oversteer on the rear end. So there's a very fine margin to work with, but so we'll see what she says when she comes back into the pits as the battles of the 1200s are still going on. Jonathan Scary's got a bit of a march now in this battle from race 1 that we had between Isaac Scary, Campbell Gow is now starting to heat up, and they've got April Welsh shadowing them quite nicely.
It's good to see April back up and competitive again.
Yep, again, same thing. She was complaining that the car just didn't have enough oomph in race 1, so they've actually changed the jet on that car, and it looks like they've gone the right direction. Plus they've also again done a little bit of a suspension change as well. April's running very, very old tyres. I was looking them down in the pits, and a couple of them have got a fairly decent old flat spot on them. So for what she's got, considering the 2 guys in front have actually got brand new rubber on their cars, is doing very, very well.
Yeah, and April been out of the seat for over 12 months as well.
Absolutely.
So, no, she's doing very well in down the back there.
We focus on Kathy Lisson on the TV screens coming out of turn number 6.
Just going to jump out the window here because Callum Lamont's just driven straight underneath Rod Lisson on the entry into turn number 7. Let's see whether Rod's going to run right around the outside, then swaps back to driver's right. Now, he got a better run, I think, out of turn 7 than what Callum did. So can he do anything down into turn number 1?
Yeah, not quite. Yeah,
just doesn't have the horsepower.
There. Yep. But I mean, they were actually saying after that, sorry, I've just got out the window. April Welsh has just done a 2-for-1, if you don't mind, down the inside of Isaac Scary and Campbell Gow. What a great move, April Welsh.
Side by side as they head down into turn number 1. Campbell Gow's got a great view of this little battle happening in front of her. April now, she's been hung out to dry now.
Yep, she's lost 1 position back to Isaac, and so there's certainly the camera footage on board car number 32 is going to be pretty immense, that's for sure.
Now hopefully we can go back on board very shortly and have a look at that, because it's right in the gearbox of April Welsh as they head up and over the turn number 4 at the moment, and Campbell Gow's looking to put a move on here as we do go on board with him, and you can see how much the cars squirm around across the top of the hill where it gets very, very light, and you can see April holding her line, car out in front looking for a little bit of fresh air. I don't know why, he's already got nobody in front of him. But here comes Campbell Gow, gets a great exit out of turn number 6, and right in the gearbox now of April Welsh as she moves over to stay in that tow, and then pulls out and drives straight around the outside.
Goodness me, you could definitely see the demonstration of the tow there with April Welsh. She just got an absolute megaton when around the outside of Isaac down the hill into turn 7. Great camera
band over the top of the hill.
Fabulous camera work on that we're seeing here on this one, that's for sure.
Still looking at, there was only 0.1 of a second difference between herself and Isaac Scary, and Campbell Gow, as I said, got a great view of this battle that's happening in front. Now, can he go and mix it up? Isaac's run wide, and this is going to allow Campbell maybe to run around, although he's going to be on the wrong side for turn number 4. Isaac still holding tough, comes back across in front of him, and it'll be status quo into turn 4.
Yeah, some great racing there from the 3 combatants. Yeah, they're a little bit out of shape there from Isaac as they crested through turn number 5, and as they plunge down into turn number 6, as we focus our attention out the window back on the race leaders. We've still got Callum Lamont in front of Rod Lisson. He's actually started to open up a fair margin. I think Rod's actually made a mistake there. He's gesturing out the window. I'm not out the cockpit. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but something's not right with possibly car number 71.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Rod's had a fairly up and down year. He was really dominant, actually. I think he just about came to a stop then on the exit of turn number 1. Maybe he's got a gearbox issue, I think.
Something's definitely wrong with car number 71. He's slowed right up, that's for sure. The TV screen, though, we're still focusing on this fabulous battle between Isaac Campbell and April. That's allowed Jonathan Scarey to get right away, but this is just on for young and old. They're swapping positions. A massive move from Campbell around the outside of turn 1, if you don't mind. Wow. I mean, talk about absolute grip limited. That was a sensational move.
And April, unfortunately, has lost 2 positions in the last lap. So after leading this battle for so long, and now we find Campbell Gow has overtaken 2 of them, and that'll be a fairly boring on-board camera right now because there'll be nobody in front of him.
Yeah, we need them to get back in front.
Yeah.
But, so we've got Callum Lamont has now opened up a massive lead. He's just rounded up Mackenzie Gow, put her a lap down. He's now got pretty much the length of the straight over Rod. Now, Rod's got a massive problem. He come out of turn 7, then he just immediately went hard drivers right. So there's something not right with the Sabre 02. But the battle for now third is heating up between Michael Lloyd and Kenny White as they head down into turn 1. They're too wide, and Michael's not going to quite make the same move as what Campbell Gow did and run around the outside of him. So they're closing in very, very rapidly on the back of Rod Lisson. Then it's back to another good little battle pack between Kathy Lisson and Ben Wilkins. But Kathy's just made a mistake in turn number 1 as well. She's run wide and allowed Ben in the polar to get through.
Yeah, it's all happening out there. Where are we going for time? We've got 4 minutes and 15 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. So it's still Lamont over Lisson, and then we've got Ken Wyatt, Lloyd and Kathy Lisson make up our top 5. As far as our 1200s, it's Isaac Scarey from Campbell Gow and April Welsh.
Yeah, Jonathan's actually in front. So
yes, he is too. Yep,
Jono,
there he is.
And actually just looking at the
hello,
spin. Ken Wyatt's off the track down at turn number 6.
And
let's see if he
bogged.
he's bogged. Yes,
he's bogged.
Yep, unfortunately being only 40 mil off the deck. With that concrete hard stand, he ain't going anywhere. So that's most likely going to call a safety car to this one to get him out, because he's not in a very, very good position at all. When you sort of see how wide the drivers do go out of turn number 6, doing the right thing, getting straight out of the car. And
so for our live stream viewers, we're going to go on board and get a replay of this incident involving Ken Wyatt down there for Giant Mandurah.
Yep, so safety car boards and flags have been called as we go to the replay. And
he's done it all by himself.
Wow. Not exactly sure what's happened there. And he nearly got out, but just not quite. As I said, these cars are only, 40 mil from the deck. And, when you've obviously got to drop off for these concrete hard stands, and 40 mil ain't a lot.
No, it's probably 41 mil.
Yeah, he's pretty much beached it exactly right. So he's unfortunately out of this one, but done the right thing, got straight out of the car, straight to the first line of defence. Best thing to do is get out of your car and get it right out of the way, because as you saw, the next couple of cars coming through, we do run a very, very wide line through there because we're full noise.
Yeah.
Through there as we get the tip in, so it's quite easily for somebody to possibly run it. And there could have been something possibly on the racetrack as well, which could have possibly sent another car proceeding into that car. So, good work there by Kenny to understand the danger that he was in and to get straight out. Now, the bonus is with this in a way is that, well, one, the safety car is out, so Rod's problems that he's having might see him get to, obviously, the checkered flag, possibly still in P2, but also closing up the margin now to Callum. So whatever the problem was, if it's now rectified, if we can get back under possibly green flag conditions with 2 minutes to go, look, to be honest, I think it's fairly doubtful that we're going to get back to green racing in this one. But saying that, it then might give him an opportunity to have a crack at Callum if we do end up with a one-lap flyer.
Wondering whether he's actually stuck in a gear.
Yeah, not sure. As I said, it was quite weird. He came out of turn 7 a couple of times and he was sort of gesturing out the cockpit. I'm not exactly sure what that was all about. Obviously, I'll find out more after this one is done. But a bit of a shame because, certainly him and Callum had a fantastic race one this morning. He was, they both got out of the cars when I went down to the pits and they were high-fiving and all that sort of stuff. They had a great, there was a lot of respect, racing room and all that sort of stuff, which is obviously what we want in open wheeler class cars. We don't want cars banging wheels and all that sort of stuff because it can turn to heartache very, very quickly.
And this is their last race for our Saturday, and they will be back again tomorrow for another 2 races tomorrow, possibly 3 actually.
I believe they've got 3, that's right. And obviously we're talking about the BM Graphics and the Morton Plate, which is comes down to the final race tomorrow.
Of the day.
That's right, it's the final race, and whoever gets across the line first wins the plate for that. It's based on race number 5 for the weekend.
And that's why Casely's gone home to put a new motor in. You can actually drop a race and it doesn't matter. It all comes down to tomorrow afternoon.
Exactly right, yeah. So he'll be back, I'm sure, bigger and faster than ever. But yeah, as I said, when he got back to the pits after race number 1, he was starting, and I was listening to him going, it had that start of a typical Volkswagen death rattle in the bottom end or something like that. So, you know, better to err on the side of caution and go home, and luckily he's got a spare motor that he can drop in it. Time is now
8 seconds.
Just about 8 seconds down. They have pulled the car of Kenny White's out, but it's still on the hard stand looking at our monitors here in commentary box. So unfortunately, I think most likely probably next time around they might be greeted with a checkered flag.
Well, that's going to work in the favour of Rod Lisson for sure. With that car that was failing, it looks like he might take out second place, so he couldn't have asked for anything much better than that, actually.
Yeah, so it was a shame because at the time too, both Ken and Michael Lloyd were closing in on Rod, and they could have possibly taken obviously P2 and P3 on the podium. So real big shame for Ken. That car has shown some really good speed this weekend, but so I'll find out what happened down in the bowl after this one. Most likely, you know, by the looks of it, what we sort of caught on the very back end of the replay, it looks like he may have just had a little bit of an oversteer moment and gone to correct, and it's just gone straight off the track. He's tried to drive it out, and as I said, he's got beached on the concrete, and that's all she wrote.
So we've got a few missing this weekend with Danny Chero not here and Vinny Padawanu not here as well.
Yeah, Vinny was actually slated to run this one, but I'm not sure why he hasn't showed. Danny, again, not sure. I think there might be some issues with that car because he didn't run the last round of Collie. We are missing obviously a few other people, say like Jason Fowler. We're missing Franz as well. Obviously Mark Quinn, who obviously bought my old car. There's quite a few. Maddie Matthews isn't running this weekend as well, although she was here earlier.
April's partner as well.
Yes, Johnny isn't running, as he's currently up on site, so that's why he's not running this weekend. So as you can see, the safety car is actually taken away from the field, and what I'm sort of thinking is, I think they're just going to come around the corner and possibly take the checkered flag. No, there's a green flag, and we're going to have a one-lap flyer. Interesting.
Yep. Last lap board coming out now, so it will be 1 lap. Can Rod Lisson hang on for second place, or will Lloyd in car number 5, the yellow car? Let's see, this is what Rob Haggerty and I talk about all the time. That's a restart, and you've already thrown away that advantage by not being right in the gearbox of the car in front.
Yeah, problem was with it was we had Mackenzie Gow right in the middle of the field. Instead of being able to get through on the safety car and rejoin the back, she was right in the middle of the field, so that sort of slowed up the mid-pack, and the reason why we've had that splintering effect. So, but it's certainly going to throw up a few little things, especially with the 1200s, because we've got Kathy Lisson, she's got Jonathan Scary, and he's trying to drive around the outside of Kathy. He's going to do it, and Isaac's trying to follow suit as well, and you've still got Campbell Gow there as well. He's going for the outside run, which is going to come to no avail. You've still got April Welsh there as well. Yeah, we're on board now with Campbell Gow, and he's really fighting hard, isn't he?
He's pretty busy over the top of the hill there.
Sure is. I mean, especially with the 1600 mixed in with this group as well. So Jonathan's sort of got the loops. Yeah, Kathy's run very, very wide in turn number 6. That's allowed Isaac to get up the inside. Now, let's see if Campbell can try and use the toe. But we're focusing back to the race leaders here. They come down to turn number 7.
Oh, Rod Lisson's going to put one on down here.
He's going to try.
Number 7.
Oh, he's gone down the inside of him. Yes, he's there, but it's a drag race to the line, and it's going to be Callum Lamont, by the looks of it, who's going to greet the checkered flag first. Yes, it is, from Rod Lisson. Then it's back to the next battle for Michael Lloyd, followed by Ben Wilkins, probably his best result. And then it's back to Jonathan Scary, winner of the 1200s, back to Kathy Lisson, Isaac Scary, Campbell Gow, April Welsh, and then Kenny White is rejoined the pack. He will finish next, but 1 lap down, along with Mackenzie Gow.
11th. Yep, and Mackenzie will grab 10th place. Wow, and the safety car restart will be investigated after the race, so not sure what has happened there.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so that's the way they're going to finish up with Lamont, Overlisson and Lloyd. Thanks very much, Miles. We're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap, Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9.
There'll be end-of-year presentations, winners' car display and a hilarious joke awards.
Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet.
Tickets are just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free.
Don't miss the cool down lap, one night only at Carco Raceway.
Get your tickets now at wascc.com.au/cool down lap.
The pits. Thanks very much to Jamie and Demelza. Looking out what is going to be next, and it will be Formula Classic. We'll take a quick short break here at Carco Raceway. Formula Classic, they're next out on the circuit.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap, Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners' car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cool down lap.
Formula Classic out on the circuit now, and we had a great race number one this morning with Will Norman being harassed by Mark Redman early in event number one. Of course, Mark Redman running the Duratec powered Formula Ford, and on the second row will be Ricky Virago in that beautifully presented Rolt, car number 43. Then the first of our sports cars, and that's Colin Yude in the Tiga SC80, car number 94. David Dearden out there in car number 33 with Brian Searles in the Rolt RT1. Then we have Grove in car number 4, which we believe may be the ex-Craig Bradkey car. And then we have Glenn Swarbrick, Marty Bullock and Alan Jones. I think they will be doubtful starters.
And I have confirmed during the break, as I promised, that car number 5, which is our very fast Formula Ford 2000 in second position, is the car that John Hurney used to campaign. So that car's doing very, very well. And good to see that Mark Redman's a very good driver as well. So he's got that car really going well.
He also has a Mark II Escort done up like a World Rally Championship car, and it is amazing. It's a great piece of engineering with the big spotties on the front and
the big guards and everything. Yeah, those Mark II Rally Escorts were just gorgeous cars. Absolutely gorgeous. So setting ourselves up here for a rolling start. So fairly shortly the safety car will peel off the circuit and these guys will go into a double Indian file as they come over the top of the hill. They're expected to get that sorted out between the top of the hill and probably halfway down the hill and be in that position so that they can be judged to be in position and ready for a start. And they hold that basically until they get the red light extinguishers at the start finishing line.
And this one over 15 minutes plus 1 lap for Densford Civil Proprietary Limited. It's the company owned by Marty Bullock.
Yeah, absolutely, and a big sponsor of this series for many, many years, going right back to when Formula Classic first started. So great to see Marty still on board with looking after this category, as the boys, and I don't think there's any girls out there, so just boys, are doing exactly what they've been asked to do by the Clark course, and they've got themselves all into their double Indian file as they head down into turn 7. And yeah, as soon as they see that light extinguished, then they're off.
So the Reynard of David Dearden, that would have been a Formula 2 car possibly?
Just having a look at the moment.
It's a Reynard SF84. As it heads down into turn number 1 for the first time, it is Will Norman from Mark Redman, then Ricky Virago, and the yellow car, the sports car of Colin Yude. And then we go back to the car that I'm thinking may be Formula 2, the 33, the red car.
Yeah, I'll have a bit of a closer look at it. To be perfectly honest, I can't answer that.
There were so many of those series, the Asia Pacific and the Mondial, and there were so many of those series.
Canada series and American series and Asian series and all sorts of things, and they all had their own little idiosyncrasy and own little rules and things. So it's really hard to tell. And because we didn't have a lot of Formula 2 happening here after around about 1983 or so here locally, it's hard to tell what a Formula 2 car looked like between then and when we started seeing on the TV being televised recently.
Because we had that Toyota up here for a while as well, which ran in the Formula Toyota series.
Yes, we did.
Yep. So across the line.
Yeah, he's doing a good job as always, and so is car number 5 of Mark Redman. Car 14 is is Marty Bullock, and he's just in front of Ricky Virago, both in Rolled RT4s. Colin Yude in the lovely Tiga Sports 2000. Then we've got Brian Searles in the Rolled RT1, Dave Dearden in the car we've just been talking about. And then we've got car number 4, which is the car of Phil Grove, and that's a Van Diemen Formula 4 2000 as well. Glenn Swarbrick in the Macon at the back of the field.
So the only car that we've lost so far today is car number 85 of Alan Jones, and that's unfortunate because he would have run with Will Norman all day.
He was very close to him qualifying, wasn't he? I think there was a couple of tenths in it, and we were really looking forward to the racing today. And I think the racing's still been fairly good. I mean, Mark Redman's been an absolute standout, and he has to be in running for the Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day award, which both Vaughan and I will vote upon later on in the afternoon, and kindly donated by the Competition Drivers Club, which is a fantastic club that's been supporting Western Australian motorsport here at carco.com.au right the way back into the very beginnings of the circuit.
Marty Bullock brings the Rolt RT4 across the start-finish line and trying to catch up with Mark Redman, who's not that far, probably 50, 60 metres in front of him. And the funny thing is that both of these cars, Mark Redman and Marty Bullock's, both powered by 2 litres, but one has a lot of aero and a lot of slick tyres, nice and soft rubber, and the other one is running a groove tyre with very little aero.
Yeah, and one is a space frame chassis and one is a monocoque chassis as well, so quite different vehicles, absolutely. So,
and the weight difference as well would be fairly
a monocoque's a lot lighter generally than what a tube frame is generally, but then they're smaller cars as well, the Formula Fords, so couldn't tell you what the weights of the cars would be, but
he's getting serious on the back here. He's moved up probably 20 metres and under brake slides right back under that Hewland gearbox of Mark Redman.
Don't know how many times Marty Bullock's driven this car. I've not seen him in it before up here. So I don't know how new this car is to Marty, but I imagine that he would be certainly adapting to it fairly quickly because he's a very experienced driver, is Marty. He started racing up in historic touring cars in a Cortina many, many years ago, and he's right on the tail of Redman now.
Yes, he's certainly catching up now, and it's taken a couple of laps for the tyres and everything to come up to temperature, but looks like Marty Bullock will come in second place next time through.
Yeah, he's right on his tail as they turn out of turn 5, and we look at it on our monitor for the live stream, and heading down into turn 6. two completely different cars having a battle here. Formula Ford 2000 just managing to stay in front, but look at Bullock. He's got an inside line here. He's going to take that second place from him, and does that convincingly.
I wonder if that was intentional there from Mark Redmond. He kind of went to the driver's left on the exit of turn number 6, where you're expected to be, but Marty Bullock's just turned right a little bit earlier and driven straight under the inside of him on the way up and over the top of the hill.
He was right off, I mean, that's a very heavily cambered corner down there at turn 6, and he was right off line for the entire time around turn 6. And to do that, you'd have to have done that on purpose, I feel.
Talking to a couple of the Formula Ford drivers, they say that there is a line down there, which never used to be there. It was always out as far as you could out on driver's left, but that now there's quite a few drivers that narrow up the exit of turn number 6 and come up and over the hill, and that's where they're on driver's right down into turn number 7.
Yeah, that's... I mean, that I have used that line in racing when I used to race many years ago as well. Generally speaking, because I was always in underpowered cars and was able to be a bit quicker through the corner than most people, and I'd come out on an inside line and then they'd just disappear in a straight line as always, leave me behind. But yeah, that line's been around for a while. So looking at car 29 crossing the line with Glenn Swarbrick in it. He's out there having a good time. He's about to be lapped by our race leader is car 3, Will Norman, just crossing the line now, and he's just done a 60.7 second lap time. Marty Bullock goes across the line at a 60.4, so he's closed down 0.3 of a second of that 3.5 second lead that Norman used to have.
There's 0.3 of a second difference on that last lap time. As this one's going to hold him up because he's come across Glenn Swarbrick at a pretty unopportune time.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that this looks like Bullock's actually going to get him down to turn 6, which is a far better place to go. And he's, in fact, Bullock is a second and a half quicker than him to the first point.
Yeah.
So
definitely held up there was Will Norman in car number 3.
So we can expect that time. If they do similar times across the next 2 sectors, you can see that gap is going to come down to around about 2 seconds across the stripe this time.
Yeah, they come down into turn number 7. It's still Will Norman in the Rolt RT4 from Marty Bullock in the second of the Rolt RT4s. And as you were saying, Rob, that distance has closed between first and second. And in fact, Marty Bullock goes faster by 0.4 of a second on that particular lap. Fast man to sector 1, 2 and 3.
Yep, absolutely. So he's closed that gap down, and he'll be really keen to get onto the back of that Rolt that's in front of him now. He's really coming to grips with this car as the day has gone on. As we look at the third Rolt RT4 go across the line, and that's Ricky Virago in 4th place. He's doing 65 second lap time, so he's a little off the pace of the leaders.
And the first of the full-bodied cars, the only sports car out there this weekend, the Tiga.
Yep, absolutely. And that is a beautiful car, absolutely beautiful car, and always very well looked after by its previous owner, Rob Jordan, and who used to run Escargot Racing. And it's good to see that Rob's moved that car on now, and that someone's gotten hold of it like Colin, who knows how to drive it as well. And that is an SC80 Tiga, that particular car, and it's a very nice car.
Is it Brian Searles that has the other one?
Brian Searles has he's got the what is it called? It's Eldon, I think he's
Eldon.
got.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that's that was, I believe, an Australian-built car. I don't think that was a car that was in any European or North American series.
See Colin Yude coming down into turn number 7 now.
Yep, and on screen we've got the beautiful Rolt RT4 of Ricky Virago, who of course used to race the car that we're not seeing on the track today of 85 of Alan Jones. He used to run that Rolt RT5 for many seasons, but he's stepped up into this RT4 now, and still coming to terms and coming to grips with it, I think.
From memory, that Tiga would have run in the same class as your father's cars, the Haggis Clubmans back in the day.
That Tiga wouldn't have been in the country then, because that Tiga is actually an 80s car. So by then the Clubman series here in Western Australia had pretty much dissolved. So no, we didn't see the Sportz 2000s in that. It probably, if it had been around in those days, would have been combined in the category, because quite often we didn't have a full field of Clubmans, and they used to just go in with the open sports cars. as was the racing gear. There was only ever really 3 or 4 categories in those days, and that was it. There was sports sedans, open wheelers, open and closed sports cars, and that was it. That was it. So, yeah, and then street cars came along.
The frightening days of motorsport.
Yes. The days when men were real men.
Yeah. Yeah, and you would be looking forwards and backwards, because some of those cars that you would have been thrown in with would have been twice as fast as some of the slower cars.
Well, we used to have Stuart Costiera in what was called the SR3A, and it was actually a Matic SR3, and it was with the full, V8 engine and full Group A sports car international rules that used to race with the clubmans, and he was doing sub-minutes, and the clubmans were doing mid-65s, 66s, 64s, that sort of thing. So, yeah, they were significantly faster.
Marty Bullock gets it all wrong on the exit of turn number 6.
That's actually, yeah, he does indeed, yes.
Is that Will? No, that's not Will Norman. That's
the 33.
The 33, David Dearden.
Yep.
In the 2-litre Formula Ford.
Now, of course, we're used to seeing David Dearden in Formula Fords as well. He's been running Formula Fords on and off as well. So this is one of the first times I think he's brought this car out.
He has a historic Formula V up for sale at the moment as well.
Yes, he does indeed. And he used to do time challenge with that. Yep, the white car with the red and the blue stripes.
That's it. That's up for sale at the moment.
I don't believe it's eligible for Formula V racing. I think that it's got some changes that have been made to it. But it probably could be reversed and turned into a Formula V again.
Marty Bullock coming across the line, car number 14. Couldn't be too much longer. We've got 60 seconds remaining plus 1 lap. So probably 2 more laps to go here for our leaders. A good battle up there between Will Norman as he moves his way through some of the slower cars. Colin Yude, and now rounding up Glenn Schwarbrick in the Macon as they crest the top of the hill and disappear, reel off another lap here at Carco Raceway. Said 45 seconds remaining plus 1 lap. Starting to see a few darker clouds starting to roll in, but nothing on the radar at the moment that's going to affect us here in Neerabup this afternoon.
Yeah, it's still fairly high up, and they are a little greyer as they're coming over. They're coming over fairly quickly. That's the worrying part, because you don't know what's going to be behind them. But yeah, we've been very lucky today. The day was scheduled to have up to 30 millimetres of rain, and it looked like it was going to be persistent throughout the whole day, particularly when I woke up at about 5 a.m. this morning. But it's turned out to be quite a nice day.
Nice day. It's a bit windy outside, but that's not too bad. It's really nice in here with the aircon's at 24.
Yeah, if you want to keep your job, you probably want to keep that to yourself. Got a lot of hard-working officials out there working in the weather, and we do thank them very, very much. They're such great officials that we have here at carco.com.au, and always so much on the ball and do a great job, every single one of them.
And that's part of the reason why we're having the cool-down lap, is so that we can recognise their service, and lots of hours put in through season 2025. And it's not just here for our circuit racing, it's all of the other events that we run throughout the year as well that require a lot of volunteers, and without those people we can't do it. So thank you very much for being on board with the West Australian Sporting Car Club and donating your precious time, as the last lap board has been handed out. So Will Norman will get that now. So
not only will he get that now, but he gets the fastest lap of the race on the last lap as well.
It's a 59.56, so yeah, he's maybe saving the best till last.
Yeah, he must have decided that he's going to show Marty Bullock that there's not any chance of him being able to catch him, so just to settle for second place. But they're both up into turn 4 now, and a long gap then back to Ricky Virago in car 43.
59.5, so he was 0.8 of a second quicker on that last lap than what Marty Bullock was. And just having a look now, there's only 3/100ths of a second difference across the first intermediate for Norman versus Bullock. And then we go back 2 full seconds to Ricky Virago, and Colin Yude goes back 4 seconds from our leaders. And up and over the hill for the last time. It'll be another victory on the board for car number 3 of Will Norman as he tilts the roll RT4 into turn number 7, looks up, sees the checkered flag and greets it at the carco.com.au raceway start-finish line. And he takes a comfortable win in the end from a hard-charging car number 14 of Martin Bullock. And Ricky Virago will be next across the line.
He won't be next across the line. He'll be third across the line because next across the line's car 5, which is Redmond, and he's quite a long way behind now, and I don't know why he fell back quite so far. He only just finished in front of Colin Youde. Here into turn 7 now, I think, no, that's not him, that's the RT1 that's coming there. We're just still waiting for car 20. Yeah, car 24, 43, I'm sorry, which has been a long way behind.
Maybe he's returned to the pits, or he's stuck somewhere. Or is this him coming now?
This is him now coming over the top of the hill.
He's a long way back.
He is indeed, and very long way back. They would have lapped Mark Redmond in that race, which is a very big surprise because he was sitting in second place for a considerable amount of that race. So across the line now comes our third place sitter, and that's car 43 of Ricky Virago. So that's how they finished the second of the Formula Classic race for, it says 15 minutes, but I believe that was an 18-minute race, wasn't it?
No, 15.
It was 15?
15 plus 1 lap.
Okay, yep.
So that's the way that they will finish with Norman, Bullock and Virago. We're going to take a short break here at carco.com.au Raceway. FSR will be next out on circuit, and if race 2 was anything... well, hopefully race 2 will be something like what we saw in race 1 earlier today. Lots of battles coming up between Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler, and then you can throw in the others, and we got a great battle coming your way here very shortly at carco.com.au Raceway.
Okay, we're going to throw now to Demelza and Jamie, and they're down in the paddock area for some interviews.
Yes, we're down here at the in the garage with Laurie Lapsley, who just competed in the historic cars. How'd you go with the race, Laurie?
I finished, which is always a plus. Managed to move up from 12 to 8. Fighting some problems with the brakes, but managed to get around, and got into 1 minute 11, which is, I'm pretty happy for this old bus.
Tell me about the car.
1961 Mark II Jag 3.8 litre. I've had it since 2016. I've been campaigning it up here with the Historics. Absolutely love the competition, love the events. Love the camaraderie with all the guys racing similar cars. It goes pretty well for an old bus, but I've got to carry around about 1.4 tonne with these minimum weights now. I'd like to be able to take a bit out, then I might be able to get in front of some of the other bastards, but that's a forlorn hope, I think. Yes, and it goes well. Yes.
And what made you decide to get into the racing in the historic touring cars?
Oh, well, I've been a Jag man for 30 odd years, running one of these things on the road every day. My son actually got me involved a number of years with the Speed Event series, driving my road car. And this is, I guess, the next progression from the Speed Event series. We just love it. Going wheel to wheel, toe to toe with other competitors, driving similar cars with similar respect for each other. It's competitive, it's fun, yeah.
Fantastic, Laurie. Well done, and looking forward to seeing more racing from you this weekend.
Yes, absolutely. I'll be there so long as this thing keeps going.
Fantastic, Vaughan. It's back to you.
Very much to Jamie and Demelza down there, and while our FSR guys are over the backside of the circuit at the moment, we're going to have a quick look at our championship points at the moment, and it's Stuart Burns on 181 over Chris Reindler on 151, and then Bryce Moore only 1 point back. So with Stuart Burns not here this weekend, the battle is between Moore and Reindler. and Mark Cirillo back there, Michael Tomic as well, and Garrett Piper, who had a run as a once-off. We've got one more lap now coming for our FSR runners, and look at this, the race is already on, Rob, and it's only a warm-up lap. It's between Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler. They've got 150 metres on that'll be car number 18 of Brad Russell. So, and we caught up with Brad Russell with Jamie and Demelza early. Arise have not only taken out the Australian 1, they've also taken out the Masters and the Grand Masters and all of these other events from last weekend as well. So, and Brad Russell was the recipient of the Master and the Grand Master awards for FSR on the National Series.
Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, I'm not surprised. They're such a professional organisation, and it's great to see that group are doing so well nationally as well as locally.
Yeah, it certainly was. And just having a look at our map, there is definitely some weather on the way. I'm not too sure if there's any rain in it, but there's certainly a big gaggle of clouds making their way towards the circuit.
They've got colourful pick patterns in them, which means that there's rain in them. So unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have a wet finish to the race meeting, unless we're very, very lucky. And that's certainly not what I want to see, having 2 more events to go in the time challenge.
No, we're just having a look now with 90 minutes. Yeah, it's around about an hour and a half before we'll see anything, if it happens. So,
so it might be just at the conclusion of the meeting.
Yep. We'll all jump in our cars and go home and get ready to come back for day number 2 of round 5. Hope you can join us again tomorrow, or if you can't, make sure you jump onto the Turn 7 live stream. You can jump on at the West Australian Sporting Car Club Facebook page. There'll be a link there.
And you can jump on that later on in the evening as well.
Yep,
so if you miss it, you can replay it later in the evening. So jump on board and support your club. So here we go, all beautifully lined up again. They've done a great job, and they're away. And at that time, the little bit of quicker was Reindler as he took off the start, but he's unfortunately on the outside, and he's going to leave that open for Bryce Moore.
Oh, there's a spin there with Brad Russell, and he's taken Andrew Eldridge as well.
Yeah, Andrew's actually just tapped him, and I think it's been right rear to right rear.
And I think that's Cohen Jackson there that was 35 also caught up in that as well. It was a very slow spin for Brad Russell, but Andrew Eldridge tried to scoot around the outside, and then Brad Russell went backwards and unfortunately took out Andrew Eldridge.
Yeah, so it was rear right to rear right because one was facing the wrong way, and that's the way that they just touched, I think. And it looks to me like we're going to be, we will be having a safety car because we've got to get that car out of the sand.
As Miles said, the Formula Vs are only 40 mil above the ground, and these are probably a little bit lower.
Always a worry when a safety car comes out, because some drivers see it and some drivers don't, and it can cause all sorts of problems. I remember being up here at a supercars event, probably 2006 I think it may have been, or it could have been earlier than that, when we saw a terrible Formula Ford accident just near the top of the Perth sign on the back straight there, when one of the drivers didn't see the flag and had to throw the brakes on, and ended up losing it and going right into the car that had stopped on the side of the road that had put the safety car out in the first place, and rolling over and everything. Luckily he wasn't John, it wasn't Macara, but yeah, John something or other I think his name was, but yeah, it was a terrible accident, and that was as a result of not seeing the safety car boards.
Yep.
So here comes a live replay.
And have a look now for our live stream viewers. We should be able to see exactly what happened here as they barrel down into turn number 1. So it looks like we're on board with Jay Wong, and there goes Brad Russell, and there's a bit of contact there.
Yeah, so we'll get another
bit of contact between Jay Wong and Brad Russell.
So here we go from outside view. So we probably will be able to see a little bit more on this angle.
So Brad Russell on the inside in third place at the moment as they tilt the cars in, and here's Cohen up the inside. Wow. I don't know. It's very, very hard to call. Cohen Jackson tried to go up the inside here.
Yep,
and Brad Russell in 18 looks like he was just maybe bumped by Cohen.
So we're going to see it again in slow motion this time. We're going to slow it down to around 50% and see how this unfolded. But yeah, you're right. It does look like it might have been Jackson.
But you can see Jackson trying to go up the inside of Jay Wong, and just a tap. I think there was just a little tap there as they went into the corner.
We're back into green flag racing again, so a good gap now has been pulled out by Bryce Moore from Reindler, and then it's going to be back after that to Jay Wong, who's managed to find himself up there in third position. He'll be laughing about that, and then we're back to car 78, and that's Mercer in that car, and then back to Brad Russell and Aldridge at the back of the field. They managed to get Aldridge is going
right
again.
down the back.
Yep.
And that would be Brad Russell, Jackson, and Eldridge down the back. So they're all back out onto the circuit at the moment. But it is car number 8 of Bryce Moore at the moment, leading from 28 of Chris Reindler. Jay Wong up into third. Mercer, as you said, in car number 78. And turn 1 incident involving cars 18, 35 and 60 now under investigation by Motorsport Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. So they'll have a look at the same footage, or similar footage that they have in their control, and they'll be able to work out exactly what happened then. But let's just concentrate on what's happening out there at the moment. Fast man on the track is actually Chris Reindler. He's he's 3/10 faster on the last lap than Bryce Moore, and he is actually starting. You can actually see that he's starting to catch onto the back of car number 8 of Moore.
Now these guys are good mates off the track as well, and they join up together when they go on the National Series. So I wonder if they play their cards to themselves when they're here at the local race meetings, or are they helping each other?
I think that it would probably be every man for himself in a sprint race like this.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I used to race with my brother, and we were right up against each other the whole time, and we didn't hold back any punches. It was whoever did the better job on the day. So at the moment we're back onto pit straight once more, and both of them just clipping over that exit curb at the exit of turn 7. Let's have a look at what sort of lap times. It was a faster first sector that time for Bryce Moore, and that's equated to a faster lap time overall. So he's got that 3/10. In fact, it was only 300ths that time he was quicker.
Yeah.
So there's not very much in it at the moment at all for the lead.
These two cars are just equal pegging all day. And it's not the first time that they've been like this all year. They've been the class of the Arise team this year. And you can see that by the way they're dominating this weekend. They're driving away now from car 33 of Jay Wong, who's running some 2 seconds a lap slower than Chris Reindler and Bryce Moore at the moment.
Yeah, and then we're back to Troy Mercer in car 78, Brad Russell in car 18, and then we've got Jackson back there as well, and that's Cohen Jackson in car 35, and then we've got Andrew Aldridge in car 60.
So having a look now where Brad Russell is, so he's coming over the hill side by side now. Oh, starting to squeeze out too. So Brad Russell down the inside on driver's right of 78 of Troy Mercer. So he gets that job done as they come out onto the main straight. Now, next in line for him will be Jay Wong in car number 33. It's a long way up the road by FSR standards, but we'll see what happens. 100 metres, and he's still got 5 minutes to do it.
Plus 1 lap. So I think that I don't think that there's going to be a problem there. If you have a look at the lap times, Russell is around about a second and a half quicker. No, about half a second actually quicker. And there's probably about 3 or 4 seconds, and they've got probably 6 laps left.
5 or 6 laps left.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think he'll probably do it. As our leaders once again down the back straight, past the Perth sign in turn 7, and it doesn't look like Ryan was able to make too much of a impact on it. It's going backwards and forwards for fastest laps, and there always seemed to be about 3/10 or 300ths of a second between their lap times. That time it was once again Bryce Moore fastest, and this time by 2/10 of a second faster than Reindler.
Yeah, there's seesaw effect between both of these. So as we said, that turn 1 incident will be investigated after the race. Have to wait and see what the outcome of that will be later on this afternoon. Of course, FSR returning later on this afternoon for another 12 minutes plus 1 lap.
So having a look at Chris Reindler at the moment, car number 28, as he heads down into turn 6, and doing everything that he can to try to get back on the tail of Bryce Moore. But it's got to be said that Bryce Moore hasn't really put a foot wrong so far in either of the 1.5 races that they've had so far, and he really is doing a very, very good job. Of course, a former Formula Ford champion here in Western Australia, and he's done a lot of laps around this circuit and knows his way around for sure.
and these guys will be getting buffeted around. Not too bad on the way out of turn number 6, but it's when they get to the top of the hill there at the flag point, that's when the wind really belts you right in the front of the helmet. And of course these guys are all tethered up with their Hans device on. There is a little bit of movement there, and they would certainly be feeling it.
Yeah, absolutely. It used to be before they used to wear Hans devices. They used to lift the helmet as they come over the top of that hill, and your helmet would start to lift off the away from your chin, and it'd be an interesting experience in an open type car. But I imagine with the Hans device now, that's been limited to a degree.
So back on board now for our live stream customers in Jay Wong, car number 33, as he powers his way through the centre and the apex of turn number 6. And lets the car come right out wide, and you can see the dark clouds there down to the southwest of the circuit. So hopefully they are not heading in this direction. But now as we look up and over the horizon, we can still see there is a bank of cloud out there, but it doesn't look too threatening at the moment. So well played to Jay Wong for giving us a weather report at 160 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, probably, and the rest. And he's heading down now into turn 1, and it really is a lovely onboard, isn't it? He's doing a very good job. He clips the apex nicely, lets it run a little bit wide on the exit so he can get that power down. Clips the first S and across the second S, and then into turn 4. And you'll see that he'll hug the curb all the way around here, and then let the car just settle a little as he turns across to turn 5, and then powers on down the old pit straight towards turn 6, which is a very deceptive corner. It has a very, very late entry turn in, and you go right out to the outside curb before you turn in. Right where that red and white curb is the apex, and then you let it run right wide on the exit. And of course, the quicker you get out of turn 6, the quicker you're going to be going down the straight towards turn 7, which is actually an uphill braking area. So they hit the bottom of the hill round about now, and then it starts to go uphill. And you can brake a lot later there than what you would anticipate. And then if you're nice and clean onto pit straight, once again, you get the advantage down into turn 1.
And you very rarely see these cars go sideways. They very rarely get out of shape unless there's been some form of contact. But they never develop oversteer. Not that it's visible from the outside. There probably is a little bit happening from the driver's seat, but not visible from the outside.
Fairly wide track, fairly large, wide, slick tyres, and very stiffly sprung. I'd imagine they'd be pretty quick to let go, and you wouldn't... I think they keep them pretty straight, because I think when they let go, they just let go and they'd end up
Very
swapping
quick.
ends.
Yep. Yeah, by the time you realise it's happening, it's all over.
Yeah, I think so. So keeping our eye on this battle back there still, and this is Wong and Russell.
Catching him up.
Russell is starting to catch them up. We're currently got 47 seconds left in the race, plus 1 lap.
And now he's in that area where he'll be getting all of the buffeting around from the aero from Jay Wong in front. So this is going to be a fairly difficult little session of this race for Brad Russell at the moment. He's got to pull out and try to drive around the outside of Jay Wong.
Yep, there's our race leaders once again. That's focus on car 28, the second place person of Chris Reindler. As they once more head down, they're going to finish this lap, and then they'll be getting the last lap board at the end of this lap. So lap and a half left of the 2.41 kilometre carco.com.au raceway. And that gap stayed more or less the same between first and second for the probably the second half of the race. If anything, it's just gone out just a little tiny bit by a couple of car lengths, and well and truly under control of car number 8 with Bryce Moore at the wheel.
Bryce Moore has just last time through dropped into the 56s for the first time, and now a 57. So yeah, he put in a fast lap and then backed it off by 1 full second. That's a bit of a luxury to do if you're out in front.
Yep, and he's got a 1.1 second lead at the moment on the last lap. And then he's got around about 15.2 seconds back to Jay Wong, who's still under a lot of pressure from Brad Russell. Only around about 0.5 of a second between those guys, and they're going to have to do, if he wants to take that podium position away from Wong, he's going to have to do that on this lap. And I think that's going to be a bit of a challenge, to be honest. Catching's one thing, passing's another.
Yeah, particularly in these cars, like you get up under the rear wing of that car in front, and you just got no steering in these.
And of course, you pull out from the slipstream. There's so much frontal area of the car as well. It's good. And with this wind,
slows you
the
down.
way that it is, where the wind's running up the hill, it's going to affect you as well. But here's the checkered flag, and it's out for Bryce Moore. Another wonderful win, 2 from 2, and Reindler 2 from 2 for second place. So in the end, it was only 0.7 between those two as they crossed the line, with a fast lap then from Chris Reindler as we watch. Jay Wong has been taken by Brad Russell, so Brad is going to be able to get that move done and takes the third place away from Wong. So a little bit of a pity for Wong. I thought that he'd done very, very well to keep that position for so long and then to lose it on the last corner. Across the line goes Troy Mercer and car number 35 of Cohen Jackson, and we're just waiting for Aldrich to cross the line, and he will be our final finisher in the second of the SRA races.
Yeah, another
FSR, I'm sorry.
FSR,
races.
over 15 minutes.
Making up letters as I go along.
Another category. All right, coming our way very shortly for their Circuit Masters event is the historic touring cars. Sponsored by Access Hire. This one will go back to 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And remember, these guys will be returning for tomorrow. So more action coming your way for the historic touring cars, brought to you by Access Hire. And we are going to quickly go to an advert before the Access Hire historic touring cars make their way out on the circuit here at Carco Raceway.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. Historic Touring Car Racing proudly presented by Access Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts and iWrite Sign.
For Access Hire, the historic touring cars are next out on the circuit, just leaving the dummy grid now, and race 1 dominated by car number 79 of Brian Edhouse from car 86 of Graham Woolhouse. And we've got Poglets and Cates on the second row. As for our live stream viewers, you'll be able to see the championship points as they currently stand, and it's Malcolm Bowden out in front.
Yep, and that's good to see Malcolm having such a wonderful run, and he is, of course, in a Mini Cooper S, so one of the smaller category cars.
He's even with Brian Edhouse, and Conor Onofaro was there as well in equal second or equal third. We'll just have to wait for our scroll. There it is. Conor Onofaro on 114, Simon Northey on 111. So very, very close up the front there. But isn't it great to see a little Mini Cooper S out in front of the overall championship?
Yeah, well, they're in first and third position by the looks, because Conor was third, I think you said. So Mini Cooper S first and third in the championship, and they're creating a mini sandwich with Edhouse in his big Mustang. So at this stage, I would imagine that Edhouse will extend that, because Bowden was only around about 6th or 7th in the first event, and he has to watch himself too, because he did already get himself a penalty, almost got himself a penalty in the last event for going the wrong side of the curb at the exit of turn 7, so he'd be wanting to watch himself with that. I do think that was actually an accident that he did that. It wasn't something that was done on purpose. So let's have a look very quickly at the grid. So you can do that for me if you'd like. Dennis? Mr. Dennis?
Yeah, thank you. So we've got Ed House out of pole, Woolhouse, Poglets. Mark Cates is out, had a brake pipe split on the Mustang, so he's getting that fixed, but not now. Northey, Bowden, Colton, all the little cars in the middle there, it's showing good. Lorry, the 2 Van der Wrights, where are we? Down the bottom here. Oh, Ken Waller, he put that smoke out in the last race. Well, there's a ventilation mark in the hole in the block, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Got old Holden 202. And yeah, I think that's the only 2 drops we've got, so end of the day, not bad.
Yeah, no, that's good. And I can remember the Gallagher brothers in the late 1960s when they blew their engine up in one of their Falcons, and he got interviewed after the event, and he said, "Oh yeah, we had a timing problem." He said, "Was it a timing problem? Was it a lot of smoke?" He said, "Yeah, the distributor got knocked off as a piston came out the side of the engine." So that was the typical humour of the Gallagher brothers in the 60s. So,
well, the Holden humour is the starter motor fell off.
Yep.
But usually your Conrod's taken it, or an alternator, depends on which end of the engine it was.
Absolutely.
With Ken's, it was the starter motor end.
So we've not got Kate's out there, we've got Poglets out there, and we've got Ed House and Woolhouse on the front row, both in Mustangs, 2 totally different types of Mustangs. So that's going to be a good little battle again between them. And then back to car 44 on the 3rd row, and that's Simon Northey in one of his many vehicles. And next to him is our current joint leader of the championship, car 23, and that's a very pretty little colour scheme he's got on that car of Bowden's. I really do like that. And they're away. So look at the wheel spin on 79 and initially on 86, and then he got out of it, and he lost a little ground because of that, and he's let Poglets have a little bit of a sniff up the inside, but he's not going to do that as he closes the door. But it's all Ed House at the moment from Woolhouse, then back to Poglets, and then Northey, and then we've got Bowden and car 5 of Will Colton doing a great job back up there in 6th position.
Yep, then we've got Laurie Laps in the Jag, got Paul Van der Wright, Mike Van der Wright, I hope I'm in the right order. Ian Brown, Gary Edwards and Mitch Evans. Bill Skipper's just gone wide out through there. Nathan Hedlow, Stewie Young's going to hassle him and zoom on past.
Yep.
Bob O'Neill and Wendy Curver.
Yeah, and good to see Wendy back out there again in car 6, the lovely EH Holden, as they all disappear down towards turn 6. In fact, out of turn 6 on our monitor, we can see that gap starting to be really drawn out between Ed House and Woolhouse as they come over the top of the hill and blast down towards turn 7 for the first time. They've really opened that up on Poglets, who's now got a great big gap between himself and the leaders, and at the same time, Poglets is starting to pull out a gap also on Northey. So let's have a look at how they went from a standing start as they crossed the line for the first time, and the standing start times are... where is it? I can't see where the time is. No, I think that might be just incorrect. That's certainly not the lap time that they've just done. They haven't done a 3-minute lap time, so I won't pursue that any further.
Yeah, we won't go any further.
Yeah, but have a look at how Woolhouse, he seems to be able to get out of turn 1 and up to turn 4 a bit quicker than what the big Ed House car does, and he gets back on his tail again. But then Ed House has got all that grunt down the 2 straights.
Absolutely, a bit more grunt down the hill into 6, and then out up over the hill. Where it really counts. Yeah, so fastest sector of the race so far, sector 1 to Ed House, and he's only a 10th and a half quicker. In fact, only 5/100ths of a second quicker than what Woolhouse was for that first one. Doesn't take much, does it?
No, it doesn't. But we'll be interested to see what the second gap is going to be.
What I was watching in that first lap there was how close Simon Northey got to the back of Robert Popkett's Trana through 6 and up the hill. And then the Trana's power sort of took it away again.
Yeah.
And then under brakes again into turn 7. The Beamer comes in a lot, gains a few car lengths, but unfortunately horsepower is always going to win.
It's called demoralising. I've been there, done that. So having a good battle back here between Lapsley and Colton as well.
Yeah.
And have a look at car number 32. That's the Stewie Young Tirana that's starting further back down the grid than it should. I think it was on about the second row of the grid at the start of the day.
Yes.
And he's blasted past those as he makes his way towards the front of the grid again.
Yeah, he's cleaned up a couple in the coming out of 7.
Yep, absolutely.
Straight through.
So we've got a good battle between Colton, who's managed to also get past Lapsley again, and then we've got the car 16 of Mitch Evans going around the outside of the Wedding car.
Yeah, Mitch is on the outside of turns, what's that? 4.
Turn 4. Yep.
Big move there, and he's hung onto it going up over the hill by the look of this.
Then we've got Paul Van der Wright just behind them, and then his dad Mike behind him, and Gary Edwards returning in car 94. Bill Schipper out there in the Datsun 1600. Ian Brown in the
Cortina.
Mark 1, and also a Cortina Mark 1 is Hadlow. And then we've got O'Neill in the HQ Holden and Cover in the EH Holden.
Yeah, all those Cortina Mark 1s there are running Lotus twin cam drive power.
Lovely, beautiful cars. I was looking at the Goodwood Revival last night, and they had a race out there, had a display out there with lots of Jim Clark's cars, because they're celebrating Jim Clark this year, and they had his original Lotus Cortinas that were going around in the parade, and that was an absolutely beautiful thing as we watched Laurie Lapsley trying to get his nose once again down the inside of Coulton, not able to do it, and Coulton at the same time trying to get his nose down the inside of car 16 of
Mitch Evans.
Mitch Evans, yeah. So good battle happening back there in the field, and you'd think they're playing for sheep stations, but they're in 7th, 8th and 9th.
Yes, yeah, we always start playing for sheep stations, but end up with hobby farms.
Yeah, you're absolutely dead right there. It seems to be a helmet effect. People who put helmets on.
Yes.
Yeah, but no, great. As Ed House comes up to lap Cover in the EH Holden, and that's going to slow him down just a little bit. So let's have a look at what that does to the gap between them on the end of this lap.
Wendy's pretty good at getting out of the way. She sees them coming. That's one of the good things, at being alert about what's going on around you.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to use those mirrors. They're not just a shiny ornament.
Not for just looking in and doing your hair.
No, absolutely not. As we've got Podlitz across the line in 3rd place once again, and Northey behind him, and Northey's fallen well and truly off the pace there, and he's probably going to be caught by Stewie Young, whose car sounds absolutely magnificent as he crosses the line in car 32.
They've got 6 minutes 45 left. I was just trying to find out where the time was. So Stewie should roll in the BMW of Simon over his next couple of laps.
A lot of work to do for Mitch Evans to try to get onto the tail there also of Bowden and for the mini battle, but he's managed to pull away now from Lapsley, who's still under fire from Coulton, and of course we've got Paul Vandenrit there as well, who's joined that battle, and he's well and truly left his dad behind, who's probably a good 3 or 4 or 5 seconds behind is Mike Vandenright. And then another big gap back to Gary Edwards in the BMW 2002.
And I thought Gary might be a bit quicker than that. I mean, he hasn't driven this car for a while, but I would have thought it would have been further up the push.
Yeah,
but,
he's done some testing. I saw him post on Facebook some testing that he's done recently with the car. I think that might have been, I think he had an outing also at Collie. I think that he did.
Yes, he did, yeah.
So it's not exactly new to him again, but obviously it's taken a little bit of time to get back used to the 2002 after having been in the BMW 3 Series for the last few years.
Yep, the different power and way they handle and all the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we've got on screen now, we've got Ian Brown giving Bill Skipper a bit of a hurry up, and it's good.
Yeah, it is, and they were always very similar in their handling and speed and everything across a lap with 1600s and the Cortinas.
It'll just be who can do the later braking, I think, more than anything else.
And that's a shame, because we were just talking about Edwards in the car 94 BMW, and he's pulling into the pits, so he's obviously got a problem. And that's a big shame, because that was always such a reliable car as well. So
absolutely, he was. When I first started racing, Gary was very much there all the time.
Yep.
Usually well and truly in front. Ran for years without any dramas.
So a little bit of a lock-up for our leader down turning into turn 1. Not anything that's going to harm him whatsoever. He's got his headlights on to warn the traffic that is coming through at the moment that he's the leader, and he'd like to have some sort of advantage to be able to get past. And he's well and truly left Woolhouse behind in his wake now. Still about another, let's have a look, 4 minutes and 34 seconds plus 1 lap to go.
0.4 of a second on that lap difference. There's not much in it, but there's a gap, isn't there?
I think it's been traffic, to be honest. I think that he's had an easier run through the traffic than Morehouse. And Poglit's a long way behind as well. And we're looking up there, we've got Stewie. Stewie Young has managed to get past Northey.
Mitch is on the tail of Bowden now. In his 16 Mini, he's got right onto it.
Geez, he's put his head down, hasn't he?
There's only a mini gap between them.
Yep.
And that's diminishing into turn 4 there.
And it does look like we're going to be getting rain very, very shortly. It's starting to get very dark out there.
That's a worry. I don't like rain with our cars. I'm afraid it gets very slippery very fast.
Yeah, I don't like them in my car, and I've got a time challenge coming up in a couple of events. So, unfortunately, it looks like it might be going to be a wet time challenge, but that's life, and it's the same for everyone. So, just looking at car 65, which is the car of Hadlow going across the stripe, and that's in the traditional Lotus Cortina colour scheme as well. Beautiful looking car.
I inspected that car for its logbook back a few years ago. Built by Wayne Watson in Albany.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful job.
Yeah.
It's just superbly finished. The detail.
Such an iconic car in that colour scheme as well. I know they had them in the British Racing Green with the yellow as well, was quite common, but that white with the green, that used to look magnificent. As we watch down there, the mini battle still going ahead down there, and Bowden just managing to stay in front there, turning to turn one from Mitch Evans.
Yes, it's on. It was a breaking duel into one, and yeah.
Evans seems to have just a little bit more. I don't know if it's bravery or determination under brakes. He's trying to go down around the outside at turn 5. That's a brave move.
Well, with a Mini, you've got to keep momentum. So if he can get an outside run...
He's done it.
Outside run.
Yep.
If he can keep it, if he shuts Mel down from the inside, he'll outrun him up the hill.
Yeah.
And he actually has. He's outrunning down the outside there into 6.
And not only that, but he's disappearing into a different postcode. Also, he's just taken off. He's got a good 100 metres now between himself and Bowden, just in the course of probably half the
lap.
circuit.
Yeah, half a lap. Yep, and he's stretching it. He obviously tuned himself up. Mel's good on the brakes there by crikey.
Oh, look at that lovely four-wheel drift.
Slide, yes.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah,
good Mini driving.
Yeah.
Yep. As they say, the back wheels are only there to hold the back of the car off the ground. So lovely drift there, and he's trying everything that he can. Having a look at their lap times, Mitch was about 0.8 of a second quicker than him on that last lap.
Yep. Mitch has obviously got his head right down.
A little bit more experience in Mitch as well.
Yes.
Bowden hasn't been at it for as long as what Mitch has, but having said that, he's improved enormously over the last little while as well.
Last couple of years, like he's been in a couple of years, and absolutely he's come to the fore. He's on pace.
Yep.
It's not like he's out there. I'm say Mitch is probably very more determined because he missed the pulled out of the first one.
Yep.
With a pin fell out of the clutch fork actually.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not good.
No, it isn't, because the clutch doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got 1 minute and 7 seconds left. So we'll finish this lap, and we'll probably get 2 more at the end of that. So watching the Laurie Lapsley car come out of turn 6, and Laurie's still got the Will Colton car right on his tail the whole way down, and then a reasonable gap then back to car 111 of Paul Van Den Rit.
They come down in the braking zone, and the little Cortina comes right up to the Jag basically, and but horsepower. The Jag's got some good straight line speed.
Yep.
It's very hard to overhaul them.
The car to have in the early to mid 1960s, and people who used to run that, running in what was in those days a one race Australian Touring Car Championship, and people like Bob Jane winning that in the big Jaguar.
Yes.
And several other people used to run those as well.
Yeah, that particular Jag coming out of the factory in the UK was actually 4.1.
Oh, okay.
And you can't, and as to how they achieved it, I don't know. No one will tell you about it.
No.
But it was actually listed as a 4.1 rather than a 3.8. So it was a full-on factory effort engine in the car at least. And it was quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
In their day, there was all sorts of things went on.
Wasn't until the Mustang came along that overshadowed them, and the Mustang should never have been in the category anyway. They were allowed into the category with a fair few people putting some pressure onto what was known as cams in the day. But that spelt the end of the Jaguar. Look at Bowden going so wide and just clipping that curb there. He's not going the wrong side of it, so he's not going to attract the ire of the clerk of course, so that's good.
Yep.
But still, just inch by inch, Evans pulling away from him now. Just that he's managed to get past.
Holding about, what's that, 4 or 5 mini lengths.
Yep.
And maybe 6. And he's on it. And I think you find Mal, while still won't lift, he don't think he can actually run it down.
So race leader Brian Edhouse out on his last lap now, and still in lap traffic as he makes his way past Bob O'Neill. And still in lap traffic. That's the ex-Martinovich car, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yeah. It's had a couple of owners, but the Martinovich car.
Yep.
Second one, Gary built.
Yep.
Beautiful car for a Holden.
Yep.
And actually, Simon Northey had the car for a little while, and he commented on it's one of the nicest cars he'd actually driven.
How many did they make, Vaughan? 470-something thousand of them? 385, and I've always said that's about 384 too many.
Yeah.
That's we'll leave that for the HQs tomorrow.
Yes.
Over the top of the hill comes Brian Edhouse in car number 79. He's had a flag-to-flag victory and has done a magnificent job for the second time today. And he's going to just beat the rain, because I think the rain's just about to come in as he comes down the pit straight for the final time and receives the checkered flag.
Wow.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. A magnificent display for that beautiful 69 Mustang. Colton gets past. We've lost the Jaguar by the looks. Here he is now coming down. So Colton is he's had a bit of a whoopsie over there, I would suggest, because he's fallen back.
Slow. Jag's going real slow. It's in comparison. His lorry's actually eased out of it.
So Woolhouse crosses the line for second. We're waiting for Stewie Young, who's managed to get past our Poglitz as well.
Yep.
So he's coming down into the checkered flag stripe now.
Third, and Poglitz will be 4.
Yep. So Ford,
Simon, and yep.
Yep. Fourth. You've got fourth, first and second Ford, and third and fourth Holden. So can't get fairer than that. We've got a replay coming up as to what happened with the Jaguar.
What slowed the Jag down?
Yeah. So that's going to be interesting to see. Here we go.
Yep. Flash.
He's run wide at turn 6 and got himself almost caught in those boonies out there. He's done a great job to get out of there,
keep
actually.
Keep it going. Yeah. We always complained about the weight. That was momentum that got him out of the sand.
Yeah, no, well done. So at least he managed to get some finishing for that. Martin, thank you so much for your commentary again. We're going to see you one more time, I think, today.
Okay, I'll come back.
So we look forward to that. Yeah, you've been really, really good. So thanks so much for that. We're going to throw down to Demeza and Jamie, and Demelza and Jamie, sorry, and they're going to interview someone in the paddock area. So let's do that now.
That's right. We are here at the FSRs with Tony Mercer. Tony, you came in 5th in that last race. You've got to be happy with that.
Absolutely made up. That was further than my expectations could be. The guys that had the incident in turn 1, I just capitalised on that and kept it clean, but it was great fun. That was probably my best race of the day so far. Really enjoyed it.
Fantastic. And we've seen a relatively dry track today. We look like the final race that you're going into today might be a little bit wetter than expected. How do you feel going into that?
Slightly nervous. The rain's coming down stronger now as we're talking. I haven't raced in wet here, so it's my first time in FSR, so I'll be cautious, but I'm going to try and take any opportunity I see.
Tony, you're a newbie to the sport, which is fantastic, or newbie to racing, full stop. So what inspired you to be a part of FSR category?
Oh, okay, so I love motorsport. From an engineering background, just love motorsport, and I was sponsoring a Super 2 car, one of the young drivers who were trying to help through with one of my businesses, and one of these FSRs rolled off as a support category. And I was like, what is that? I've got to work out how to get in one of them. So spoke to the Arise team. They've been fantastic. Driver training got me through the process, got me up to a safe position, modified the car, coached me, and this is my first season. It's been fantastic.
And so you must get a real thrill being out there. I mean, did you get used to the speed and the competition of the other cars around you quickly, or is it something that you're sort of developing as you get more race experience?
I'm going to start with the word humble. It's extremely humbling. It's harder than it looks, but the team are great. The other drivers are very supportive, so we all sort of teach and help each other, and certainly give me some guidance anyway. Moving forward, I am going to just be as clean as I can, take the advice from the coaches. Do my best.
And get the car back in one piece.
It's in one piece now, which I'm quite pleased about. But let's not jinx it. I've still got one more to go, and it's in the rain.
Now, you did just mention that the car was modified specifically for you.
Sure.
How can you talk us a little bit about that process?
Sure. So, do you want to give you the real answer or the funny one? My toes are in the nose cone. No, not really. No, the guys have been great. They've moved the footbox as far back as they possibly can. They've actually ordered in some new seats, which will give me a little bit more pitch motion from my hips to my knees. They've scalloped the dashboard. So they've done absolutely everything in the power to give me the most space possible. It's still very tight in there, being 6'6", but it's doable. So if I can do it, anyone can.
And Arise Racing have been fantastic for you, haven't they?
I cannot compliment them enough. They've been fantastic, so supportive, so professional. Super recommended. I think the Arise Racing team are fantastic.
Mate, good luck for the rest of the day. Hope you have a great last race for today's championships.
Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tony. And it's back to, we're going to an ad. So we're taking a short break and look forward to your company on the other side of this break.
knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Saloon Cars Racing proudly presented by Right Way Industrial, Bailey Brewing Company, Fox Roofing WA, Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication, Word of Mouth Signs and Auto One Morley.
The Right Way Industrial, the Saloon Cars, another rolling start, double Indian file, and this is 18 minutes plus one lap with Jackson Callow in car number 225 on the front row with 93 of Gary Hills held out wide. Then we go back into third place at the moment, Robbie Maron and Brett Sheriff moving past Tyson Sadler. Then we go to Dylan Barr, Daniel Karukin. Behind Karukin will be Parham, and then we have also Andrew Martin out there, Craig James, and doesn't look like I saw Vince Chiella out there. So I'll have to wait and see if Vince is out there in car number 12 next time through as they all file across the top of the hill, single file, and it doesn't look like Vince Chiella is out there in car number 12. And let's see whether we can have another dominating win here from Jackson Callow. He's under a fair bit of pressure as they exit turn number 6 at the moment from car number 93, the Holden Commodore of Gary Hills. And of course, a couple of guys heading over to the Nationals next weekend at Tailem Bend in South Australia. So they'll be wanting to try and keep these cars straight and not hopefully have any engine issues or anything go wrong with these cars. They are going on the truck tonight. And the truck will be leaving tonight as well. So Maron now slides up under Gary Hills, takes over second place down into turn number 1 for the second time. Then we go back to the 17 of Brett Sheriff out of Hyundai's. And we take a onboard look from the Fox Roofing car of Reg Ralph, car number 41, as he heads up through the bus stop area, hard on the brakes, back down a gear into the long left-hander up and over the top of the hill. A few raindrops starting to appear on our CCTV cameras, so it'll start to get a little bit loose and a little bit slidey out there. Callow, as you would expect, has already set the fastest lap time on lap number 1. As Reg Ralph looking for a way through on Rick Gill at the moment as they exit turn number 6, and we have a good look at the black clouds that are over there to the southwest of the circuit at the moment. But as Jackson Callow starting to move away now from Robbie Maron, who's got a gap now between himself and 93 of Gary Hills, Brett Sheriff, Tyson Sadler, and right behind them car number 70 of Dylan Barr. The thing's starting to get a little bit spicy down here towards turn number 1 now in car number 17 of Brett Sheriff, all over the back of Gary Hills in 93. As they head up into turn number 4 again, Tyson Sadler now firmly cemented onto the back of this 2-car train in front. And then we go back about 3 car lengths to Dylan Barr, car number 70, another one of the Holden Commodores. Now across the top of the hill, single file again. It's still car number 225 of Jackson Callow, a 67.2 last time through, and fast lap through sector 1 on this particular lap as well. Things starting to tighten up now. It looks like Tyson Sadler's got in front of Brett Sheriff on the entry into turn number 6 as they come up and over the top of the hill. The Kmart livered car of Tyson Sadler, car number 36. Great effort to get now up into 4th position and dislodging Brett Sheriff back to 5th. As the cars cross the line again, we still have some 12.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and a long way away from our lap record at the moment, nearly 2 seconds away from our lap record, currently held by Grant Johnson with a 65.18 set back in 2019. So a long-standing record for our saloon cars, and it would be very, very hard to beat that time on a day like today. As they stream across the top of turn number 5, Gary Hills in car number 93. 2 car lengths now over Tyson Sadler, who has another 2 car lengths back to Brett Sheriff, and then behind him is Dylan Barr. So everybody through turn number 6, taking the identical race line all the way, the top 6 cars, as they head up and over the top of the hill. So Robbie Maron with the headlights on now, with Jackson Callow also with the headlights on, as they start to go down in towards turn number 1. And it's good to see that Rob Maron having a better run in race number 2. Of course, it was held up with Gary Hills in the earlier race. Now he's got free rein. He's only 1 car in front, and these 2 have really pulled away. The 2 Ford Falcons have pulled right away from the Holden Commodore of Gary Hill and Tyson Sadler, Brett Sheriff and Dylan Barr. Behind them we have Rick Gill, Daniel Karukin, Parham, Reg Ralph and Andrew Martin. It also looks like we've lost Craig James in the Auto Masters car. In car number 10, and Vince Chiella, both of those cars not taking the start. Down into 6, we can see Karukin all over the back of Rick Gill now. He'll be looking for a pass down here into turn number 7. Who gets the better run out of 6? And it looks like it may be Daniel Karukin. Of course, he'll be getting assisted too by Rick Gill, making a big hole in the air in front of him. And it's on behind them as well. I think that'll be Reg Ralph and Parham. And Parham in the Falcon getting a little bit sideways, and the same with Reg Ralph as well. Under brakes there, Reg Ralph, and he's not happy. He's throwing his hands around in the cockpit. Is Reg Ralph. He'll be looking for a run up the inside here into turn number 1 as we go on board with the VN Commodore of Reg Ralph right in the boot lid of the Falcon in front of him for Fox Roofing, car number 41 of Reg Ralph, all over the back of 97 of Parham as they head into turn number 4. And Parham's Falcon, a very, very wide Falcon from this point of view, as they go across the top of the blind right-hander at the top of the hill. And Reg will be looking for a run down here into turn number 6, sizes him up. They're side by side on the way into turn number 6. Now Reg has got to stay close to the curb. Parham's just got that extra horsepower around the outside and pulls out 1 car length on the exit of turn number 6. What a great battle. Holden versus Ford. Now this time Reg Ralph has come up the inside. They're side by side as they crest the top of the hill. And let's see whether Reg Ralph is going to be able to move back across and defend his line, and he's been able to do that, although he gets it very sideways on the exit. So there may be a little bit of rain starting to make contact with the surface, and that's allowed Parham to get within 1 car length again of the Fox Roofing car of Reg Ralph as they're down into turn number 1. And unfortunately, it looks like Brett Sheriff has really slowed down. He's off the pace big time. So not sure what's happened to Brett Sheriff in car number 17 for Austral Drilling. We're staying on board temporarily with the Fox Roofing car of Reg Ralph. Clearly not happy there as he came out of turn number 7 and throwing the hands around in the cockpit. So he was not happy, maybe with Parham. I would say it would have to be Parham. It was the only car that was around Reg Ralph at that time. But coming out of turn number 6, and Parham in the Falcon is 2 car lengths behind Reg Ralph as they crest the top of the hill and come down towards McCracken House again. 8 minutes remaining plus 1 lap in this one. Our 2 18-minute races for our saloon cars today. Only having 2 races today because they are an extended version. And Parham not letting the Fox Roofing car get away at all. Just having a look forward, it's Rick Gill and Dylan Barr having a good battle through the bus stop area as well. And the retiree of Brett Sheriff for BSM Austral Drilling He heads back up into the paddock area. So across the top of the hill, looks like Tyson Sadler's got in front of Hill. He has, as they crest the top of the hill, and Tyson just slides the car across the top of the blind right-hander at the top of the hill. Car number 36 doing a great job, and Gary Hill's a guy that's got a lot of experience not only in saloon cars but also in the Super Tourers that were a forerunner to the Super 2 series on the V8 Supercar calendar. And now Gary's looking to line him up and come down the inside of him. And 93 and 36 getting very, very close, but Tyson able to hang on temporarily as they cross the start-finish line. Bad sportsmanship flag, track limits on turn 7 for our leader, Jackson Kello. Car number 225, and actually I say that he's not the race leader because Robbie Maron is the race leader. Car number 82, the Ford Falcon from Jackson Kello, another Ford Falcon. And then we have two Commodores, Sadler and Hills, and then Rick Gill coming through into 5th place at the moment. We pick up with our leaders as they come across the top of the hill. It's Rick Gill, and now we pick up with the Revo fitness car of Dylan Barr. Nobody to worry about in front or behind Dylan Barr at the moment. It's this battle between Tyson Sadler in car 36 and 93 of Gary Hills. Now Gary just can't bridge this 3 or 4 car gap as they crest over the top of the hill, but it's all the Rick Gill Motorcycles car of Robbie Maron at the moment. Car number 82 out to about 100 metres now over car 225 of Jackson Kello. Sadler for 3rd, only just over Gary Hills. Gary will be trying to pressure Tyson into making a mistake here, but Tyson's done a lot of laps. Another ex-Hyundai Excel driver from a few years ago, made the transition up to saloon cars. Jackson Kello just slides the car across the turn 5, and Tyson Sadler very loose on the entry into turn number 5, so that's going to give car number 93 of Gary Hills a bit of an opportunity, maybe down into turn number 6 now, to do something about 36 of Tyson, but he hasn't been able to. He's closed right up again, but Tyson's able to get away on the way out of turn number 6. He drives away from 93 of Gary Hills. 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining here on our last time for Right Way Industrial, our saloon cars for the day. And so far, touch wood, no rain. Did see a few spots on our CCTV cameras, but they have actually disappeared, so there's no rain out there on the circuit at the moment. This is going to be a good win for Rob Maron in car number 82 if he can hang on. With the way it stands at the moment, Jackson Kello will take the day on 90 points. Reg Ralph will take the day on 100 points. Kello back on 90. And then we have Maron back on 86. Nothing that Jackson Kello can do from back there. He's too far back. He may have to settle for 2nd in this one. And over the top of the hill, and Robbie Maron already down into the braking area at turn 7. Still got the headlights full of blaze, the first 2 cars, and Tyson Sadler doing a great job up there in 3rd place at the moment from the far more experienced Gary Hill. And then we should have Rick Gill in car number 81, former state motorcycle champion here at Carco Raceway. In multiple West Australian state titles for Rick Gill. Runs a very successful motorcycle shop in Osborne Park. Been there for many, many years, and has been racing here at Carco Raceway for many, many years as well. Turned his hands to 4 wheels instead of 2, and out there having a ball in the saloon car category. He's been a long time stalwart now of the saloon cars. And his teammate Rob Maron in the sister car. And he looks like he's going to take this one out. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining for Robbie Maron. His battle between Tyson Sadler and Gary Hills. and Rick Gill. They're the closest 3 cars on the circuit. Everybody else very much strung out now. Daniel Karukin coming down into turn number 7 now. He's all by himself. And behind him will be Dylan Barr in car number 70. And Dylan Barr gets it very sideways and actually misses the proper way through turn number 7 and goes driver's left of the ripple strip. There'll be 1 strike against his name. See our time challenge competitors down in the dummy grid area at the moment. They'd be feeling very nervous at the moment, whether it's going to rain or it's going to hold off. Still 1 minute and 46 plus 1 lap to go. A good battle now developing between Martin and Parham down the back of the field. Reg Ralph has been able to clear out by 50 metres and allow these two, 97 and 65, to continue their battle. Unfortunately, we've lost Brett Sheriff in car number 17, and Craig James and Vince Chiella, they were unable to take the start. So down to 10 cars remaining in this one. And Parham doing a good job there, holding off Martin in car number 65. Another Ford versus Holden Commodore battle as they come down in towards turn number 7. Andrew Martin all over the back end of that Falcon. They're looking for a run down the inside here. I don't think he's going to have the horsepower to pull out and blow past the inside. So Parham will take that position into turn number 1 and hold Martin off yet again. He's drifted the car very wide, so that'll allow Martin to close in big time on the entry into turn number 4. So it was 2 car lengths. Probably got it down to 1 car length now as they head into turn number 4 and then up and over the top of the hill. Down to 30 seconds. Where is our leader? Here he is now, down into turn number 7. Still looking on our CCTV cameras, it still looks fairly dry out there. There may be the occasional drop falling from the sky, but it's nothing too detrimental at the moment. So Robbie Marcon's been able to get through before time certainty, which is happening in 2 more seconds. But they will get the last lap board next time through. There's Marcon, our leader of the race, already through into turn number 4. Distance back now is Jackson Kello in car number 225. And Gary Hills back up into 3rd. So Tyson Sadler's made an error somewhere and he's lost 2 positions to Gary Hills and Rick Gill. So Sadler now from 3rd back into 5th. Daniel Karukin in 6th. Dylan Barr in 7. Reg Ralph in 8. Parham in 9. And Martin rounds out our 10 remaining cars as our leader heading down into turn number 7, about to receive the last lap board for the last time today for Right Way Industrial. Our saloon cars put on a great display of competitive motorsport here at Carco Raceway, and Gary Hills is now coming under a fair bit of pressure now from Rick Gill, as we see Gary Hills go very defensive and go from the left-hand side of the racetrack to the right on the entry into turn number 1 to try and block Rick Gill. So the Holden Commodore, car number 93, currently in 3rd position. Can he hang on? But Rick Gill has been getting quicker and quicker and moving through this field all day. And Martin's come off on turn number 6. Mid-corner, has run off the apron and is bogged. So that will be the end of this race, which was going to be checkered flag this time through anyway. So it will be a win to Robbie Marcon as he comes out of turn number 6 for the last time, up and over the top of the hill. And Robbie Marcon will take the win in race number 2 over 18 minutes plus 1 lap. In 2nd place will be car number 225 of Jackson Kello. Then Gary Hills just going to hang on. Car number 93 from 81 of Rick Gill for 3rd and 4th. And Tyson Sadler coming home in 5th place in car number 36. So unfortunately there for Martin, car number 65, He's stuck playing sandcastles down there in turn number 6 as Reg Ralph gets it all sideways on the exit of turn number 7 and goes from one side of the racetrack to the other. And Parham will finish behind him. There's Dylan Barr, car number 70, then 41 of Reg Ralph for Fox Roofing. Had our onboard camera, and then Parham, and unfortunately now Andrew Martin is left down in turn number 6. As our cars make their way back into the paddock area, we're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. We're joined by William Colton, who just raced in the Historics and came 8th. Now, the good thing about you, William, is that you're not actually here from WA any longer, but you've come back to visit us all the way from Newcastle, and you came in 8th place. That's a pretty good result for the first time back in a couple of years.
Yeah, well, consider I started off at 10th for the start of the day. To move up to that position is pretty good, and hopefully we'll keep moving forward tomorrow.
And what motivated you to come back to WA to race? I mean, you told me before we came on air that you visited for the supercars, and then you sort of decided to stay on and compete yourself.
Yeah, I've wanted to come over and compete in the double header for the historic touring cars, which is this meeting here at Cargo Raceway, and the other meeting will be in 2 weeks' time at Collie Motorplex. Yeah.
Now, tell us a little bit about the car that you've been racing with today. Have you been happy with the way it's been going?
Yeah, the car is a Lotus Cortina Mark 1. And it's been going really well at the moment. So, yeah, I'm trying to do good lap times in it. The car itself hasn't missed a beat since I brought it over here a couple of months ago. So, yeah, it's going good. Yeah.
How long have you had the car for?
This car I've had for about 8 years. Started racing when I left here in 18. I basically put it together then and started racing it about a year after. So I probably started my racing life in about year 2020.
Did you look after it yourself, or you got a team of people that help give you a bit of a hand?
Yeah, I look after it myself, and I've got 2 sons. They give me a hand, so it's a bit of a family orientation.
But that's the one thing about car clubs, isn't it? The amount of lineage, family lineage, that's very evident with all the different races and so forth, and drivers. I mean, fathers, grandfathers, uncles, aunties, brothers and sisters.
Yep, it starts off as a hobby, and I think it slowly turns into a bit of an obsession. And once you're in the racing fraternity, it's very hard to dismiss it. So, yeah.
Well, it's good that you've got a good team behind you, especially when it comes to the family.
Now, you do have more races tomorrow. How are you feeling going in, given we've got some interesting weather heading our way?
Yeah, I don't mind the wet weather. My car seems to go, I put my wet tyres on, and I can get up close to the big bangers, as they say. So in our category, watch and have a look and see how we go. That's
fantastic. William, good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Please be.
More historic touring car action coming for you tomorrow. You can catch it all on Streamer. Now, also wrap up the racing year at the Cool Down Lap, November 8th at Carco Raceway. Tickets at wascc.com.au/cooldownlap. Guys, we're going to a quick break, and we've got more action on the way.
Yeah, Will!
So time challenge already down there on the dummy grid as Neville Zocoli just leaving now in the Chev Corvette. He'll be first out onto the circuit. But as it stands after event number 1, it was, well, they're all jumping around here. It was Peter Towie that took out the win. So he's sitting on 25 points at the moment. On 20 was Joe Douglas. And behind him on 18 will be Ellis, then Delphin, McLaren in the Subaru. And then we go back to Rob Haggerty on 14 points in the Mazda MX-5, and it is bucketing down here at the circuit. How things can change. We had blue sky for most of the day, and now it is absolutely bucking it down. So we've got a time challenge, and then we go back to our open wheel categories with the Formula Fords next out on the circuit. And they are going to struggle in this weather. And of course the Formula Classics as well. Then we've got the FSR and one more round of time challenge to finish off the day. So it is quite heavy out there at the moment. So hopefully no puddling, and hopefully this wind will blow this shower across the circuit fairly quickly. With the amount of wind that we have had today, the circuit will dry fairly quickly, but we're going to have the next couple of races done in wet weather for sure. As you can see on our live stream, thanks to Turn 7 Media, it's very, very wet and treacherous down there in turn number 6 at the moment. There's big streams of water coming off the back of the car. And yeah, it is just about coming sideways down here at the commentary box in turn number 1 at the moment. The rain's coming sideways, and yeah, it's very, very heavy down there at the moment. So these guys are going to have to be ultra careful. And so see the safety car is pulling in. So green flag is out, and we are underway for event number 2 for time challenge. And we can see our competitors just making their way down into turn number 7. They are crawling down into turn number 7. Nobody's willing to put the foot down, and you can barely see the other end of the racetrack on our TV monitors. It is it's very, very heavy rain out there at the moment. As we see Neville Zocoli basically idling that Chevy Corvette up through turn number 3 and 4. Knox is right behind him, then Towie in the winner of the previous race in car number 16. They've got a big break. And then we go back to, I believe that would be Callow, and then Joe Douglas. But everybody taking it very, very gingerly out there at the moment. And this is what we were alluding to earlier on in the day. Knowing that the rain was coming, some of these guys have actually lowered their times from the word go earlier this morning in anticipation of this one. And they're waiting for the rain to come, and now they can drive kind of conservatively, but be thereabouts their allocated time. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens now as our leaders are coming down into turn number 7. But as we can see on our live stream, the guys are not running very, very quickly at all. This will be a very high scoring event. I would say people are going to get fined left, right and centre here. As Neville Zocoli in the Chevy Corvette, he's had enough after one lap. And he is retired back up into the paddock area. So too dangerous for him. And there it is, 2,000 points for Peter Towie, 2,800 points for Knox. And all of our top 4 are well and truly in the 2,000s at the moment. Rob Haggerty does the best at the moment on 1,700. Justin Chaffee on 1,900. And then we go back to Jamie Scott on 1774. So Mick Moylan's just jumped up there. He's now equal second. Delphin goes to the top on 1,514 points. 2 of them tied at the moment, Haggerty and Moylan in the Ford Galaxy on 1,744. Then 1,900 to Justin Chaffee, and Jamie Scott is the first of our runners in P5 and 2,014 points. Unfortunately for McLaren in car number 25, he scored 3,305 points in one lap. So it's going to be a very high scoring as we see our weather watch for our live stream viewers. And yes, it is for ducks. And if you were with us at our last race meeting, we had a drag race up there on the top of the hill between a couple of ducks, which was fairly entertaining, and we'll probably make the bloopers reel at the end of the year. Start seeing some more runners, and this looks like another one that's decided to go back into the pit area as well. I think this may be Knox in the Holden Commodore. Just too wet and slippery out there. The rain, there's a fair bit of wind behind this rain. It's really coming down, still in turn number 1. And back over towards turn number 6, looks like that's the worst of it. Turn 7 looking not too bad compared to the rest of the circuit at the moment, going by our camera footage, thanks to turn 7 media. There's McLaren and Peter Dybel on screen at the moment in the Marcus Ambrose lookalike car, the Pertec car. Is a full saloon car spec car there for Peter Dybel, and you can see how slowly they are moving around. Now Rob Haggerty's doing a good job across the top of the hill there. He's got Justin Chaffee right behind him on the road. So, and they are in 5th and 6th position at the moment. They have done 2 laps. Still showing that Peter Knox is in front, but he is 1 lap down. So our effective leader now is car number 30 of Delphin over Mick Moylan, Rob Haggerty in 3rd, and Justin Chaffee in the Winfield colour car. He is the Holden Commodore VN. He is running into 4th place at the moment. Jamie Scott coming up and over the hill as Peter Dybel now has to deal with the big 7-litre, the 427 cubic inch Ford Galaxy of Mick Moylan behind the wheel of that big American muscle car, and getting all types of sideways out of the corner as he applies the throttle on the big Galaxy and trying to stop something that big. It's very similar to trying to slow down an aircraft carrier out there on this wet racetrack at the moment. So Knox. So it's now Willis in car number 100, only just over Delphin and Mick Moylan. And as we say that, it's updated now. So it's Delphin to the top, Moylan, Towie and Haggerty. Joe Douglas, Justin Chaffee, Jamie Scott and Willis. That is our top 10. And there is a lot of water out there on the circuit at the moment. You can see that from our views on our live stream. Lots of rooster tails, and it actually looks like the circuit is starting to puddle down there on the way down to turn number 6. And possibly at the beginning of the braking area at the bottom of the hill, we normally get a little bit of a puddle down there on driver's left. As we saw one of our drivers get caught out there at our last wet race meeting. Just applied the brakes and aquaplaned straight through that puddle and ended up in the sand at the bottom of turn number 7. We're on lap number 4 at the moment, and it's Delphin in car number 30 at the moment from Mick Moylan. Jamie Scott has now moved up into 3rd place, and as I say that, he's moved up into 2nd place. So Delphin hanging on here, 5,989. And behind him is Mick Moylan on 6,215. Then it starts to close up with Peter Towie on 6,431. And Joe Douglas now moves up into P4 with 6,982. So across the top of the hill comes Peter Callow in the 350 or 370Z Nissan. Checkered flag coming out, and that will be to Peter Towie, I believe. So now our timing board will take a couple of seconds to update and correct where everybody is. But definitely Knox in the Holden Commodore, although sitting on the top of our ladder, he won't be there. He's only completed 1 lap, where everybody else is now coming across to complete the 5-lap journey. So having a look, it looks like Delphin in car number 30 from Mick Moylan, and Rob Haggerty has moved up into third place and taken Justin Chaffee up to fourth. Peter Towie and Douglas, they have finished, and they are in the 7,000, so they won't play much to the effect of the rest of this. Haggerty's gone through and has dropped down. The Jamie Scott's moved up. Justin Chaffee temporarily moved up, but he's been thrown back down at the moment. So our computer at the moment just calculating final results. It looks like it might be a win to Delphin in car number 30 over the big Ford Galaxy of Mick Moylan in second. And it looks like Peter Towie may hang on for third place. So we'll just wait for our... and there we go. There's the official results. It's Delphin, Moylan and Peter Towie. That is your top 3 4-time challenge. One more event coming up later on this afternoon. Okay, so while the rain has now dissipated, we'll go down to Jamie and Demelza in the pit area. Got somebody with you guys.
Well, I will tell you one thing now is the perfect time to go watch the action from McCracken House. It's a lot drier and warmer in there. Now, I am with Jack Parham, who was part of the Saloon cars. Jack, how do you think you went a little bit earlier today?
Today it was pretty good. Just couldn't quite beat Reg, but just trying my best. New to the category, new to racing cars. So just each session going around trying to improve each lap.
Now, you've been driving for quite some time. How long have you actually been driving for?
So I've done 9 years of go-karts. I started when I was 7 years old, and now first year in saloon cars. Just thought try something new and just round with my mates who've been racing karts and now race cars.
And how are you finding that shift from the go-karts into the saloon cars?
There's some aspects that are pretty similar, but otherwise there's some aspects are similar, some are different, but otherwise I'm fitting in pretty well. Everyone likes me. Trying not to make too many bad friends, trying to make some nice ones, but you do what you can do because just racing's racing.
Jack, what inspired you to get involved in motorsport in the first place? Were your parents involved in motorsport, or was your father interested in racing?
So my brother started off a year before me. He wanted to get into karts because one of his mates. So then he got in. I was interested in it and got in, enjoyed it. So kept at it for a number of years, and now I'm in this.
It was pretty good weather earlier before we just had this last massive drop of rain in the last 10 minutes. So, I mean, you said to me off camera that you're actually more keen to participate in wet weather driving than you are in dry weather racing.
Yeah, well, in karts I've enjoyed the wet. There's one time where it was just pouring down rain and just kept going, doing laps and bringing it into cars. I like the same, but there's some times where I could make different moves which will improve me, but I'm learning.
And what's the car like to drive? I mean, why did you choose the saloon category?
I had a mate that did XLs, and then he wasn't a fan of it because coming from karts, going to cars, just front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive, so I went to saloon cars because rear-wheel drive is what I'm used to with the go-karts.
Jack, thanks very much. Good luck with the rest of the weekend. I hope you enjoy the racing here at Carco Raceway, regardless of the weather, so make the most of it when you can. And it's over to you, Vaughan.
Very much. Jamie and Demelza down there with young Parham. He's certainly impressed a few people this weekend with his drive, racing against Reg Ralph in the Fox Racing Holden Commodore. But we turn our attention now to pit lane, and leaving pit lane are our Formula Fords. The track has been officially declared wet, and that means our rain lights that all of the cars have been fitted with must be turned on. So any car not showing a rain light will get the fear, the wrath of the Motorsport Australia officials. And on Pole position will be car number 57 of Brock Brewer. And alongside him, Xavier Henderson. These two have been the fastest in the previous race. And then we go back to Will Hall, who was a standout last time it rained. He really did well. Alongside him on the second row will be Andy Van Leeuwen. Then we have Begley and Piper. Watkins in car number 50, Glenn Swarbrick in the Macon, and then right down the back, unfortunately for Jensen Marold, had a mechanical issue on the line and had to be towed away from the start line. So he will be coming from the back of the field, and he will try and get past Van Leeuwen, Hall, Henderson, and take on Brock Brewer in car number 57. After his run in time challenge, and mate, that rain was extremely hard out there. Rob Haggerty.
Yeah, that was awesome fun. Absolutely awesome fun. Loved every second of it. It's the track's pretty good actually. It's pretty grippy, except for over just where that asphalt sign tech sign is there. It's lethal over there, and just coming out of turn 5, it's a little bit slippery as well. But everywhere else, it's quite controllable.
Did we get the puddle at the bottom of turn 7 in the braking area there?
Yeah, there is a puddle there that you need to just avoid. Just go a little bit wide on your entry. But yeah, other than that, I think it's pretty drivable.
Well, this is going to be a ripper race. This is the last time today that we'll see our Formula Fords. It's back to 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And as I was just saying, Jensen Marold coming from the rear of the field, trying to get up and take on Van Leeuwen, Hall, Henderson and Brewer.
He's got to do a Will Hall, doesn't he? Same as what Will did in the last race. And Will got up to 3rd place. I don't know that he's going to get very much further than that, but look, he was the standout in practice and also in first race. So who knows what he's got up his sleeve. Totally different conditions, of course, than what we saw in qualifying in race 1 and race 2. So totally new for all of these guys. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Oh, and here we go. Here's a new camera view for our live stream viewers, and we are right at the start-finish line from the actual control tower, looking down towards pole position and second place.
Excellent view, isn't it?
This is going to be a great view of the getaway here as we receive the green flag at the rear. We're waiting for the red lights and the revs to rise for Formula Fords for the last time today, and it's Brewer and Xavier Henderson. But look at the start from Andy Van Leeuwen. He's gone side by side with Brewer as they head down in towards turn number 1, but Xavier Henderson in car number 8, he gets the best of the start, drifts it right out wide, just about threw it off the racetrack. So Brewer into 2nd, and Van Leeuwen into 3rd, and Will Hall into 4th.
And have a look at Margold. He's already up behind Will Hall. So car 31 has already made a brilliant start, and he's right up there behind Hall.
And they're all running the go-kart line at the moment, except Will Hall. He's stayed right down on the traditional line in turn number 4. So let's see how this is going to pan out. Oh, Xavier Henderson sideways across the top of the hill, and that's going to allow Brewer an opportunity to get through down in towards turn number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys are doing very, very well on lap 1 there. They're like pioneers on this circuit. They've got no idea what sort of grip's going to be out there. I think they'll be probably fairly happy once they realise that it's actually reasonably grippy in most of the part of the circuit. But yeah, so a great start from all of these guys, and I really take my hat off to these people, these guys running in this wet weather. Look at Brewer, he's right on the back of Henderson as they come down to turn 7. Is he going to be able to make the move down the inside? Not quite. And then it's back to a great start, as you mentioned, from Andy Van Leeuwen in car number 66. As Brewer pulls to the inside, he's got a lot of grip down the inside, and he takes the lead as they finish lap 1.
Yeah, Xavier Henderson went up into wheel spin. He's hit the ripple strip on the way out of turn number 7 and just lit the rear wheels up, and that's allowed Brewer to drive through. Brewer's run very wide, just about out onto the concrete apron as well. So there's a little bit of slipperiness down there in turn number 1 that's causing these guys a little bit of understeer.
A little bit of slipperiness on turn in, but straight away you get on that go-kart line on the outside. There's lots of grip down there in turn 1. Likewise up there in turn 4, but the really slippery bit is the entry to turn 4. That's phenomenally slippery.
So just checking out where Marold is. He's still behind Will Hall at the moment in 5th position. A 5-second penalty for car number 6, a false start for Garrett Piper.
That's a shame for Piper. Yeah, absolutely. Terrible shame for him. But look at Margold. He's right up there behind Will Hall. He's done a brilliant start. He's in 5th position already.
There we go.
And putting himself into a position where he can really challenge, as we're watching Xavier get back down the inside of Brewer down in turn 6. Brewer trying to get the slipstream as they come over the top of the hill, and pulls out of the slipstream now to the outside of the circuit. Can he do the outside trick and go around the outside in what we call the Major Mitchell move? Not quite able to do that. He's trying hard to. He is able to do it. Look at that. Brilliant move.
Right around the outside there as we see Xavier Henderson light those rears up again, and Brock Brewer just held his line right around there on the Major Mitchell line and just drove out of turn number 7 like it's dry.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it was probably a little bit slippery on line on the inside, and that caused Henderson just to get into a little bit of a wheel spin and a little bit of sideways, and I think Brewer just had the better grip on the outside there.
Looks like there's a bit of a puddle over there in the exit of turn number 2. We've just seen Brewer run through it and a big spray of water come out of the back of that car. But the 57 holding on at the moment. But Xavier Henderson has got some speed on board that car number 8. He's already caught up, and he's challenging Brewer again on the way down into turn number 6.
Just goes to show how slippery it is out there in comparison to when it's dry. They're 17 seconds almost off their lap time, 16 seconds off their fast lap times that they were doing in the last event. So 16 seconds slower as they come out of turn 6 and draw the long hill up on top of the back straight there and head past flag point 9 and down towards the bottom of the hill once more. And Brewer that seems to have taken some sort of ascendancy now. He seems to be making quite a good gap now between himself and Xavier Henderson.
Yeah, Xavier Henderson again, I saw the car go sideways down there in turn number 6, so maybe he hasn't got a decent set of tyres on that car at the moment, although you would think that his father Michael Henderson would have that all sorted out. It's probably a little bit of overdriving from Xavier, just trying to get onto the tail of Brock Brewer as they turn in towards turn number 1, and we still have 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And here's Jensen Maron. He's stuck behind Will Hall, and all the time that this is going on, it's allowed Andrew Van Leeuwen clear run in front of him and behind him.
Yeah, he skipped away in third place, hasn't he? And I'd look at Margold, and he's got some strengths and weaknesses around the track on Will Hall, and Will Hall likewise with Margold. So at points that they close up quite close, and then all of a sudden it opens up again.
Just seen a big slide from Jensen Maron through turn number 4 as he tries to mow down Will Hall in car number 55. So again, the guy's just using that throttle control but breaking into a 4-wheel slide up through turn number 4 was Jensen Maron.
Yeah, absolutely, and great driving by all of them. What's the fastest lap of the race so far has been Brock Brewer on that last lap, and that was a 1:16.9, so some 15 seconds slower than what they were doing in race 1, and they're both down into turn 7 again. If anything, Henderson looks like he's actually closed that gap just a little bit in the last lap, and a little bit sideways on the exit of the corner as he puts the power down is Brock Brewer. He crosses the line now, and as you've mentioned, we've got about 4 minutes left. And look at this battle back here for 4th and 5th place as they take totally different lines. Margold looking down the inside once again. Can he be brave enough to do it? I tell you what, he's gathered him up well and truly, but I think there's a bit more grip on the outside there, and Will Hall's going to drive away again as they come out of the corner.
Yeah, very, very close between those two, 55 and 31. As we look back up towards turn number 4, it's still Brock Brewer by 4 car lengths now over Xavier Henderson, and a 1:16.2 was the fast time last time through for Xavier Henderson, fastest lap of the race so far.
However, Brock Brewer faster again, fastest first sector on this lap. So they're swapping fast laps and swapping fast sectors at the moment. Brewer and Henderson, as Henderson tries to claw back that probably about a 4/10 of a second between himself and Brewer, and to get back on even Stevens for the lead of this race as they come over the top of the hill once more. Probably 2 car lengths between them. Let's have a look at what Henderson's got under brakes as they come down into turn 7. Not very much. Pretty brave under brakes also is Brock Brewer. I tell you what, it's a lot easier to follow than it is to lead, particularly in this sort of weather condition. So across the line once more, and now they have around about 2.5 minutes left in this event plus 1 lap, and this battle back there for 4th and 5th, still about the same gap between them, Vaughan.
Yeah, Jensen Maron coming into the braking area of 7. He brought the car right out to the centre of the track there, lined up a move on Will Hall and then backed out of it. But look at Xavier Henderson now. He's right all over the back of the 57, and he's actually sideways and off the circuit. No, he's managed to stay onto the apron, but that's given a free kick to Brock Brewer, and he's going to drive away and take this one.
Yeah, I would suggest so, unless he does something similar, and I very doubt that he will with his experience. But Xavier Henderson fairly experienced as well. What a shame, as we've got another spinner, and that's down in turn 1.
Yep.
And he's just put his back wheel into the dirt, but he's going to get away, so that's good news.
I think that's Garrett Piper.
6?
Yep.
6 is Garrett Piper. He's dead right. But yeah, that was a big shame for Henderson, but I have to admit that's a very slippery part of the circuit there on the entry to turn 4. As they come over the top, or Brewer comes over the top of the hill once more. He's coming down to lap car 29 of Glenn Swabrick.
So Glenn stays right out to driver's left and allows Brock Brewer to travel on through. So just having a look who that third car on the road is.
I think that might be Margold. Is it?
Maron, yep, 31.
Yeah. No, it's Henderson. No. He's managed to keep that second position. But look at this battle for 4th and 5th as Margold goes down the outside. He's been gun under brakes down here on Hall. Can he stay to the outside? In fact, he's got... Yeah, that's the Supercheap car that's just in front of him there of Van Leeuwen as well. So it's really closing up for third place as well. And he's managed to make that move and get past Hall because he was on the outside there. And
he's taken up third place because Andrew Van Leeuwen had a really good lead over both of those two cars, and they're dragging each other up towards the gearbox of Andy Van Leeuwen.
Yeah, absolutely. So straight away Margold got out the outside there and had the line on the go-kart line, as we call it. He managed to get that grip and he pulled away then from Will Hall. So he's made that move. Fastest sector on this lap to Henderson, who's trying to pull in that 3.2 second gap that he's got now between himself and Brewer since he had that spin on the last lap. We've gone 30 seconds to go, so I would imagine that this will be the second last lap, and they will get the last lap board this time as they come past, because I think it's going to take more than 20 seconds to get down to the start finishing line from here.
Yeah, possibly. We'll have to wait and see as Brewer comes out onto the main straight.
Oh no, he's going to make it. I think he's going to make it.
Yep, 10 seconds remaining, so yep, we're going to go for another 2 laps here.
There's Margold up the inside of Van Leeuwen, and he's going to drag Will Hall with him as well as they cross the line. So Will Hall's got the inside running, but again, it's going to be Van Leeuwen on the more grippy side of the track. But no, he's got that job done before they get to the corner, so they can both take that grippy part of the track around the outside there.
Yeah, Andy really backed off early there and just coasted the car into turn number 1. And that's allowed Will Hall to hang on to that place, and he'll try and run down Jensen Maron.
Oh, Henderson almost throwing it into the boonies again around turn 4 there. Had a lovely drift on and holding it there with lovely throttle control as he headed up through there. How's Margold, eh? Back of the grid up to 3rd position.
Yes, doing a great job. His comeback drive for car number 31 after missing race number 2 earlier today. But Will Hall is now making inroads onto the back of car number 31 as they head down in towards turn number 6. And this is going to get very, very close towards the back end of this race as Brewer moves past one of the slower cars and comes up and over the top of the hill. 2.3 seconds now. It had 3.6 seconds, so Xavier Henderson is coming forward again.
He certainly is, and look at the gap that's been closed down between 1st and 2nd as well. I mean, that car in 2nd position had a spin a few laps ago, and now he is back within around about 1.5 seconds behind, 1.3 seconds in fact, behind Brewer, and he's got one more lap. That lap, he was 1 second quicker than him, so he could be right on his tail when they get down towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, this is going to be a close finish here between 57 of Brock Brewer and 8 of Xavier Henderson as we focus in on them as they entry into turn number 4, and Brewer's reusing the go-kart line, and so's Xavier Henderson this time. Last time he went through about mid-track and got the car all sideways, but both looking very, very fast as they come up and over the top of the hill for the last time. And again, Xavier Henderson just 4-wheel drifts it across the top of the hill, right out wide over the ripple strip and down in towards turn number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Fastest lap of the race was the last lap by Henderson as well, 74.9. So into the 74s. He's the only man who's done that in this event, and all the rest of them in the 15s and higher. So as they come over the top of the hill once more, Brewer's pulled that gap back out again. So he's seen him in his mirrors and he's thought, no, you don't, bucko, I'm going to take this one out. And he comes down into turn 7 for the final time, and he puts the power to the ground, gets a little bit squirrely on the exit, but he's okay. He's going to take the checkered flag for the Formula Ford race, the 3rd of the afternoon.
As the rain starts to tumble down again here, right on the checkered flag, a good win to Brock Brewer in car number 57, and that has certainly done his West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship a world of good today, with unfortunately Jensen Maron missing race number 2. So he has dropped at least 25 points down to Brewer, now extending his lead in the championship. So well done to driver in 57 of Brock Brewer, but take nothing away from Xavier Henderson. He tried and tried and tried. So it was great to see him finish in second place. And Jensen Maron from the back of the field, starting out of P9 up to P3. That's how they finished our final Formula Ford race for day one of round 5 of the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships. Jamie and Demelza, you've got somebody for us.
I certainly have. I've got Peter Dyball, star of radio and musical theatre, with me right now, and also, would you believe, maybe a star of the Time Challenge. Peter, great to have you on there. So what inspired you to not only get involved in motorsport, but why Saloons in particular?
Well, I quite like the Saloons. You get less wet when it rains. So I used to race open wheelers, and a day like this, a bit wet.
Very wise idea. But Time Challenge, a different race altogether. So how do you measure yourself, and what's your strategy going into a Time Challenge with this car?
Well, Time Challenge is all about consistency, and it's picking a time or driving to a time. And if you go too quick, you get penalised. If you go too slow, you get penalised. And so it's more about consistency and, braking at the same point, accelerating the same, all of that sort of stuff.
You obviously have to have a good knowledge of your car, how it's going to respond, no matter what the conditions are.
Yeah, reasonably good. Although that last run, when it just started raining as soon as we left the pit lane, it got a bit interesting. But you've got to know your car reasonably well and just have fun. I'm not the fastest. I'm pretty slow in the saloon cars when I race there, but I enjoy the Time Challenge, and it's just great fun.
And how have you found today? Obviously, you just mentioned that it did kind of turn on you, and does that then turn your strategy around pretty quickly?
I think the only strategy I've got when it rains is hang on. Every corner gets a bit squidgy, and the back steps out halfway up the main straight, and you sort of pucker a bit. But just hang on. That's the main thing. Stay on the black stuff as well as you can.
And what sort of support do you gain from your team? Or are you doing everything yourself? I know you've got an engineering background. Are you a mechanic as well?
I do most of the work on the car. I get quite a lot of help from Robbie Maron. He's been a fantastic help and advisor over the last couple of years in getting the car set up and everything like that. And it's a great community within the saloon cars, so there's always some help there. But today I'm on my Pat Malone. My normal pit spanner man is busy today, so I'm hanging out with my mates.
Are you changing tyres for the Time Challenge?
I am actually, because I can do that in the Time Challenge. So I'm going to put a set of road tyres on and see if I get a bit more grip or what happens. I'm not sure.
Well, good luck, Peter. I hope the race goes really well for you.
Thanks very much, Jamie. Good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Peter. It's back to you,
Thanks
Von.
very much, Jamie and Demelza, for all of your hard work down there in the pits today, and, of course, trying to dodge the rain over the last half an hour or so as the Formula Classic drivers make their way out onto the circuit. And you can see on the exit of the pit lane there just the little puddles that are developing around the circuit at the moment. It does look like the rain has backed off to just a fine mist at the moment, but the racetrack certainly very, very wet for our Formula Classic runners, so I wouldn't expect any land speed records to be coming out of this event. These guys will be looking after these cars with the utmost of care on these very, very treacherous conditions now. Will Norman will start on pole position in the Rolt RT4, and alongside him a great fight back in race number 2 for Marty Bullock in car number 14. On the second row, the Duratec powered ex-John Herney Duratec Formula Ford, car number 5 of Mark Redman. Then we have Ricky Virago in another one of the Rolts, the only sports car out there this weekend, the Tiga SC80 of Colin Yude, car number 94. Then we have Brian Searles in the Rolt RT1, David Dearden in one of the 2-litre Formula Fords with wings and slicks, then Grove in car number 4, the ex-Bradkey car, Swarbrick, and unfortunately for Alan Jones, we lost him in qualifying, I think it was, or after race 1.
Yeah, at the end of qualifying he managed to make it at the end, but he didn't make it out for the first race. So yeah, we haven't seen Alan since qualifying, unfortunately.
So pretty treacherous conditions out here for our mobile museum. They'd be wanting to go very, very slow. I just said that there won't be any land speed records set in this event.
Absolutely not. No, none whatsoever. So they'll have to have their their high-vis lights on the back of the car because the track has been deemed to be wet, and they'll all have to be running slicks as well, or treaded tyres of some kind.
Can you remember what car Ray Stubber was driving back on the 22nd of November 2002 to set that record of 55.1? He's 4 seconds away from anything that Will Norman can do.
I remember it was a sort of like a slightly darker than French blue car with an orange stripe, but I can't remember exactly what it was.
Whatever model it was extremely quick to put down a 55.1, just about into the 54s.
And an excellent driver as well, so that certainly helps along the way. So
was brother of another stubber in Paul, and of course he can drive a race car or two.
Yeah, he's not too bad, absolutely right there. So these guys with their 2 warm-up laps, it's a very big privilege in this sort of condition when you don't know what's going to happen. I did notice Will Norman just a few moments ago going through turn 6 and getting his boot into it a bit and just getting a bit of a feel for the conditions. Yep.
Now, is there any advantage for Mark Redmond in this one? Being a lighter car with less aero, is there an advantage over the Rolt RT4 of Norman and Bullock?
I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have thought that a lighter car in wet conditions would be better. I would have thought a heavier car would be better.
Actually, Marty Bullock's not there.
He's not.
No,
correct.
Unless that's him, the yellow.
No, that's the ex-Bradley car.
So, yeah, unfortunately, we've lost Marty Bullock in car number 14. Meant to be starting on the front row. And unfortunately, no further part of the afternoon
He may not have wet weather tyres.
Well, true. Yeah. These guys will be running them. They are quite entitled to be able to run them if they have them.
Yeah, I think they have to have them. Once it's been deemed as a wet circuit, I think they have to have them.
Of course, Mark Redmond doesn't have special wet weather tyres. He has to run the same tyres in the wet and the dry. So that promotes Ricky Virago now up onto what would have been second row. Let's see if they're going to hold position. No, that's a fairly decent getaway. And Ricky Virago trying to go head for head with Mark Redmond down into turn number 1 for the first time. And they're already 120 metres back from the corner. They're already coasting into turn 1.
Yeah, they certainly are. But a nice clean start, and that's good to see. And at the moment, just drawing away, and he's going to end up in the distance, I would imagine, is Bill Norman. He's got 12 minutes to prove his mettle there in car number 3. But a good start also for Redmond in car number 5 to get in front of Bullock. To get in front of Virago. And then back to actually Colin Yude's not out there either.
No, Colin Yude in car number 94, the Tiga SC80. Unfortunately for him, possibly the same for him, unable to source some wet weather tyres.
Yeah, very likely indeed. So we've got Virago out there, and then I think we're going to be back after that to Searles and Dearden. So we'll wait until they're back in sight. Just about to crest the top of the hill is Bill Norman, comes cleanly out of turn 6, as most of them do, just looking at the last ones on the screen. And it looked like they're all cleanly out of turn 6.
And Mark Redmond now into second place with Ricky Virago in third place. And nobody willing to stick their neck out and do a big dive bomb. Because these guys do show a tremendous amount of respect to each other. They won't put a move on if they can't get it completed.
Yeah, absolutely right, and that's a gentleman's agreement that these guys have, because their machinery is pretty much bespoke and difficult to get parts for, and as we say, it's a moving museum, so mobile museum, so you don't want to go damaging people's cars.
Having a look at quite a few of our spectators have departed the precinct after that big downpour. It was horrendous from up here. The rain was actually coming sideways past the commentary box and then over towards turn number 6.
Was that during the time challenge, was it?
Yes, just before it, or actually no, it was during it.
It was much less wonderful in the car, I can tell you.
Our turn 7 cameras down there in turn 1 looking back up the main straight towards turn number 7. It was very difficult to make out the cars. You could see the headlights, but not what type of mark of car it was.
Yeah. Look, it was great fun though. I love wet weather conditions. I absolutely delight to get out there in wet weather, and it was good fun. One of the things that we were talking about was this mobile museum that we've got out here in front of us, and for those people who are interested and were unaware, it's this weekend. It's the Goodwood Revival meeting in England, and that's going to be live streamed this evening on YouTube, and that's a really good watch if you have wet weather tonight and you just want to be cozy inside your house and and in the warm, something to watch. So after you've watched the replay of today's racing here at carco.com, you can change the channel on YouTube and you can go and have a look at the Goodwood Festival, because there's some beautiful cars that are running there this weekend as well.
Watch the replay of the Repco Supercars and then follow it up with qualifying for the Formula One. There's a fair bit on, and then show up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed tomorrow morning, ready to do it all again. A big day of racing coming up again tomorrow. Hopefully you can join us either on the Turn 7 live stream or come out to the circuit. $10 will get you in for as many people as you can jam into your car, and I'm sure it's going to be a great day. Although the weather doesn't look that crash hot for tomorrow, it doesn't stop the racing. It's been some fantastic racing in the wet weather this year.
And the XLs are on.
Oh, yes.
So wet weather and XLs is always good fun. So, yeah, definitely. Yeah, got
and
a big
the
field.
HQs as
and
well.
And the HQs as well. Yeah, absolutely. So some great racing to be expected tomorrow. We've also got the sports sedans. We'll be out there with the sports cars and street cars as well, and a couple of other categories as well.
Yeah, Formula Vs will be back.
Yeah, Formula Vs will be back. And
historic touring cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a big cracker day for day number 2 of round number 5 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. And of course, this whole weekend proudly sponsored by our friends at Gallagher Insurance.
Absolutely, and Gallagher are a great group, and we thank them very, very much for their support this weekend. Having a look at Will Norman, he's just done his fastest lap of the race. So as you go along, you get faster in these conditions because you start to learn where you can put the power down and where you need to back off just a little bit. And he's done a 1 minute 17 exactly. So not a bad sort of lap time, but again, about 17 seconds off their lap times that they were they were nominating.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like Mark Redmond's going to be able to do anything about Ricky Virago now in the other Rolt RT4, although their lap times are 34.8 to a 34.9, so they're going head for head. They've got the same speed through Sector 1 has Virago and Redmond. Then we go back to Dave Dearden, he's 3 seconds slower. Brian Searles is also 3 seconds slower. Then Swarbrick 4 seconds slower, and Grove is some 6 seconds slower than our leaders at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a big gap between a lot of these people as well, and unfortunately it's turned into a little bit of a procession, and that's unfortunate. But as we already have mentioned, these cars are worth a lot of money, and they're an expensive thing and also a very difficult thing to get parts for. And so if you break them or damage them, then you really got a problem to be able to get all the bits and find them and pay for them.
Even running off the circuit and damaging a front splitter, that to everybody else, yeah, you just bolt another one on. These guys have to actually manufacture the brackets and everything to be able to put them back on.
And if you've got the mould, you can make it yourself, but if you haven't, you've got to rely on someone else who might have the mould somewhere. It may not even be in Western Australia, or it may be in the East Coast, or it may even be overseas, and it's all sorts of difficulties that you need. And of course, you don't want to fill the car up with sand either, because these cars are open engines and all sorts of bits and pieces that are vulnerable to getting them stuck in the sand.
Yeah, well, they don't run air cleaners.
No, you've just about got to pull the whole car apart to get the sand out of them when you go bush. So you don't want to do that either.
No, it's not fun.
Not fun. No, it doesn't make your motorsport day something you can smile about after you get home, that's for sure.
Just under 2 minutes remaining here for the last time today is our Formula Classic, and we've still got 2 more events to come our way, with FSR next out on the circuit, 12 minutes and 1 lap, and then we round out the day, a 5-lap dash for our time challenge. So looks like we're running extremely in front of time, which is great. We were meant to be finishing in about an hour's time, and with only 2 more races to go, I think we're going to finish early. That's a good effort by all of our officials and the Motorsport Australia officials to have us finished 1 hour, or probably half an hour earlier than normal. Will Norman in car number 3 still has a commanding lead over Ricky Virago in the second. Mark Redmond is he'll be next across the line in 3rd place. David Dearden in 4th. Brian Searles in 5. Glenn Swarbrick in 6. And Phil Grove in car number 4. So that'll be David Dearden, now just moved up into 3rd place. So that's dislodged Mark Redmond back to 4th. And I'm just trying to see where Mark is, because he should have been through it. Unless he's over the other side of the circuit. But that's Brian Searles and Glenn Swarbrick coming through. And yes, it looks like we may have lost Mark Redmond. He is 1 lap down according to our timing boards. Here he comes now. So yes, he's being lapped by Will Norman and Ricky Virago. Will Norman just coming through with 16 seconds to go. So we've got another 2 laps to go for this one. Last time we'll see our Formula Classic category at Carco Raceway this weekend. Well, we've got a bit of a break in our racing. A big thank you to all of our officials again for what has turned out to be a pretty miserable day out there for you guys. But thank you very much for giving up your weekend. And I'm sure the people at Gallagher Insurance have had a great day up there at McCracken House. And they will be back again tomorrow for day number 2 of round number 5. And as Rob just said, we've got sports sedans, sports cars, and I don't know if there's any WA muscle cars competing tomorrow, but Chase Hoy yesterday qualified P4 on the national scene over there at Tailem Bend. The first time he'd been to Tailem Bend, and has dumped it on the second row for the race earlier today. So dying to get home and find out how young Chase Hoy went. And of course, Mason Harvey also competing this weekend in the little Aussie race cars. So there's a fair bit of WA flavour about the Repco V8 supercars this weekend. And if we go back 1 week, we also had the Saloon Car Nationals. The HQ Nationals were also on in the last week or so as well. So plenty of representation by Western Australia on the East Coast. And some great results, including that Australian title to Cooper Cuts, and all of the other awards taken out by the FSR drivers up the back of the circuit, including the Masters, the Grand Masters, and of course the overall 2025 Australian champion in Cooper Cuts. And now we are 1.5 minutes into positive time, so we should be seeing a checkered flag very, very shortly on this one. And it will be a good win to Will Norman over Ricky Virago. And looks like Redmond's moved himself back up into P3, so maybe a bit of a timing glitch. But that has now corrected itself. We pick up with Will Norman in the Rolt RT4, a very popular race car here at Carco back in the mid to late 70s. And of course dominated the Australian Grand Prix held here at the Wanneroo Park circuit back in 1979. As he comes out of the main straight, we're looking for the checkered flag, and there it flies as a great view of the Carco Raceway start-finish line here from the booth. And everybody starting to stream across the line. Virago, Redmond's already gone through. So we're just waiting on David Dearden, Brian Searles, Glenn Swarbrick and Grove. Unfortunately for Marty Bullock, Colin Yude and, of course, Alan Jones, we lost them very early in today's proceedings. Okay, so while our runners make their way back up into the paddock, we're going to take a short break here at carco.com.au Raceway FSR. For the last time today, the battle between Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler. That will resume very shortly here at Carco Raceway.
Confidence. It's more than what you know. It's having the right information at the right time. Developing the right strategy for your business, providing the right solutions for your people, seeing the right vision for your future, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. When you have knowledge, you have confidence. Experience business insurance confidence. The Gallagher way.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit WA.
Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
FSR Racing proudly presented by Radical Australia West, Arise Racing and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Adults $30, children $15, and it's free for all of our officials and first place winners of all of our racing categories. It will include the end of year presentations where we celebrate the highlights of the year with a look back at milestones, achievements, memorable moments, and probably a few bloopers thrown in there as well. We've got a winner's car display of all of the winning cars from each of the categories, and don't have to worry about booze buses because we have a Clarkson bus that will be leaving the Clarkson train station and making its way to the Carco Raceway, departing Clarkson train station at 5:10 and then also heading back to the Clarkson train station at 9:05. The bus ride is free, but we have covered this in our budget. We have 40 bus seats available for purchase. So please jump online to wascc.com.au/cooldownlap and make your reservations and RSVPs so we can have a ripper night. It's going to be an awesome night, our end of year presentations with hilarious joke awards. The kids are going to love the bouncy house. Got bike tracks and simulators, and while the grown-ups kick back with some live music, garden games and a spit roast. Let's have a look at the way this is going to line up, and it will be car number 8 of Bryce Moore, alongside him Chris Reindler. On the second row, Brad Russell alongside Jay Wong in car number 33. And we have Tony Mercer in car number 5, and coming from the back, car number 60, the yellow and white car of Andrew Eldridge, who unfortunately was caught up in that spin with Brad Russell and Cohen Jackson in car number 35 in race number 2. So Andrew Eldridge, a very hard charger in the FSR ranks, and he will be trying to side his way through these other cars and get up towards the front. I don't think he's got enough to run with Brad Russell, Reindler and Moore. They have been the cream of the crop all day today, particularly Moore and Reindler. Just coming back from another trip over the eastern states last weekend at Tailem Bend. As we said, a very successful run over there for all of our WA FSR category drivers. And you'll see Bryce Moore just lighting it up out of turn number 6, trying to get some heat into those rear tyres. And Chris Reindler and Bryce Moore, they've already moved away from the pack, so they have a different way of getting their cars up to temperature. And it's done very quick. This will also be a 2-lap warm-up before we get to the start, where they'll go double Indian file, come across the start line, get the green, and we go. So as you can see that Bryce Moore just weaving from side to side as he comes down the main straight. They'll line up this time behind the safety car, side by side. Good to see Tony Mercer having his first crack at FSR, or Radical Racing, and doing a fine job out there early. Had a good run in race number 1. Got a little bit tangled up in that previous race, and it cost him any chance of moving forward. Let's see what he can do. First time probably out in the rain for him as well. So it'll be an experience for Tony Mercer in car number 78, and also for Cohen Jackson as well. This is probably his first race out in the rain. And everybody else, seasoned professionals, Moore, Reindler, Russell, Wong, and Andrew Eldridge starting down the back of the field. Starting to line up now, double Indian file behind the safety car. Thanks to Alan and Karen again for donating your weekend to drive the safety car and communicate as they come up and over the top of the hill. And they will evacuate the circuit. And it is now in the hands of Bryce Moore, car number 8. with the red 28 of Chris Reindler starting alongside him. Second row, Brad Russell and Jay Wong, then Tony Mercer and Cohen Jackson, and the yellow and white car right down the back. Keep an eye on him. Car number 60 of Andrew Eldridge. Red lights on and away we go. And again, another very, very even start for both of the front runners. In fact, everybody, Mercer has backed right out of it, and that's allowed Andrew Eldridge to go up the inside. So we've had another spin, and that's Brad Russell again. Good avoidance from Cohen Jackson there to miss the spinning Brad Russell. So that has now promoted Andrew Eldridge up into fourth, but he's a long way off the tail of Jay Wong as Brad Russell gets the car back onto the circuit. And he has got a very hard job to get back onto the back of these guys now. We've got 12 minutes and 1 lap for this one, the last event on the day for FSR. And one more race coming up for Time Challenge straight after this one at carco.com.au Raceway. And already Bryce Moore starting to drive away from Chris Reindler. Come down in towards turn number 7, and there's that little puddle that we can see quite clearly on our live stream cameras. It's right at the bottom of the hill, and it's on driver's left, and we've seen a few people get caught out over the years with that particular puddle. Ryan tips the car in, trying to do something about his best mate in Bryce Moore. But Bryce has been the king of the kids today, as on so many other occasions during 2025. Done an outstanding job as they head up through turn number 4 and back onto the normal lines. I thought they may have run out nice and wide to try and look for a bit of extra grip, but they're quite happy running on the normal line as Andrew Eldridge just gets the car stepping out on the entry into turn number 5. So while they're exiting turn 5, our leader is already coming out of turn number 6 and just about ready to crest the top of the hill. And turn 1 incident between 18 and 33, so that's Russell and Jay Wong. No investigation required. So touch ball play on for Jay Wong and Brad Russell. Bryce Moore heading into turn number 1, car number 8. He has a good 4 or 5 car lengths over Chris Reindler in car number 28. And we go back a good couple of 100 metres now to Jay Wong and Andrew Eldridge, only 5 or 6 car lengths off the back of Jay Wong as they head up through the bus stop area, and Andrew Eldridge definitely quicker up through that section of the racetrack. He's got right onto the tail end now of 33 of Jay Wong. So he'll be looking for a move down here into turn number 6 if he can get a good run out of 5. So our leader's already through the apex of turn number 6. They are on their way up the hill, and we just wait and see what is going to happen back there with Jay Wong in the blue and orange car and Andrew Eldridge in the yellow, white and black car. Our leaders coming down into turn number 7, and Chris Reindler looks like he's been able to close a little bit of the gap. Nothing to write home about at the moment. He's as they cross the line, he's still 25 metres in front is Bryce Moore, but fast lap does go to Chris Reindler with a 64.8, and he was 2 tenths of a second quicker than Bryce Moore across the stripe. A 1 minute 8.1 for Jay Wong and a 1 minute 7.7. So 4 tenths of a second quicker was Andrew Eldridge compared to Jay Wong. And we go back to a 1 minute 8.3 for Tony Mercer, a 1 minute 6 for Brad Russell, and Cohen Jackson a 1 minute 9.1. So still some fairly tricky conditions out there, although the track has dried very, very quickly compared to the amount of rain that we had dumped down in a very short amount of time. Everybody over the top of the hill at the moment, and our leader already coming down into turn number 7. Chris Reindler Looks like he may have to settle for second again as he gets the car, the rear end to step out a little bit on the exit of turn number 7. Applies the throttle and blasts down the main straight here at Carco Raceway. And he's really gained some ground down the main straight this time. And again, he's gone faster. Another 0.2 of a second quicker was Chris Reindler over Bryce Moore. But as Rob Haggerty and myself say, it's one thing to get that close, but actually getting past him is a completely different story. And that's what Andrew Eldridge will be finding now with Jay Wong as well. That turbulent air that's been disturbed by the car in front, it basically takes away your front end steering. And when you get up close where you need your steering and you suddenly find out you don't have any, you've got to back out of it again, and status quo remains. Another good battle there. That's Tony Mercer and Brad Russell as they head up and over the top of the hill as well. And there's a move on down here in 6 between Tony Mercer in car number 78 and Brad Russell. Brad able to get very, very close to him, but Tony comes across and blocks the line for Brad Russell. So again, car number 18 is going to have a try down the inside, and he does. He outbrakes Tony Mercer in car number 78. That's just a little bit of experience there from Brad Russell in car number 18. Keeps it all nice and tidy on the exit of turn number 7, and that is a position gained for Brad Russell. Andrew Eldridge still running in 4th, Jay Wong in 3rd, Chris Reindler in 2nd, and Bryce Moore is still our leader on this one. We're down to 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this one. Our final event today for our FSR category. And don't go home just yet, just stick around. We got one more race, our time challenge. And again, that is going to be a very hard-fought race to finish off day number 1 of round 5 in the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship Racing Championship for 2025. And of course, this weekend brought to you by Gallagher Insurance. Again, our leaders on their way out of turn number 1 and up through the bus stop area. And they're very, very tidy, even on this very slippery racetrack. Some great driving happening out there for Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler. They've been the king of the kids all day, these two. They've been running away with every race. Down in towards turn number 6. And break at around about the 50-metre mark. Knock it down 1 or 2 gears, and then the big climb up and over the top of the hill. It takes that buffering, though the wind does seem to have backed off compared to what it was earlier on this afternoon. Chris Reindler pulls out of the slipstream and straight back into the slipstream again in the braking zone of turn number 7, and he's actually run really wide down there. He might have got that front left into that puddle of water right at the bottom of the hill there, and just didn't allow him to turn the car in. Well, that's extended the lead now for Bryce Moore, and we are down to 30 seconds remaining, so 2 laps to go here. Last lap will be shown next time through. Bryce Moore keeping the car nice and straight as he goes across the top of the hill. Doesn't use the ripple strip on the way out. And a completely different line for Chris Reindler, who's gone down driver's right on the way down into turn number 6. Probably just about ready to throw up the white flag and surrender is Chris Reindler. He's not going to be able to come back from there unless there's a major mistake by Bryce Moore, and they really just don't happen for this guy. He doesn't set a foot wrong very often at all. He comes out, avoids the ripple strip and the white paint on the exit, comes across the start-finish line, and that will be a last lap board on display this time through for car number 8 of Bryce Moore, currently on 50 points for the day, and he'll go home with 75 if he can just complete this 2.41 kilometre last lap. And Chris Reindler will have to settle for 60 points this weekend. Battle will be on for 3rd place. Andrew Eldridge now moved up in front of Jay Wong, And unfortunately, Jay Wong really starting to back off at the pace. Andrew Eldridge has been able to pull 100, 150 metres on him in just the last couple of laps while we've been watching Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler. So Jay Wong now finds himself back in 4th place in car number 33. Then Brad Russell recovering from that spin. 2 from 2 as far as spins for Brad Russell today, unfortunately. Cohen Jackson back into 6th place at the moment. And Tony Mercer as the checkered flag falls on this one. And the winner is Bryce Moore, as expected, from Chris Reindler in car number 28. Andrew Eldridge will be next across the line, just coming down into turn number 7 now in the yellow, black and white car as he opens up the throttle on the way out of turn number 7. And he takes a comfortable 3rd place. So that's the way they finish for the FSR category this afternoon here at carco.com.au Raceway. One more race to go. 5 laps coming up of Time Challenge on a very wet and greasy racetrack here at Carco. Don't go home. Don't turn your TV off just yet. We got one more to come on your Super Saturday here at Carco Raceway.
Confidence. It's having the right information at the right time, developing the right strategy for your business, and knowing when to seek the right expertise. Experience business insurance confidence the Gallagher way.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start.
And Time Challenge will be our final event for day number 1 of round 5 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. Proudly sponsored this weekend by Gallagher Insurance. And I hope all the guys and girls from Gallagher have had a great weekend up here so far. And don't forget, day number 2 coming up tomorrow morning. I think we're kicking off around about 8:30 tomorrow morning. And we've got qualifying periods coming up, and then the continuation of the Morton and BM Graphics plates for Formula V, the continuation of historic touring cars in their Circuit Masters event, which incorporates 2 days here at Carco Raceway, and then in 2 weeks' time they head down to the Collie Motorplex to conclude that event, which is their highlight event for 2025. Sports cars, sports sedans, and I don't think we've got any WA muscle cars. Maybe Ron Moller might show up with his. We've also got the Holden HQs and the Hyundai XLs as well. So it's going to be another ripper day. Weather not looking too great, but don't let that put you off. It's still some of the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia on a wet or a dry day, as we focus our attention now to the last event of the day, event number 3 for the Time Challenge. And a great race in that earlier one in very treacherous conditions. The rain has definitely backed off. The circuit is drying but still classified as wet as our safety car heads down and peels off the racetrack. And as we saw, the Chev Corvette of Neville Zoccoli, he had enough after one lap and he pulled off that car, possibly running slick tyres, and there was no way that was going to stay on the island if he kept going. And we also saw Knox in car number 77. He also retired after the first lap of the previous event. As our leaders get going, it looks like Peter Toey and who was that? It was not Jamie Scott. It was Joe Douglas and Mick Moylan in the big Ford Galaxy. They're our first 3 cars to take the green flag, and they're already over through the bus stop area. You can see how dark it is getting here again at the circuit. It's been a very up and down day. We had sunshine for 3/4 of the day, and just the last hour or so it's decided to turn a little bit nasty, as these guys and girls be heading out across over turn number 5 for the first time, and everybody driving fairly cautiously, as you would expect. Here comes Peter Dybel in the Pertec replica livery, and then McLaren in the Subaru. Had a good start to the day, and then Rob Haggerty was right behind him as they come across turn number 5 and down towards the bowl. Already our leaders on the circuit are heading up and over the top of the hill, and it looks like Peter Toey out in front, car number 16 by the look of that, and it is Peter Toey, and doing quite well on the scoreboard as well. He's actually leading the day on 43 from Delphin in car number 30, just 1 point behind, and that's a great start to Peter Toey's race. He's scored 58 demerit points first time through. Joe Douglas in second on 175, and then Ellis, who's also been good today, on 336. So that's the way they cross for the first time. Peter Dybel's just dropped in with a 94, so that drops him up into second place. McLaren in the Subaru now goes into third. Douglas in fourth, and Ellis is our top 5. And Jamie Scott in the Mark II Escort just comes in with 10 demerit points. So he goes to the top by 48 points in front now of Peter Toey and Peter Dybel. Toey on 58, Dybel on 94, then 122 to McLaren and 175 to Joe Douglas. You can see by the lap times that the road conditions have certainly improved. They're not far off their allocated times. And Jamie Scott nominated a 1:32.5 and went 1:32.6, so only 1/10 of a second slower than what he had actually nominated. So they're starting to make their way across the line to reel off another lap. Peter Toey, Douglas and Moylan are the 3 cars well out in front of everybody else at the moment. Toey showing 41 points for the second lap. He's the only one to complete. Joe Douglas has just gone through with 38 points. So we're still waiting for it to update as the rest of the runners come across the start-finish line. It's looking pretty good for Jamie Scott. Where is he on the circuit? He's just coming out of turn number 7 now. And across the line, there's car number 100 of Willis, who had a good run early. Unfortunately, just scored 2,208 points on that one, so that's probably blown his race. Doesn't look like Matty Galton is out there. Knox, Zoccoli and Peter Callow have decided not to run in this one. So only 12 cars out on the circuit, and it's still Jamie Scott. And last time through, scored 29 points. So he has a 60-point lead already after lap number 2 to Peter Towey on 99, and then Joe Douglas on 213. Peter Dybel on 218. Only 5 points difference there between third and fourth. Beautiful little Mark II Escort of Jamie Scott, car number 51, another one of the cars from the WA Sporting Car Club that does a lot of miles in Albany and Northam for the Round the Houses events. It also does a little bit of the Speed Series every now and again as well, and of course Time Challenge up here at carco.com.au Raceway. And you can see it's getting decidedly dark out there at the moment. Our cameras on our live stream seem to actually improve the situation, but it's getting very, very dark again, so there must be some more rain on the horizon. And we should get this event well and truly done and dusted before it starts to bucket down. So Jamie Scott having it all his own way at the moment, 39 points. We have to wait for him to come across the line again now, and it will update our board as he goes across the line. What's he done this time? 16 points this time through. So after 3 laps, he's only amassed 55 points. So that's a sensational job from car number 51 of Jamie Scott. Peter Towey in 154, so there's 99 points now between first and second. And then Joe Douglas on 237. He now moves into second place. He's just been dropped down to fourth place as Peter Dybel. Peter Dybel now moves up into P3. It looks like Mick Moylan just slowly crawling back towards the paddock area, and unfortunately for Mickey, had a really good race in event number 2. As we go back to the board again, we have to wait for number 51 of Jamie Scott to cross the line. And there's a perfect score for Peter Dybel, a 0. That's the second perfect score that we've had today in very wet and treacherous conditions. So congratulations to Peter Dybel. That's moved him up into third. And if Jamie Scott has a bad one, he could actually lose a position here. So we've still got Jamie Scott on 55. And there it goes, 129 this time for Jamie Scott after lap 4. So 184 to Scott, 370 with that perfect 0 points for Peter Dybel. And then Peter Towey on 484. 879 to Joe Douglas and McLaren on 966. And you can forget the rest, including Willis in the Porsche, out currently on 7,682 points compared with 184 of the leader at the moment. So checkered flag has been called on this one as car number 47 coming across the line. And again, we still need to wait for our leaders to cross the line on the circuit, and that will be Jamie Scott in the Mark II Escort. As I think he's just coming over the top of the hill now, getting very, very hard to see who is who out there at the moment. And that is actually the Porsche of Willis coming down into turn number 7. So Jamie Scott, now he comes up and over the top of the hill. So the Porsche coming out, beautiful exit out of turn number 7. Justin Chaffee, again, a good exit out of turn number 7 as well. But Jamie Scott, all eyes on this guy, currently has 300 points between himself and second place. And if Jamie's put in a good one here, he's going to take this event out, and he has. Only 6 demerit points, a 132.4 on a nominated 132.5. So 6 demerit points for Jamie Scott, and that will cement him as Event 3 winner from Peter Towey on 484 and Joe Douglas will end up in third place in 879 points. So that's the way that they're going to end the time challenge event, and that also brings our end of racing activities for today. And we are going to go to an interview pretty shortly. And then I will catch up with Jamie and Demelza, and we'll give everybody a wrap-up of what happened here on day one of round 5 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships, proudly sponsored by Gallagher Insurance. We're going to go to a short break, and I will go down and catch up with Jamie and Demelza. Stick around, a little bit more to come on your afternoon here with us at carco.com.au Raceway. Stick around.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher.
Here we are at Arise Racing Garage, and we're joined by Cohen Jackson, who just competed in the final FSR race today. Cohen, congratulations. You obviously had a great day, but you're absolutely brand new to this sport. This is your first year of competing.
Yeah, it is my first year competing in the Radicals. It's been great fun so far.
You enjoying it? And listen, what inspired you to be a part of it? Because you told me off camera that you're also an elite rock climber. So extreme sports just seems to be your bag, Cohen.
Yeah, it's certainly good fun, but I've always just grown up watching racing, and this opportunity kind of presented itself, and I took it and started going forward with it.
And how have you found that experience coming into the team? From somebody who's just shown an interest, brand new to the sport?
It's great fun. Like, came here, did work experience for a while, worked around all these cars, and then kind of got into them. And since then, I've just been getting in cars and racing them. It's been great.
And we have had quite a slippery track this afternoon after some beautiful weather earlier. Have you found the change in the condition? I believe it was your first time on a wet track.
Yeah, it was my first time driving on a wet track, and it was definitely different. There's a lot more grip than I thought there actually was, especially with the rain tyres on. It was interesting to try these new lines. It was great.
So you're doing a fair bit of work in simulators and that type of thing to prepare yourself for the races?
No, I don't have a simulator, so I just get in the car and I drive.
So really, it's just a passion that you've actually put into practice, really, isn't it? That seems to be the way it's going with your interest in motorsport.
Yeah, it sort of just came out of nowhere and then started doing it and slowly adapting to it all.
Most people here in clubs normally have some sort of family lineage, but you've got no family lineage. But again, I sort of go back and harken on the fact that you seem to be really interested in extreme sports, and this is about as extreme as it gets.
Yeah. I mean, none of my family have ever been in racing industry, and I just started out with one season of go-karting and then jumped straight in these.
Tell me about Arise Racing. Tell me how much commitment they've got towards your vehicle and making it easy for you to get in the car on the day and get on the track and be successful.
Oh, I know how it is because I did work experience here, and setting up for the race days takes many hours. I know that there's so much work. Any query I have, they change. They look through all the data. They change everything to what I feel and what they see on the data, and it's amazing.
You're 17 years old, but I mean your frame's obviously a bit smaller than, say, Tony Mercer, for example. So can I suggest, was there any customisation for your physique to fit in that vehicle?
Yeah, a lot. So
tell me.
Everyone has a seat paw just to make sure it's all better, but I had quite a large seat paw, a lot of foam, and then I have extensions on the pedals as well, so I can reach them easier.
So how long do you think you're going to be racing in FSRs? You want to keep going year by year, or is it something you want to progress up through the other categories of motorsport?
I'm not too sure at this moment in time. I'm just thinking of next year. Might try to do some national rounds next year.
You're thinking about going to the Olympics as one of the Australian representatives in rock climbing?
Yeah, eventually that's the end goal.
I wish you luck on that. That's a great thing to look forward to in your life.
Absolutely.
Well
Cohen, who do you have as your support today?
Oh, my parents, my mum and my dad. They've been here through everything. They go through every race day, every track day. It's been great.
Fantastic. Now, I also believe you have 10 days left to finish off school.
Yes, I do. I have 10 days left and I'm free man.
When you finish and graduate, will you be celebrating by driving the FSR?
Yeah, definitely. Take a happy lap.
Fantastic. Cohen, congratulations on today and good luck for the future.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's great having me.
Well done, Cohen.
And we will be back with today's wrap and Vaughan Brewer very, very shortly. But first, here's some of today's action in a replay.
Well, that's all from round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Cup Championship, proudly sponsored by Gallagher Insurance. End of the day, big day, a very eventful day, considering the fact we started off with a picture-perfect day when it came to weather, Vaughan, but it then turned absolutely nasty.
Yeah, she went a bit feral in the last hour and a half of racing, and those poor competitors out there, the rain was coming down sideways, and we started to get some puddles developing out on the circuit, which made life very, very tricky for all of our competitors. But congratulations to everybody. Everybody's car's going home, which is great.
When the downpour happened, most people probably weren't prepared for the wet weather. They still probably had their dry weather tyres on. So what's going to happen when they get out in the track with the wrong tyres? I mean, is it like a potential of damage, like an extreme sort of way for the vehicle?
Well, the first group out there was the Time Challenge, which are basically a road registered street car. They are not allowed to run slicks or wet weather tyres, so they have to run basically their street tyres. So you know what it's like on our public roads once it gets wet. Well, those guys had to deal with it at probably twice the average road speed.
But you would have really played up with the timing that they designated for the Time Challenge.
And that's what Rob Haggerty and I were talking about this morning. Rob decided to back it down by a good second so that if the rain did come, he wouldn't have to push it so hard in the wet weather.
Exactly.
Now, Vaughan, we did see some of the racers that we actually spoke to were saying they were very confident in the wet weather when it came to racing. Did you see any surprising results as a result of that?
Well, hard question. Yeah, look, I got to congratulate everybody. As I said, all of the cars are going home in one piece, and all the drivers are going home in one piece as well. And that's pretty much all you can expect on a day like today. And I'm just looking outside the window over your shoulder now. It's bucketing down again. So I'm glad the race meeting's finished.
And we're going to see more of that tomorrow in day 2 with some of our other categories as well.
Yeah, day 2 coming up tomorrow. 8:30 kickoff here at Carco Raceway. If you can't make it, make sure you jump onto the WA Sporting Car Club Facebook page, grab the link, and thanks to Turn 7 Media, you'll be able to stay at home in the comfort of your lounge room.
Well, let's review some of the categories that actually were part of the championship today. Let's talk about the Formula Vs. Anything stand out with the Formula V category today?
Yeah, well, Dave Casely, driver of car number 7, he missed the second race this afternoon. He's gone home to replace an engine, so he will be back tomorrow. Now, with the way that the Morton Cup and the BM Graphics Cup are structured, it's the winner of the final race. So, although losing a race today, he will start from the rear tomorrow. Dave Casely will come through, and he's still a contender for those cups tomorrow.
So tomorrow's championship day is going to be an absolute pearl when it comes to the Formula Vs.
Yep, certainly will be. And the historic touring cars, they also return for day 2 of their Circuit Masters event as well. And then in 2 weeks' time, they'll continue that same event down at the Collie Motorplex.
Historic touring cars is my favourite category, honestly. I mean, seeing all those cars of that sort of vintage getting a good flogging on the track, I mean, it really is great to see, isn't it?
Yeah, wind back 10 years and I was out there in a Mark 1 GT Cortina from 1964, and it wasn't one of the fast Lotus ones that we've seen today. Mine was a crossflow or pre-crossflow engine, so 1500. These guys are running 1600s and they're full-on blown Lotus motors. They are awesome.
Let's talk FSR. Tell me about the FSR category. What did you feel about today's racing?
Oh, totally dominated by Bryce Moore in car number 8 and his best mate Chris Reindler in second. And the party was really happening behind those two with a couple of spins for Brad Russell. Also Cohen, who you just interviewed, he unfortunately was caught up in one of those spins. And Jay Wong, he did really well today in car number 33.
It's his second year of competition, I think, for Wong, isn't it?
Yeah, he's been around the track for a while, and but I reckon today in the wet was probably one of his best drives.
Yeah, let's talk about historic touring cars. Who stood out today?
Out the front, Brian Edhouse in that beautiful 69 fastback Mustang, closely followed by Graham Woolhouse in another one of the Mustangs. But back in the field, Bowden in the Mini had a great battle with Mitch Evans in the second of the Minis, and they were going toe for toe for that whole second race.
race.
Mustangs to Minis, can you believe it? We're talking about it in the same race. And fine, let's talk about saloon cars. Who stood out today when it came to the saloon car competition?
Car number 36 of Tyson Sadler, probably my standout for today. Jackson Callow, take nothing away, 2 from 2 wins. He came second in the second race. Robbie Maron was up there as well. So between Jackson and Robbie Maron, they were your winners today. 18 minutes plus 1 lap. They only raced twice today, so it's 1-1 to the Master and the Apprentice.
I was just about to say the Saloons gave us quite a fantastic battle with those two in particular.
Yeah, it certainly did. They were the standout of today, and it didn't matter whether it was raining or it was dry. They just put on fantastic racing.
So tomorrow, what can we look forward to tomorrow?
Oh, tomorrow we've got Formula V's coming back, historic touring cars coming back, sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars, Hyundai XLs and the mighty HQ Holdens.
You sound like you're absolutely hanging for tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly are, because as you may have known, the weather forecast is not looking well for tomorrow. So more wet weather racing and still some of the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia.
Is wet weather racing create a situation where it sort of levels the playing field?
It certainly does, because you could be like Brian Edhouse with that beautiful Mustang, but you can't apply the power. So that allows the Minis, the Cortinas, the BMWs to come up and give you a really good battle. So, yeah, it's going to be on tomorrow.
Well, I'm absolutely looking forward to tomorrow. I don't know about you. Andrew Melzer, we're going to be back. The Turn 7 media team's going to be back. Now, we've got to make mention of the fact that the saloon cars are putting on the barbecue today at McCracken House. And I've got to say, for those people that haven't been to carcoraceway.com.au, this is the best place to come to when it comes to socialising after the event. It's got a great atmosphere. Really lovely.
And you know what? Even with the weather that it is tomorrow, you can always enjoy the action right here all day.
And it's $10 a car to get in with unlimited numbers. And I've got an iLoad, as I mentioned before, which means I can fit a fair stack. Maybe half the neighbourhood from Kingsley's going to be here tomorrow. But no, it's only $10 a vehicle for those who want to come and spectate throughout the day.
Now,
and really, it's a long day of racing, so you've got to get your money's worth.
It is. Now, Jamie, before we do go, I must say that food, fun, music and motorsport, it's the Cool Down Lap, November 8th. Make sure to grab your tickets now. You can do that from the website wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
That's great. Now, on behalf of the Turn 7 media team, we wish you a great thanks for being a part of our telecast today. We really hope you appreciate it. And, of course, let's thank the WA Sporting Car Club for putting on such a great day of championship racing also. So we look forward to your company again tomorrow. On behalf of the team, as I said, we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow here at Carco Raceway for the WA Sporting Car Club Championship Round 5.
Round 5 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Gallagher.